Hello everyone, a very good afternoon to one and all. Am I audible to everyone? Am I audible? Those of you who have joined the discussion can please confirm this so that I can start the discussion. So good afternoon everyone, my name is Richa Sharma and welcome to the discussion, the most awaited one, where we will be decoding not just the solutions but also the learning from the All India test that was held on 4th of May. And I hope that all of you have given this, and if yes, that you have already taken a very crucial step in cracking the prelims paper. We will learn how, but the prelims paper, which is going to happen just after 19 days from today, is again going to be a very crucial step of your overall examination phase. In this session, we will not just learn the solutions, but we will first understand why attending the mocks at this stage of the preparation is important. And secondly, what is the relevance of this session itself? We are going to take a moment and discuss upon few aspects of the test. But before that, I just wanted to know how many of you are scoring more than 90 in last Sunday's 4th of May's All India test. How many of you are scoring more than 90? Please give me a hands up. Just let us know how many of you are scoring more than 90. Because why I am asking this is because I'll be taking the first 5 minutes to discuss the following points. One is the importance of taking mock test at this point in time, especially a simulator test, for example, the All India test that was just conducted. There are multitude of importance for it, but the most important one is that it gives you the real time simulation, because cracking the prelims paper is not just about enhancing or basically recalling what you already know. It is not just the test of your knowledge, but the test of your pressure taking capacity, your time management, and you will understand when you will go and take some mock test, because before that you will only be thinking that it is all about recalling the information that you already know, but it is really not about that. In fact, it is more about having or developing more rational thinking, logical thinking, which only gets developed more and more with more practice, right? Second is how to utilize the mock test. So let's say you have given this mock test or any other mock test. Giving the mock test is not important, and reading the solution alone is not sufficient. So what is important and sufficient is to equivalently analyze it. So how do we analyze it? First of all, we understand the language, we understand the themes, we understand what are our choke points, what are the blind spots that have been left ignored. We have to analyze all these things, and we have to maintain an error diary with ourselves. Which question I'm mistaking upon, which are the questions which I knew and still I was not able to attempt it correctly. How do I make good number of guesses, good number of attempts? What should be my number of attempts? What should be the time management schema of my full question paper solving aptitude? So these things are something that gets developed through mock test. But how to utilize it effectively? We do it by taking an error diary, taking cognizance of our errors, the mistakes that we have done, understanding the loopholes, and to build upon those themes, identify important themes of the UPSC exam, which is also reflected in our mock test, right? And then there's importance of discussion, because let's say I'm the discussion person over here. So what I'll be doing, because of the expertise, I'll be linking the PYQs. I'll be telling you the themes for every topic. So for geography and environment, I'm going to take the discussion. So I will be linking what are the important themes, so that you have to ensure that you are revising them adequately before sitting in the exam. I'll be linking all the questions with PYQ adequately. So when you take the discussion, the analysis part of it, the second point, gets further accelerated. Next is, what is a good score? So many of you would be thinking that, ma'am, according to the test that we have given, what should be a good score? I believe any score more than 95 is a good score. Anything above 95 is a good score in this test. Examining the level of toughness that the test gave, anything above 95 is good. Agar 95 se zyada aa gaya hai, don't become complacent, but it means that you are on the right track. Agar 95 se kam aa gaya hai, so do not lose hope as well, which means we just need to double down our analysis, double down our revision, just double down your effort. That would be good enough. And finally, what should be the last strategy for the last 19 days? I would say do as many number of mock tests and PYQ as possible. Okay? So after that, I will begin the discussion. I will be taking two sessions. I'll be taking two subjects over here. One would be of geography. Second are the questions of environment, after which will be followed by the next subject matter expert. First of all, according to the Pareto's principle, which says what are those 20% of the syllabus? What is that 20% part of the syllabus which brings me 80% of the result? So here are the enlisted topics in front of you. These are the basics of Earth and Universe. Very easily you could find it in the first chapters of NCRT, first chapters of GC Leong, first chapters of Yellow Book. So this is something that you need to know. For example, last year in 2022 question was asked about summer solstice, longest day कब होता है, exactly कौन से टॉपिक पे हो रहा है. So these things will be answered very easily with the help of the first chapter. Second chapter is learning about the places in news. Places specifically which are conflict ridden, poverty ridden, which are ridden because of certain civil wars. So these places we have to note down. Places which are not just conflict ridden but also ridden of climate crisis. For example, drying of lakes. Lakes Agubin was asked, Aral Sea was asked, drying rivers. This year, Vembanad Lake could be asked because 37% drainage area had dried down. So when we read the places in news, we have to go for both world and Indian places in news, which could be very easily found in your compilation or quick revision. So please go and revise this. Next are the rivers and lakes. When I talk about the rivers and lakes of the world, it should be at least 2 pointers which should be covered. One is the source and the second is their drainage. For example, Zambezi River. Where does Zambezi River drains? Indian Ocean or towards the Atlantic Ocean? So that clarity has to be there. At least these two things you need to know. And for the Indian rivers, we need to know about the tributaries as well and the important geomorphic features of protected areas which are lying therein. So again, very important theme. Next is bordering nation. Whenever you see anything which is in news, for example, Afghanistan was in news in 2021, 2022. So in the PYQ of 2022, they asked about the bordering nations of Afghanistan. So how to remember what are the areas surrounding Afghanistan? So you should know which one of them are not surrounding it, right? At least you should know that much. For example, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and then Uzbekistan is surrounding it, Iran is surrounding it, then which one are not surrounding it? So the bordering nations are important. So for this year, surrounding Syria, surrounding Israel, that becomes important, right? Then the important geomorphic features, especially the hills and the peaks. You remember the question of last year, the Bilirangan Hills, Amarkantak Hills, Sayadri Hills. So UPSC also has a habit of asking about geomorphic features. Geomorphic features will not just include the hills and the peaks, but also the plateaus, but also the canyons. So ensure that we are preparing that as well. And wherever I'm preparing these things, at least go for the extremities, the largest peak, the highest peak, the smallest one. So at least prepare like that. Protected area, the largest protected area, smallest protected area. Likewise for rivers and their tributaries. Then types of climate, types of vegetation, basically types of biomes. This is again a growing area of importance when it comes to UPSC PYQ. ठीक है. सो आपको इसको भी अच्छे से फिनिश करके रखना है कि जो ग्रासलैंड टाइप है उनके फीचर्स क्या होते हैं, जो एवरग्रीन टाइप है उनके फीचर्स क्या होते हैं, डेजर्ट टाइप के फीचर्स क्या होते हैं, एडेप्टेशन कैसे हो रहा होता है वहां पे, विच आर द टाइप्स ऑफ फ्लोरा फौना प्रेजेंट ओवर देयर. दीज क्वेश्चंस विल बी डेवलप्ड ईयर ऑन ईयर. सो देयरफॉर understanding biomes is again important topic. And then agriculture. Now agriculture has a synchronity for both between geography and economy. So therefore in agriculture also read about the MSPs, crops which have been accorded with MSP. Next is your plantation crops, the areas, the largest producers, what are the growing conditions. You could be made to identify those crops and read about the associated schemes and associated trends, which you can very easily get in your economic survey and the recent budget. Got it? If we have understood this much, now I will move towards the question number first, which is about Earth's gravity. Just give me a minute. So the question tells me two things. One is the type of framing, the type of language and framing that UPSC has adapted nowadays. So do not be surprised if you see these type of questions in multiple numbers going ahead, right? For example, from 2021 they started that only one, only two, and then further last year क्या हुआ था 2024 में क्या हुआ था, majority question only one, only two में develop हो गए थे. 2023 2024 में इस पैटर्न का हिंट आया है, सो इसीलिए हो सकता है कि ऐसे पैटर्न्स आपसे बहुत बारी पूछे. सो वी विल अंडरस्टैंड हाउ टू सॉल्व दिस पैटर्न एंड देन वी विल आल्सो टेस्ट आवर नॉलेज ऑन दिस. Question is on a very basic theme which is about Earth's gravity. Earth's gravity, okay, which we know commonly एवरेज कितना होता है 8.9.8 मीटर पर सेकेंड स्क्वायर. एक्सेलरेशन ड्यू टू ग्रेविटी एक एवरेज वैल्यू है जो हम फिजिक्स वगैरह में यूज करते थे, करेक्ट. बट अभी हमें थोड़ा बियॉन्ड अगर हम ज्योग्राफी में जाएं, सो वी विल अंडरस्टैंड दैट दिस वैल्यू, दिस एक्सेलरेशन ड्यू टू ग्रेविटी इज नॉट कॉमन एवरीवेयर. जस्ट सी द स्कीमेटिक ओवर हियर. You will analyze two important points, equator and pole. We know that Earth is not a perfect sphere. So as a result, there's a bulged out area towards the equator. This bulging out is because of rotation. Because of the rotational speed, which is more higher in the equator as compared to pole, what happens? More bulging happens in the equator. And this force which is creating the bulging is known as centrifugal force. Please, students, try to understand this question very, very vividly. Okay. Now, the centrifugal force is the reason why the distance from center to a man standing at the equator is higher as compared to a man standing at the pole. So the value of, let me denote it by capital. So the value of r is greater than small r. The distance of the center and the man which is situated at the pole. What is the reason behind this? The centrifugal force is the reason behind this. There's more bulging out, more distance is there. Now, what is the relation of this distance with the acceleration due to gravity? So let's go back to the class 8th, where we were reading about the Newton's law of motion, that force between two massive objects is equal to or is directly proportional to the mass, the product of the masses, and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. This force in case of Earth is mass into acceleration. Acceleration is the value of g. So definitely my equation will tell me that the value of g is inversely proportional to r, which means if the value of r increases, as in the case of equator, the value of g will decrease. Therefore, the value of g, or the value of acceleration due to gravity is low towards the equator. So you will weight less at the equator as compared to you weighing at the pole. Very good, Rahul. Correct formula, right? So here you will understand that the value of g is not different. Therefore, although your mass will be same on Earth, on Moon, on Mars, or equator or pole, but your weight will keep on changing, because weight is a product of mass and the acceleration due to gravity, which is value of g, right? Now, to solve question like this, I can see the pattern. I have to identify whether the statement 2 and 3 are correct, and not just correct, whether they are explaining statement number 1 or not. So let us figure out that. Okay. Let us first check the correctness of statement number 1. सबसे पहले आप सिर्फ correctness देखो, कुछ analyze अभी नहीं करना है. Statement number 1, acceleration due to gravity increases as one moves from the equator towards the pole. Acceleration due to gravity increases or not? Weight increases, value of g increases. Yes, statement is correct. Earth's rotation creates a centrifugal force that slightly reduces the gravitational force at the equator compared to the poles. The exact definition that I have just told you, just given you this explanation, right? What is centrifugal force and centripetal force? Anything which is responsible to keep rotating objects together is centripetal force. Anything which is responsible to keep the rotating objects away from each other, throws away, that is centrifugal force. Like washing machine, it throws away the material, right? So that is centrifugal force, because of which the bulging out happens, and as a result the distance increases, so the acceleration due to gravity decreases. Okay, so here we will get, this is also factually correct. Now, places at higher elevation, for example, this is Earth's surface and here are your Himalayas. Okay, so places at higher elevation, you are standing over here, top of the mountain, experiences slightly weaker gravity as compared to those which are at lower elevation. Which one will be experiencing more weight? Which one will be experiencing more weight? Because g is inversely proportional to r, the distance will increase over here, so the value of g will decrease. The value of g will decrease. Okay, so this will experience slighter, weaker gravity. So this is also factually correct. But among both of them, which of them is correctly explaining statement number 1? Of course, 2. Second is not explain. It's not an explanatory statement anyway. So the third statement is not giving me the explanation. Second is giving me the explanation. So the correct answer is both are correct, but only one of them explains statement number one. Now, how to save time? How to save time in question like this? You do not go for checking the correctness of statement number one because it was anyway not asked. Because it was not asked, you don't need to do that. You only go for checking the factual correctness of the next two ones and see whether it is the correct explanation or not. Got it? Chalo. Now we will move to the next question. This question is about identifying the group of countries which today encompass the cradle of civilization, which was Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia, also known as cradle of civilization, where one of the ancient civilizations occurred. Like, for example, we had IVC, Indus Valley Civilization. Similarly, they had. Now, we had Indus Valley Civilization because of Indus River. So they had this Mesopotamian civilization because of two rivers. Can you name those rivers, students? Which are those two rivers? One is the Tigris River, and second was the Euphrates River. And the region, the fertile land that lied in the drainage basin of these two rivers, created one of the ancient civilizations, which was Mesopotamia. So which countries are a part of it? Now, this is not a new question. It is in sync with the PYQ line. So we will identify a question number. Some question was there in 2022 where Levant was asked. That which region was also known as Levant or Levant? Right? What is the correct answer? Correct answer was region along the eastern Mediterranean shores. This is your Mediterranean Sea. Regions to the east of it, Israel, Palestine, Syria, these regions are the Levant region. And similarly, Mesopotamia region is the region between Tigris and Euphrates River, which is Syria, some part of Turkey, some part of Kuwait, some part of Iraq. So answer is Iraq, Kuwait and Syria. And anyway, you could have easily ignored Afghanistan. तो नहीं है, ठीक है? Afghanistan would be Indus Valley Civilization part ना, Mesopotamia का part थोड़ी हो सकता है, ठीक है? You would have eliminated Egypt also. वो अफ्रीका के साइड पे आ जाएगा, ठीक है? Then आपके पास elimination से भी आंसर आ सकता था. So when we attend this session ना, we are not just trying to understand the solutions, but also try to go into UPSC paper setter mindset. We are trying to understand how to solve the questions. बहुत बारी क्वेश्चन के स्ट्रेट आंसर्स हमें नहीं आते, हमें कंफ्यूजन हो रही होती है. ऐसा नहीं है कि आपने पढ़ के नहीं रखा है, but because of that confusion, what happens is we generally leave the question, we become underconfident. But more or less, what happens is elimination always works. Elimination mostly works in, let's say, 80% of the questions. So we will go for that logic. Okay? तो ये question भी easily attempt हो सकता था. अब आई बिलीव ये क्वेश्चन हम सबने कर लिया है. ऐसे ही आपको कोई भी हिस्टोरिकल रीजन्स दिखें तो उनकी कंटेम्पररी कंट्रीज हमें पढ़ लेनी है, ठीक है? क्योंकि सेम क्वेश्चन पहले भी आ चुका है, सो हम इन सब चीजों के लिए प्रिपेयर करके रखेंगे, ठीक है? एंड इवन इफ यू हैव गॉट इट रॉन्ग, नो इश्यूज, आप आइडेंटिफाई करिए क्यों आपका गलत गया. अगर आप इजिप्ट पे आइडेंटिफाई कर लेते, अफगानिस्तान आइडेंटिफाई कर लेते, तो आपका सही हो जाता है. बट नॉट एन इशू. लेट्स मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. अगेन, आई वांट टू नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव गॉट इट इनकरेक्ट. Incorrect, because this was a very basic identification question of geomorphic landforms. I have told you in my classes also, geomorphic landforms may just remember this much, that which is the agent creating that landform, whether it is sand, whether it is wind, which is aeolian landform, whether it is glacier, so glacial landform, river, so fluvial landform. What is the agent? Then what are the names? Just note down the names of depositional landforms and erosional landforms. तो अभी तक अगर आपने नहीं किया है, सिर्फ इतनी सी चीज आप कर सकते हो, ठीक है? So अभी यहाँ देख लेते हैं, how many of the above are commonly found through the Western Ghats? Are you able to picture Western Ghats of India? Are you able to picture the Western Ghats of India? These are kind of escarpments, block mountains, right? Now, cirques are depressions which are created in the glacial landforms. Can you see? These are the cirques. And if this cirque, this depression is filled with water, then this is known as Tarn Lake. So this is a glacial landform. Western Ghat में glaciers होते हैं क्या? नहीं होते, ये हट जाएगा. Kettle Lake is also a glacial landform. Western Ghat में glaciers होते हैं क्या? नहीं होते हैं, ये भी कट जाएगा. Then what are playas? Playas are the lakes which are found around the deserts. So ये desert, these are the aeolian landforms. These are found in deserted region, Thar Desert, Manchuria Desert. So this will also not be there. Then what are escarpments, ma'am? Escarpments are the slope of the block mountain, where the block mountains are ending, this slope is known as escarpment. And this is a feature which would be found in the Western Ghats. Making sense to you? Making sense to you? The answer is only escarpment, which is only 1. Okay? Similar question would also be correct for if, let's say, I'm giving you Eastern Ghats. But can you tell me the answer if I have written not the Western Ghat but Himalayas? Agar maine Himalayas likha hota, then how many of these would have been correct? How many of these would have been correct if I had written Himalayas? If I replace Western Ghats with Himalayas? Only 2 glacial landforms. Got it? Next question is about biomes. Taking a cue from the PYQ, where the description of a biome was given and the answer was we had to figure out the answer, which was tropical rainforest, है ना? ये 2023 का question है ये, ठीक है? Now this was also a similar question was also asked. Equatorial biome पे जो question है 2 बार ही पूछे गए हैं, one in 2021, another in 2013, ठीक है? So now let's try to understand what are the biomes, what are the different biomes of the world. This shows me a description of the biomes. As I can figure out that in the tropical region, we get the tropical rainforest. That is the name of the biome here. Okay? Then we have temperate. सबसे ऊपर जो है जिसमें सबसे ज्यादा cold temperature होता है, most of the time there is a permafrost set over there. Most of the time the temperature doesn't go below 12 degrees centigrade, doesn't go above 12 degrees centigrade. That is the tundra biome. That is a tundra biome. And उसके नीचे tundra biome का एक और बहुत अच्छा feature होता है कि इसमें this biome has the least amount of biomass. Maximum biomass is found in the evergreen forest, in the rainforest, but the least amount is found in tundra. Trees hote hi nahi, it doesn't have a tree line. The tree line ends at the boreal forest. The dark green one you can see, boreal forest, tree line ends there. In the tundra you will only find mosses, lichens, जो बहुत easily grow कर सकते हैं even at extreme temperature. So you will only find that, not the trees. So these are the basic biomes. Grasslands के बारे में काफी पूछा गया. So let's see students, when we are preparing for the biomes, what are the 3 things we have to note down? क्योंकि सब कुछ तो हम नहीं पढ़ सकते. So first is their distribution. First, please note down the distribution of that biome. Maps like these would be of help. Second is species of trees. Species of trees. For example, in 2021, question was asked and the species was given as epiphytes. So if you know that epiphytes, the climbers, they generally grow in the evergreen forest, question would have become very easy for you, right? So species of tree. Third is adaptation strategies. Adaptation strategies are also important. For example, question was asked in 2019 about the adaptation of thorny forest, that they have thorns, cactus, or ये सब leaves का adaptation कैसा है. Mangroves पे they can ask the question. They can ask question on, let's say, this epiphytic way of, growing canopy, how the canopy is very, is growing vicariously. So these are adaptation techniques which we have to note down. And then fourth one is the fauna. Faunal species. For example, knowing about orangutan, chimpanzees, the gibbons. So what are these? These are the ape species. They are generally adaptive to which biome? Which biome? Equatorial biome. Generally adaptive to tropical rainforest. So that will also help you to identify, eliminate, or figure out the right answer. Because I believe a question on this would be definitely asked. Okay. So now let's move to the question itself. It is asking about tundra biomes on the earth. ठीक है, कहाँ पे located है? Extreme north, extreme south में, ठीक है? So these are generally treeless. Now I don't have to check the factual correctness of statement number 1. I have already told you, because वो options में हमें identify ही नहीं करना है. तो अब ये नहीं सोचना है कि treeless तो बहुत extreme statement हो गया. Not for us to judge. We will only see statement number 2 and 3, that if they are treeless, this is a statement made by the examiner. If they are treeless, then why? Statement number 2 is saying there is a layer of permanently frozen soil below the surface of the tundra, which is known as permafrost. And in fact, this is the case. ऐसा नहीं है कि there is an absence of soil in this region, but what happens is mostly काफी depth तक permafrost होता है, ठीक है? Permanently frozen soil होता है, ठीक है? एंड उसके ऊपर बहुत ही कम लेयर का, मतलब जस्ट अबाउट 10 meters ऑफ लेयर का सॉइल होता है, ठीक है। और जनरली सॉइल की थॉइंग कब होती है? व्हेन देयर आर समर्स वो भी जनरली 40 to 50 डेज के लिए होते हैं। तो अगर हमने यहाँ पे प्लांट स्पीशी ग्रो कर भी दी, लेट्स से कोई प्लांट स्पीशी ग्रो कर दी, तो अगर तो उसके रूट्स छोटे हैं, देयर रूट्स आर स्मॉलर, दे विल ग्रो, grasses will grow, lichens will grow. But if the roots are vicarious, for example, a tree needs vicarious roots. So how will it penetrate inside the permafrost? Not possible, right? तो जो permafrost की लेयर होती है वो impede करती है कि जो उसके roots हैं वो grow नहीं कर पाए इसके अंदर. Are you getting it? Right? And therefore, this is the correct reason. This is the correct fact also. This is the correct reason as well. Then, the tundra soil is deficient in organic matter. Now, to say that this is deficient in organic matter, what is an organic matter? What is an organic matter? Something which has not been decomposed yet. This is not organic carbon. This is organic matter. So it is suppose that you are putting a lot of vegetables in fridge, in refrigerator. What will happen? Uski shelf life increase ho jayegi. Organic matter of your fridge will increase, right? Similarly for tundra, decomposition का rate ही बहुत slow है. बिकॉज डिकम्पोजिशन नहीं हो रहा है तो ऑर्गेनिक मैटर ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन में कन्वर्ट नहीं हो पाता, तो ऑर्गेनिक मैटर की क्वांटिटी एक्चुअली में ज्यादा रहती है बिकॉज डिकम्पोजिशन ही नहीं है, राइट? सो सेकेंड, दिस स्टेटमेंट नंबर 3 इज इनकरेक्ट. So therefore only one of the statement 2 and 3 are correct, which explains statement number 1. Which one of them explains statement number 1? The second one. Got it? Now let's move to the next question. This is about identifying the types of lakes. Lakes could be formed because of glacial activity, tectonic activity, extraterrestrial activity like falling of meteoroids, falling of asteroids, etc. Right? So we have to identify कि India में जो lakes हैं, how many of them are tectonic in origin. When I read about the lakes, I don't just have to see the lakes, but I have to see whether these lakes are in the Ramsar site. मुझे देखना है कि क्या ये रामसार लेक्स हैं या नहीं है. सम ऑफ देम आर नॉट रामसार, सो यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई देम इन पर्टिकुलर. ठीक है, क्वेश्चन आ सकता है, कंफ्यूजिंग हो सकता है. सेकंड, whether this is a freshwater lake or a saline lake, that I have to figure out. Then the source of their origin, or not the source actually, but whether the lakes are formed because of some activity. So the activity of origin, that also I have to note down. ठीक है. Then whether this is an endorheic lake, ठीक है, whether this is an origin of some river, that I also have to note down. ठीक है. One more thing, the lakes would become more important if some climate change is going on in that particular lake or some conflict is going on. For example, Pangong so is important in that regards. वुलर लेक इज इंपॉर्टेंट. कोई नया रामसर बन गया, कबरदाल बना था तो 2023 में क्वेश्चन आ गया था, तो वो भी एक इंपॉर्टेंट लेक हो गया. ठीक है. सो दिस वाज अ क्वेश्चन दैट आई वाज रेफरिंग टू, PYQ of 2024. Jhelum river passes through this, Krishna river feeds Koleru, and meandering of the Gandak river is forms the cover lake. So even if you finish these areas of every lake, आप लेक पे सारे क्वेश्चन आंसर कर सकते हैं. ठीक है. मूविंग बैक टू द क्वेश्चन, हाउ मेनी ऑफ द अबव आर टेक्टोनिक इन ओरिजिन. मुझे क्या लगता है, मोस्ट ऑफ यू वुड हैव गॉट कंफ्यूज्ड विद द वर्ड टेक्टोनिक. आपने शायद लोनार लेक को करेक्ट मार्क कर दिया होगा. कितने लोगों ने करेक्ट मार्क कर दिया? टेक्टोनिक होता है कि एक्टिविटी ऑफ द मूवमेंट ऑफ द अर्थ प्लेट, tectonic plates of the earth. Anything which is impacting the earth is not tectonic. So for example, Lonar Lake was formed because of falling of a meteoroid. इस चीज पे भी ध्यान रखना कि मीटियोर है कि मीटेरॉइड है कि मीटेरॉइड है. This is meteoroid. Difference between three of them were also asked in UPSC PYQ. That is why I'm highlighting that point. So अब meteoroid जो है उसने हिट किया, but it was coming from extraterrestrial source, so this is not tectonic. Wular Lake is in Kashmir. Loktak Lake is in Manipur. Chilika Lake is in Odisha, and Chilika Lake is a coastal lagoon which is formed because of coastal erosion and deposition. So this is also not correct. Chilika Lake nahi hoga, Lonar Lake nahi hoga. So the correct one, those which have been formed because of tectonic activity, are situated in the tectonically active regions of Himalayas. That is why. So only 2 and 3 would be correct. Only 2 is the correct answer. Got it? Meanwhile, आप ये PYQ भी solve करने का try करेंगे. and you will refer to this image so that you quickly understand which of them are fresh water or saline lakes of India. ठीक है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल आई आस्क वेम्बनाड लेक, पूछा भी जा सकता है इस बार, वेम्बनाड लेक इट इज अ सलाइन लेक और अ फ्रेश वाटर लेक, सो यू शुड बी रेडी विद एन आंसर. Fine. Let's move to the next question now. Now this is about an optical illusion. Now if you have not attempted this question, left this question, if you have mistaken on this question, completely fine. This is basically not going to determine the cutoffs, क्योंकि ऐसे questions हम generally नहीं पढ़ते हैं, but let's try to enhance our knowledge on the same. This is an optical illusion which happens when the sun, when it rises, it appears as if two horns are rising. सन तो एक ही है, बट ये सनराइज का इंपैक्ट नहीं करता. अभी रिजल्ट नहीं आया है, उसके लिए मैं एक और चीज आपको बता दूं. The PDF of this solution will be available on the portal immediately after this discussion gets over. Okay, so please take into cognizance of this fact. PDFs will be made available soon after this entire discussion gets over. Got it? Chalo. So this is an optical illusion which happens when the following condition comes in synchronity. कौन सी condition बहुत important है. पहला है solar eclipse होना चाहिए. Solar eclipse should happen along with reflection by some water body, along with refraction, and along with sufficient shadowing. So when this happens, a rare event like this occurs. But the most important thing is, when does it occur? Lunar eclipse or solar eclipse? Solar eclipse is the correct answer. So आपको उसको याद रखना है, ठीक है? चलिए, the correct answer is eclipsed sunrise, where silhouette of the moon makes the rising sun looks like two separate horns. This is the correct answer. If you have not attempted this question, nothing to worry about. It is fine to leave questions like these as well. Next is about Ukraine and Ukrainian shield. There is one particular region in Ukraine which is an ancient geological formation and so rich in critical minerals. The entire world is going crazy about critical minerals. Can you tell me why? Because of the growing frenzy about the semiconductor industry, the Industrial Revolution 4.2, which demands us to get a lot of critical minerals, right? There's a particular region in the Ukraine, which is known as Ukrainian Shield, which has majority of the critical minerals, for example, lithium, in fact, radioactive minerals, example, uranium. So therefore, when the Ukraine and Russia war happened, right? So ये जो Donetsk और ये वाला Luhansk का जो region है, it was minerally rich, right? Critical minerals यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा थे. So अब जब रशिया ने इसको असर्व करना स्टार्ट कर दिया, so this will also lead to losses of resources from Ukraine. So that is the significance, that is the economic significance that Russia would be according for taking away these regions. Okay? Now, regarding Ukrainian shield, you have to figure out why is it important in global geopolitics. It has a large deposit of critical minerals identified as essential for energy security. So this is correct. This statement is correct. Okay? Next, it hosts substantial lithium deposits in two regions of Ukraine. I do not have to concern myself with the regions. I have to concern myself primarily with the fact that both of them are linked, because lithium is also a critical mineral. So if one is correct, second would be correct. It holds nearly all commercial uranium deposits in Ukraine. अगर यहाँ पे वर्ल्ड लिखा होता तो ये एक्सट्रीम स्टेटमेंट था, गलत हो जाता, बट यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है यूक्रेन. नियरली ऑल द इंपॉर्टेंट डिपॉजिट्स आर located in Ukrainian shield, which basically encompasses more than 75% of the entire Ukrainian region, right? So by that logic, this will also be correct. Therefore, all of them are correct. Ukraine, because it was ridden with conflict, so the conflicted regions were also in news. Crimea was in news, ठीक है? Donetsk region was in news. Luhansk was in news. So हमें ये सारे भी figure out करके रखना है, ठीक है? चलिए, next question. Very quickly, we'll try to solve this. Lunar day is 50 minutes longer than the solar day. Okay, this is a fact, but this is in fact a correct fact. The moon orbits the Earth in the same direction as that of the Earth, in which it rotates around its axis, which is from west to east. So this is also correct. Second statement पे तो कोई issue नहीं है. First statement आप समझो. Lunar day is 50 minutes longer. Why does it happen? 50 days longer क्यों है? Which means, what is one solar day? From one noon to another noon, how much time is taken by the Earth? So which is 24 hours. And by the way, this 24 hours is impacted by moon only. Let's say किसी दिन moon हटा दिया जाए, अर्थ से अगर मून हटा दिया जाए, व्हाट विल इट डू? इट विल स्पीड अप द अर्थ. जो अर्थ की स्पीड है वो लिमिटेड है बिकॉज ऑफ द ग्रेविटेशनल पुल ऑफ द मून. इफ वी रिमूव दैट, व्हाट विल हैपन? मे बी वील कंप्लीट वन एंटायर डे इन जस्ट 6 hours or 8 hours. So the tidal locking is done by moon. But anyway, one solar day is 24 hours, which means time to complete, finish one noon to another noon. Now, what is one lunar day? Lunar day matlab ki when the one and the subsequent moon rises occurs consequently. ठीक है? तो दो moon rise के बीच में जो time होता है, that is lunar day, which is not equivalent to a solar day. Solar day 24 hours. This is 24 hours and 50 minutes. तो 50 minutes का time क्यों लगता है? Look at the image very very carefully. ठीक है? Imagine you are standing over here. ठीक है? Imagine you are standing over here and in 24 hours you want to see this phase of the moon only. Okay, moonrise तभी होगा ना. तो अब आपने 24 hours लिए and आपने एक spin ले लिया. After 24 hours you will come at this region, but आपको moon यहाँ पे नहीं दिखेगा. Why? Because moon is itself orbiting around the earth. So उतनी रेट में 24 hours moon will move somewhere here. So to find out the moon at the same point, you have to move 50 minutes ahead. Therefore, a lunar day is 24 hours, 50 minutes. Got it? So, lunar day is 50 minutes longer than the solar day. Got it? Here, both the statements are correct. And this statement again explains statement number 1. Next question. About straits. Straits is a very important theme of UPSC exam. Many a times questions on strait have been asked. This PYQ reference I have put into frame. There are many other questions as well. So strait में हमें क्या पढ़ना होता है? Which are the two water bodies being connected by the strait, and what is the significance of the strait? Whether it is the largest, the longest, the narrowest, the busiest, that we have to note down, right? Now in this, we have to identify one of these straits serve as the only natural waterway connecting Black Sea to the Mediterranean Sea. Here we come and see this is the Black Sea, this is Mediterranean Sea, and this is Bosphorus Strait. This is Bosphorus Strait, right? So first one is Bosphorus. Another one is connecting Persian Gulf with Persian Gulf with an open ocean, which is basically your Indian Ocean. Okay? Serving as a key choke point for the global oil transportation. This is also one of the reasons why Maldives is strategically important to us, because it is very close to this point. So this region is of Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz. Then the narrowest among all of them and one of the busiest maritime route linking the Andaman Sea and the South China Sea. Everyone, I hope this is correct. You have made this one correct. This is Malacca Strait. Malacca Strait. Then one of these straits lies between Yemen and Djibouti, acting as gateway between Red Sea, Arabian Sea. Red Sea, Arabian Sea, Bab el-Mandeb. This was a fairly easy question. I do not expect anyone to go wrong on this, because अगर है so हमें अपना revision double down करना है. Very important theme for this year. Last year only they have asked question on Red Sea. ठीक है, लास्ट ईयर ही रेड सी पे क्वेश्चन पूछा हुआ था. रेड सी मिलिटेंसी रिडन है, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रिडन है, तो ये स्ट्रेट्स भी नेचुरली इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है. ठीक है, तो यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट क्वेश्चन ऑन एटलीस्ट बबल मंदेब, ठीक है, एंड बॉस्फोरस स्ट्रेट. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. ओके, this one is interesting, and I believe most of you would have got it wrong, because it is asking for the most water intensive crop. It is asking for which one of the following has the highest typical water requirement per kilogram. And no, this is not rice. It actually differs from basin to basin. For Indus basin different, Ganga basin different, for Tigris region different. ठीक है? So the correct answer is cotton. Correct answer. Overall, if you will see, cotton requires the most amount of water. एक बार ये क्वेश्चन पूछा था 2020 में, that which one of the following crops creates us the baggage of exporting water, that we are exporting our water. So the answer was rice, because we are one of the largest exporters of rice in the world. But when you talk about the water consumption limit, then that is for exceedingly high for cotton. Got it? Chalo. In the next question, we will read about temperature inversion. Generally, क्या होता है atmosphere पे, we go from warm to cold to colder to colder, right? Right? Sugarcane नहीं है. Statistically, it is cotton. It is not sugarcane. ठीक है? And of course, अगर आप ब्राजील साइड आओगे, sugarcane ज्यादा रहेगा. So basin to basin differ करता है. Global average निकालोगे, it is cotton. ठीक है, चलो टेम्परेचर इन्वर्जन हमने देखा है कि जनरली टेम्परेचर लैप्स रेट रहता है, तो उसकी वजह से जो टेम्परेचर है वार्म टू कूल टू कूलर टू कोल्डेस्ट इस तरीके से अपवर्ड मूव करता है, सी को अबव इन द एटमॉस्फेयर. बट व्हाट विल हैपन स्टूडेंट्स इफ द इन्वर्जन हैपेंस, इन्वर्जन मतलब वार्म एयर वांट्स टू राइज, ठीक है, बट उसके नीचे आ गया है कोल्ड एयर. जनरली दिस हैपेंस बिकॉज द सरफेस इज मोर कूलर, सरफेस इज टर्न वेरी कूलर, तो ग्राउंड बहुत कूल हो गया है. और ये जो कूल टेम्परेचर है ये इसका टेंडेंसी ऊपर राइज करने का नहीं होता है, इसका टेंडेंसी होता है नीचे जाने का, ठीक है, नीचे जाने का टेंडेंसी होता है. सो देयरफॉर इट विल ट्रैप, दिस वार्म एयर विल ट्रैप द कोल्ड एयर हियर एंड दिस विल लीड टू सस्पेंशन. लेट्स से यहाँ पे पोल्यूशन हो रहा है, इट विल लीड टू सस्पेंशन ऑफ द पार्टिकल्स. स्टबल बर्निंग का इशू की वजह से होता है, फोटोकेमिकल स्मॉग इसकी वजह से क्रिएट होता है, मिराजेस इसकी वजह से क्रिएट होते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ यू विल गो टुवर्ड्स अंटार्कटिका और आर्कटिक, you will find that because of the coldness of the surface temperature, if a ship is coming from a very far off island, it will appear to be elevated. That is a superior mirage that happens because of the high temperature at the ground level. So refraction hota hai, refraction ki wajah se, refraction could happen because of the bending of the light when the temperature changes, when the pressure changes, right, or the physical properties of the matter changes. Got it? So therefore certain events would happen because of temperature inversion. One would be smog, superior mirage, fog. Also fog तो typical है, NCERT में आपने पढ़ा है, fog is because of temperature inversion, but not hailstorm, not the snowfall, not the rain. Because इसके लिए क्या चाहिए? It has to have atmospheric instability. Something has to rise up and above, cool down, and then get showered back in the form of snow, hailstorm, rain, etc. तो टेम्परेचर इन्वर्जन तो हो ही नहीं पा, टेम्परेचर इन्वर्जन की वजह से दैट इंस्टेबिलिटी, दैट राइजिंग अप इज नॉट हैपनिंग ओनली. सो हेल स्टॉर्म शुड बी एलिमिनेटेड. करेक्ट आंसर इज 1, 3 and 4. ठीक है, आई होप यू हैव अंडरस्टूड दिस. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज अबाउट अ क्रॉप एंड अ सिमिलर क्वेश्चन वाज आस्क्ड लास्ट ईयर इटसेल्फ. अभी क्या हुआ रिसेंटली कि देयर वाज अ शॉर्टफॉल, 80% फॉल डाउन इन द वर्ल्ड प्रोडक्शन ऑफ अ पर्टिकुलर क्रॉप. ठीक है, जिसकी वजह से ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी, स्पेशली जो बेवरेज इंडस्ट्री है, दैट वाज गेटिंग इंपैक्टेड. अच्छा, आई ट्राई टू मेक इट बायलिंगुअल. तो जिसकी वजह से सूडान इंपैक्टेड है. इनफैक्ट सूडान में जो वॉर हो रहा है, जो क्राइसिस हो रहा है, उसकी वजह से ये पर्टिकुलर क्रॉप इंपैक्टेड है. इस क्रॉप के इंपैक्ट होने की वजह से जो बेवरेज इंडस्ट्री है, जैसे कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स वगैरह है, वो बहुत इंपैक्ट हो रही है. सो विच क्रॉप इज दिस, वी हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई. ठीक है, चलो पहले क्रॉप्स को देख लेते हैं. कोकोआ, कसावा, कॉफी या गम अरेबिक. नाउ द आंसर फॉर दिस इज फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल गम अरेबिक. मैं थोड़ा सा पहले इसको डिटेल में बता देती हूँ. देखिए न्यूज आई थी कि वाई सुडान वॉर कुड हिट योर फिजी ड्रिंक्स. फिजी ड्रिंक्स फॉर एग्जांपल पेप्सी, कोका कोला, इनमें दो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट्स होते हैं. वन इज द फ्लेवर, द लिक्विडी फ्लेवर, सेकंड इज द सोडा. अब समथिंग इज कंबाइनिंग बोथ ऑफ देम टुगेदर ना, अदरवाइज वो सेपरेट हो जाएंगे. तो कंबाइन करने के लिए गम चाहिए होता है. वो गम जो है वो वर्ल्ड का 80% प्रोडक्शन सिर्फ और सिर्फ सूडान में हो रहा है. एंड दैट इज वाई जब सूडान में क्राइसिस हो रहा है, प्रोडक्शन क्राइसिस हो रहा है, तो ऑब्वियसली यहाँ पे बेवरेज इंडस्ट्री हर्ट हो रही है. ये चीज न्यूज में थी. लास्ट ईयर कोकोआ पे क्वेश्चन आया था, बिकॉज अगेन कोकोआ इंडस्ट्री जो था वहां पे 57% शटडाउन था, और शटडाउन की वजह से कोकोआ इंडस्ट्री जो थी वो इफेक्ट हो गई थी, और यूपीएससी ने क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया था. ठीक है, सो देयरफॉर इस बारी ये न्यूज में रहा है. आपको याद रखना है कि मैक्सिमम 80% प्रोडक्शन सूडान में हो रहा है. इसका ये रीजन है जहां पे गम अरेबिक बनता है. ऐसा नहीं है कि इंडिया में प्रेजेंट नहीं है, बट मेजरली सहारन एरिया में प्रेजेंट होता है. ठीक है, अब बाकी की चीजों की भी बात कर लें, बिकॉज 2024 में एक्चुअली क्वेश्चन पूछा था, 2 लार्जेस्ट कोकोआ प्रोड्यूसर इन द वर्ल्ड. 2024 में था लार्जेस्ट कोकोआ प्रोड्यूसर्स इन द वर्ल्ड. आंसर क्या था? आइवरी कोस्ट एंड घाना. तो एक बारी इन सबको भी एनालाइज कर लेते हैं, कोकोआ, कसावा एंड कॉफी को. ठीक है, सो वेरी क्विकली मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. सो हियर हाईएस्ट कॉफी प्रोडक्शन हैपेंस इन ब्राजील, second in Vietnam. This would be an interesting fact for you, so note down Brazil, Vietnam. You can find it in the equatorial regions. In the equatorial and in the tropical regions coffee plantation happens. ठीक है, generally it requires acidic soil for plantation. Next is cocoa production. This was asked. Majority portion, more than 70% is grown in Africa itself. Ivory Coast में, Ghana में, Equatorial Guinea region में, इस region में कुछ लैटिन अमेरिका में भी होता है, थोड़ा बहुत वेस्टर्न घाट्स ऑफ इंडिया में भी हो जाता है, ठीक है, बट मेजरली यू विल फाइंड इट इन अफ्रीका, आइवरी कोस्ट, घाना एरिया में, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट इज कसावा। कसावा होता है जो हम साबूदाना खाते हैं, दैट इज कसावा। कसावा के रूट्स को चॉप करके बॉईल करके साबूदाना बनाया जाता है। तो कसावा सबसे ज्यादा है नाइजीरिया में, मैक्सिमम प्रोडक्शन इन नाइजीरिया, ठीक है। ये आपको कोकोआ जैसा ही दिखेगा, बट यहाँ पे फैक्ट अलग है। फैक्ट है जैसे कोकोआ जो है वो घाना एंड आइवरी डी कोस्ट में सबसे ज्यादा ग्रो करता है, ये नाइजीरिया, सब नाइजीरियन कॉन्गो बेसिन सबसे ज्यादा कसावा ग्रो करता है। गॉट इट? व्हाई? बिकॉज यहाँ पे रिवर्स है, प्रोमिनेंट रिवर्स है, ठीक है, और ये रिवर्स के पास जनरली उगता है। चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज अबाउट द क्लाइमेटोलॉजी। ये क्वेश्चन रिपीट हुआ है, यूपीएससी के पीवाईक्यू में भी आ चुका है। वी नीड टू हैव अ वेरी क्लियर अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ आइसोबार्स एंड आइसोथर्म्स। सो अगर आप सारे पॉइंट्स जिनका सेम प्रेशर है उसको कंबाइन कर दो, मिला दो, आइसोबार क्रिएट होगा। अगर सारे पॉइंट जिनमें टेम्परेचर सेम है उसके लिए आइसोथर्म क्रिएट होगा, ठीक है। तो चलो, isobars over the Indian subcontinent run parallel to the coast during summer season। समर सीजन, ये समर सीजन चल रहा है, प्रेशर देखिए जुलाई का हम देख रहे हैं, ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं। आइसोबार्स आपको दिखेंगे, ये बोल्ड लाइंस वाले, ये सब आइसोबार्स हैं जो डार्क लाइंस है, ठीक है। यहाँ पे सेम प्रेशर है। अब आपको पता है कि समर्स के टाइम पे क्या होता है, जो प्रेशर है वो धीमे धीमे आपका इंक्रीज कर रहा होता है, ठीक है। सो यू विल फाइंड आइसोबार्स कैसे हैं यहाँ पे, पैरेलल टू ईच अदर, ग्रेजुअल इंक्रीज हो रहा है, ग्रेजुअल इंक्रीज हो रहा है प्रेशर पे, ठीक है। सो यू विल फाइंड देम टू बी पैरेलल टू ईच अदर, क्योंकि बहुत कॉन्ट्रास्ट डिफरेंस नहीं होता, सेम सेम प्रोसेस में इंक्रीज करता जाता है, ठीक है। चलिए, अब आइसोथर्म, आइसोथर्म मतलब अभी हम टेम्परेचर वाला ग्राफ देखेंगे, हम लाइट वाली लाइंस देखेंगे, ये वाली लाइंस देखेंगे, ठीक है, ये वाली लाइंस। अब यही आइसोथर्म जो यहाँ पे आपको काफी कर्वी दिख रहा था इन द मंथ ऑफ समर्स, ये विंटर्स में जाके दे विल रन पैरेलल टू द ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर। ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर से पैरेलल हो जाता है, व्हाई? बिकॉज टेम्परेचर कॉन्ट्रास्ट स्टार्क हो जाता है। यहाँ पे टेम्परेचर कॉन्ट्रास्ट, हाउ आर दे पैरेलल टू द कोस्ट, देखिए ऐसे हैं, दे आर पैरेलल टू द कोस्ट। आप इसको ऐसे मत समझो कि ये ऐसे पैरेलल हैं, दिस इज नॉट द पैरेलल वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट, दे आर पैरेलल अक्रॉस द कोस्ट, they are parallel to each other across the coast, that is what the statement means, ठीक है। it has been picked verbatim from NCERT, so answer is both 1 and 2 and these are important facts, इनको आप नोट करके रख लो। ये सेम क्वेश्चन, सिमिलर क्वेश्चन एक्चुअली लास्ट ईयर पीवाईक्यू में भी रिपीट हुआ था। आइसोथर्म्स, आइसोबार्स डिप करते हैं तो उसका क्या मतलब है, मूव अप करते हैं तो उसका क्या मतलब होता है, ठीक है, कौन से एरियाज में दे आर पैरेलल टू द लैटिट्यूड। so these things will be important to you, so you should learn them. Next is about things that are impacting the rainfall in India। अभी अगर सिर्फ इम्पैक्ट पूछा होता तो ऑल ऑफ देम वुड हैव बीन करेक्ट, बट हम पर्टिकुलरली पूछ रहे हैं कि विच ऑफ देम आर इंटेंसिफाइंग विंटर रेनफॉल इन द नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया। नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया, ये जो हमारा विंटर मॉनसून है वो किसकी वजह से आता है, दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ द वेस्टर्न डिस्टर्बेंसेस which is basically driven by the southwesterly jet streams, right, by the jet streams. So anything which is intensifying these western disturbances or these westerly jet streams would be intensifying the monsoon of my India, correct? So let us observe कौन से phases करेंगे। ला नीना फेज में क्या होता है, एक तो दो फेजेस है, हमें पता है, एल नीनो, ला नीना, एंसो साइकिल के, ठीक है। So what happens in the La Nina phase here, the cooling down will happen, the cooling down will happen. In the El Nino phase, the warming will happen. और मैं कहाँ की बात कर रही हूँ, मैं पैसिफिक रीजन की बात कर रही हूँ जहाँ पे ये डेवलप हो रहा है, ठीक है। एल नीनो में क्या होता है, वहां पे वार्मिंग होती है। अगर ट्रॉपिकल रीजन में ज्यादा वार्मिंग है, पोलर रीजन में ऑब्वियसली कूलिंग है, तो टेम्परेचर कॉन्ट्रास्ट इंक्रीज हो जाएगा। टेम्परेचर कॉन्ट्रास्ट इंक्रीज होगा, इसका मतलब क्या होता है, वेस्टर्न डिस्टर्बेंसेस स्ट्रॉन्ग हो जाएंगे। सो El Nino will actually help, they will increase the western disturbances, so they will help the rainfall. But La Nina will not help the winter rainfall, but the summer rainfall, summer monsoon, that is actually helped, that is aided by La Nina, but not the winter one, ठीक है। You got the logic? Next is the positive phase of Pacific डेकेडल ऑसिलेशन। जैसे एनसो होता है ना, जैसे एनसो होता है तो वो हर 3 से 7 साल की सर्कुलेशन में होता है, बट इन द केस ऑफ पैसिफिक डेकेडल ऑसिलेशन व्हाट हैपेंस, ये वाला जो रीजन है यहाँ पे कोल्ड हो जाता है और यहाँ पे दिस रीजन गेट्स वार्म, ठीक है. So as a result of this, if it is a positive decadal oscillation, the westerlies will get strong and therefore they will lead to more stronger rainfall, and this positive phase will definitely be helping the northwest Indian monsoon. Positive phase of north Atlantic oscillation ये होता है between two regions, ये Icelandic low and Azores high, इनके बीच में जितना तेज टेम्परेचर कॉन्ट्रास्ट होता है उतना ज्यादा ये स्ट्रॉन्ग होता है. तो ये पॉजिटिव फेज में टेम्परेचर कॉन्ट्रास्ट बहुत हाई होता है, ये काफी स्ट्रांगली फ्लो कर रहे होते हैं. अगेन व्हाट हैपेंस, दे एक्सेलरेट द मॉनसून टुवर्ड्स द इंडिया इन द विंटर्स टाइम. सो फोर्थ इज आल्सो करेक्ट. सो ओनली 3 इज द करेक्ट वन. फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट ला नीना गलत है. ठीक है, लॉजिक आपको समझ में अब आ गया होगा. सेम क्वेश्चन रिपीट हुआ था, ये सारे यूपीएससी के पीवाईक्यू से डिराइव्ड क्वेश्चंस है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन एंड द लास्ट वन फॉर ज्योग्राफी इज अबाउट द सॉइल ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन. What is soil organic carbon? After the decomposition of the organic waste or the organic matter in the soil, the carbon that is left, which influences the fertility of the soil, which means जितनी सॉक की वैल्यू है soil organic carbon की, उतना ज्यादा वहां पे fertility होगी soil में. ठीक है, अगर मुझे इतना भी बेसिक पता है, I'll be able to solve this question. Let's see how. It is the amount of carbon retained in the soil after decomposition of the organic matter. And anyway, students, whenever you see that there is a definition given in one of the statements, mostly it would be correct. Definition if it is given. Okay, so first statement is correct. Next, red soil stores much more salt than the black soil. You tell me which one is more fertile? Red soil ज्यादा fertile है कि black ज्यादा fertile है? Black ज्यादा fertile है because salt value black में ज्यादा है. वो black ही है because उसमें salt की value ज्यादा है, organic content ज्यादा है. That's why it is black in color. So this is incorrect. Second is incorrect. थर्ड देख लेते हैं, इंडियन सॉइल जनरली हैव लोअर सॉक कंटेंट. इंडिया में इतने सारे टाइप के सॉइल हैं, व्हाट डू यू मीन जनरली लो है? ठीक है, अभी जरूर डिग्रेडेशन हो रहा है, 1% डिक्लाइन हुआ है बिकॉज ऑफ द एंथ्रोपोजेनिक एक्टिविटीज, लैंड डिग्रेडेशन, सॉइल इरोजन, ओवर यूज ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर्स, बट डेफिनेटली जनरली थोड़ी लोअर होगा हमारे यहाँ पे. ये तो बहुत ही वेक स्टेटमेंट हो गया है ना. जनरली अगर हम रेड सॉइल बोले, लैटेराइट सॉइल बोले, देन फिर भी समझ में आता है, बट वी हैव ब्लैक सॉइल, वी हैव तराई सॉइल, एल्यूवियल सॉइल, उनका सॉक कंटेंट बहुत ज्यादा है. सो थर्ड स्टेटमेंट वुड बी इनकरेक्ट. करेक्ट आंसर इज 1 only. And on this note, our geography discussion is over. Now I will bring you towards the environment discussion. Environment. The next topic, students, is of environment. So the first question is about ecological succession. Ecological succession means how one species or a community changes its form, its number, its diversity, its richness over and over as it moves across the succession. So it can be broadly divided into primary succession, secondary succession, but I hope you've understood the basic meanings. जो first chapter होता है एनवायरमेंट का, उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें होती है, जैसे इकोलॉजिकल नीश क्या होता है, बीटा डाइवर्सिटी, गामा डाइवर्सिटी, अल्फा डाइवर्सिटी, इकोलॉजिकल सक्सेशन, ये सारी जो टर्म्स है ये हमें अच्छे से याद करके रखनी होती है. अब हम इस स्टेटमेंट को सॉल्व करते हैं. सो इट इज टेलिंग मी that species richness generally increases during the process of succession. See, succession मतलब कि एक barren rock थी, ठीक है, वहां पे because of atmospheric pressures, internal pressures, कुछ lichens, mosses grow करना स्टार्ट हुए, grasses grow करना स्टार्ट हुआ. फिर धीमे धीमे वहां पे फिशेस आए, धीमे धीमे वहां पे हर्बीवोर्स आए, धीमे धीमे वहां पे कार्निवोर्स आए, धीमे धीमे वहां पे ओमनीवोर्स आए, बड़ी स्पीशीज ग्रो करना स्टार्ट हो गई, ज्यादा पॉलिनेशन होने लग गया. सो हमें दिख रहा है कि स्पीशी रिचनेस इज ऑलवेज इंक्रीजिंग. ठीक है, next statement, the rate at which succession proceeds remains constant. This is nature. Nature doesn't follow the law of constancy. ऐसा नहीं होता कि कोई भी चीज proportionality में grow कर रही होती है. ठीक है, succession में rate change हो सकता है. यहाँ पे 2% का चेंज होगा, 2% का चेंज होगा, फिर 5% का होगा, 5, यहाँ पे 60% का चेंज हो जाएगा. So change is never constant. Nature में कुछ भी ऐसा constant नहीं होता है. Second statement is obviously incorrect. First is correct. Species diversity generally increases during early stages of succession. अब आपको ये डाउट आएगा कि मैम कभी कभी रिड्यूस भी हो सकती है. 100%. कुछ ऐसे इवेंट्स भी आते हैं, जैसे फॉरेस्ट फायर लग गया, तो हो सकता है कि स्पीशी डाइवर्सिटी पूरी खत्म हो जाए, या फिर कम हो जाए, या फिर स्पीशी रिचनेस कम हो जाए. सो ये इसीलिए स्टेटमेंट में यूज किया गया है वर्ड जनरली, कि जनरली तो दे इंक्रीज. व्हाट इज स्पीशी डाइवर्सिटी एंड हाउ इज इट डिफरेंट फ्रॉम स्पीशी रिचनेस? इस कंसेप्ट के लिए बहुत ध्यान से देखिए, दो डायग्राम्स में बना रही हूँ. लेट्स से ये एक फॉरेस्ट है और ये दूसरा फॉरेस्ट है. यहाँ पे स्पीशी है, ये एक डॉग है, ये कैट है, ठीक है, ये आपका एक बर्ड है. तो यहाँ की स्पीशी रिचनेस मतलब नंबर ऑफ डिफरेंट स्पीशीज, कितने डिफरेंट स्पीशीज हैं उनका काउंट। तो यहाँ पे काउंट क्या हो गया 3, ठीक है। इसकी स्पीशी रिचनेस है 3। लेट्स से दूसरा फॉरेस्ट है, वहां पे ये 3 स्पीशी तो है ही, लेकिन वहां पे मेजॉरिटी स्पीशी ये सर्कल वाली है। लेट्स से कैट्स की मेजॉरिटी स्पीशी है, तो यहाँ पे जो स्पीशी डाइवर्सिटी है वो कम हो जाएगी। स्पीशी रिचनेस वुड बी देयर बट स्पीशी डाइवर्सिटी कम हो जाएगी। स्पीशी डाइवर्सिटी होती है रिचनेस मल्टीप्लाइड बाय इवननेस, कि सारी चीजें इवन होनी चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ कैमल्स ही कैमल्स हो गए। ऑस्ट्रेलिया में ऐसा हो चुका है, इसीलिए उनकी किलिंग हुई थी। सो कलिंग ऑफ एनिमल्स हैपेंड, कलिंग ऑफ कैमल्स एक्चुअली हैपेंड इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया। सो यहाँ पे क्या होता है, इफ इवननेस इज नॉट देयर देन डाइवर्सिटी वुड बी इम्पैक्टेड। तो डाइवर्सिटी मतलब क्या होता है कि देयर शुड बी डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ स्पीशीज बट इन इवन नंबर्स, दैट एनहांसेस द डाइवर्सिटी। अगर कोई एक स्पीशी बहुत ज्यादा नंबर में, तो उससे क्या होता है, इवननेस कम हो जाती है, डाइवर्सिटी कम हो जाती है, ठीक है। बट एनीवे ये कह रहे हैं कि जो डाइवर्सिटी है वो भी जनरली इंक्रीज कर रही है। स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट, व्हाट इज रॉन्ग इन दिस स्टेटमेंट? तो हमने यहाँ पे कंसेप्ट पढ़ लिया, हमने यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन सॉल्व कर लिया, और हमने सीखा कि नेचर से रिलेटेड कोई भी चीज कांस्टेंट नहीं होती है, ठीक है। चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। ये अक्रॉस मैंने आपको सारी पीवाईक्यूज बताए हुए हैं, कौन कौन से पीवाईक्यू आए हैं, उन्हीं लाइन में पेपर आए। तो इफ यू हैव टेकन दीज मॉक टेस्ट, एक्चुअली यू हैव वेरी वेल सिमुलेटेड योरसेल्फ फॉर द अपकमिंग पेपर ऑफ यूपीएससी। ओके, चलिए अब बायोसॉलिड्स पढ़ते हैं। बायोसॉलिड क्या होता है? सबसे पहली बात, बायोसॉलिड क्या होता है? दिस इज द मटेरियल, द सॉलिड मटेरियल आउट ऑफ द वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स। जो सीवेज का वाटर होता है उसका जब ट्रीटमेंट होता है, जो सॉलिड बचता है उसको कहते हैं वाटर ट्रीटमेंट। वेस्ट वाटर ट्रीटमेंट के बाद जो मटेरियल बचता है दैट इज नोन एज बायोसॉलिड, ठीक है। अब इट कैन बी यूज्ड फॉर विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग? अ सिमिलर क्वेश्चन वाज आस्क्ड। अगर मैंने पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस करके रखा है तो ऐसे क्वेश्चंस मैं बहुत इजीली सॉल्व कर लूंगी। क्यों? पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस में जब भी ऐसे क्वेश्चन पूछे गए कि अब मटेरियल स्टील स्लैग, स्टील स्लैग क्या होता है? वेस्ट ऑफ स्टील। कल को रेड मड आ सकता है, रेड मड इज द वेस्ट ऑफ बॉक्साइट, ठीक है। तो एल्यूमिनियम इंडस्ट्री का वेस्ट आ गया, स्टील इंडस्ट्री का वेस्ट आ गया। दे कैन बी यूज्ड फॉर व्हाट? फॉर डूइंग ऑल दीज थिंग्स, पॉजिटिव थिंग्स है। इससे कार्बन, हमारा कार्बन फुटप्रिंट कम होता है, इन्वायरमेंटल पोल्यूशन कम होता है। सो इन सब के लिए वो यूज कर सकते हैं। पोटेंशियल एप्लीकेशन है यार, अच्छी चीज है, कोई चीज कार्बन फुटप्रिंट बचा रही है। सिमिलरली अगर आपने ये क्वेश्चन सही करके रखा हुआ है, आपका ये भी सही जाएगा। अगर आपने ये पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस करके रखा है, आपका ये भी सही जाएगा। सो पावर जनरेशन कर सकता है, एनहांसिंग सॉइल फर्टिलिटी, रोड बेस, कंपोस्टिंग, अरे प्लास्टिक भी ये सब कर सकता है एक तरीके से, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत एडवांस हो गई। नहीं भी हुई हो, क्या पता कहीं कोई R&D, कोई रिसर्च चल रहा हो। सो आप कैसे निगेट कर सकते हो किसी एक चीज को? कि आप जाके बोलोगे कि नहीं नहीं रोड कभी नहीं बन सकती इस चीज से? कुछ भी हो सकता है, कंपोस्टिंग हो सकती है। सो आंसर इज 1, 2, 3 एंड 4। ऐसे क्वेश्चन गलत सिर्फ तब होते हैं जब हम ओवर थिंकिंग करते हैं, पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस नहीं करते हैं, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, दिस इज अबाउट which of the following vegetation is most likely to be found in the abundance? vegetation related question एक और बारी आया था, ये ईयर गलत दिया हुआ है, 2019 में ये आया हुआ था। यहाँ पे था कि कौन सा नेशनल पार्क कंप्लीटली टेम्परेट अल्पाइन जोन में है। तो उसके लिए सबसे पहले तो मुझे बायोम्स पता होने चाहिए, ठीक है। हमें सबसे पहले यही पता होना चाहिए, ठीक है। अब आपको ये तो पता है ना कि अल्पाइन कौन सा रीजन है, ठीक है। फिर उसके बाद मॉइस्ट कौन सा रीजन है, फिर थॉर्नी रीजन कौन सा है, डेसिडस रीजन कौन सा है, डेसिडस की ट्रीज भी पूछे हुए हैं लास्ट ईयर। सो ये सारी स्पीशीज, ये सारे बायोम्स के स्पीशीज कौन से हैं, इनका फौना कौन सा है, फ्लोरा कौन सा है, अडेप्टेशन स्ट्रेटजीज कौन सी है, अगर ये पता होता तो आप ये क्वेश्चन कर लेते। सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल ये जो पीवाईक्यू था, इसका आंसर क्या था? आंसर क्या था? वैली ऑफ फ्लावर नेशनल पार्क, ठीक है। क्योंकि बाकी सारी जगह जो है वो अल्पाइन जोन में ही नहीं है, रेंज में ही नहीं है। अल्पाइन रेंज यानी कि वहां पे स्नोफॉल होनी चाहिए, ठीक है। हाँ, म्यूजिक जो पीडीएफ है इस टेस्ट का, राइट आफ्टर द कंप्लीशन ऑफ दिस डिस्कशन आपको पीडीएफ पोर्टल पे अपलोडेड मिल जाएगा। सो यू कैन एक्सेस इट वाया दैट, ओके। चलो अब यहाँ पे आंसर क्या है? लार्जेस्ट नेशनल पार्क पहले तो मुझे पता होना चाहिए। कौन सा लार्जेस्ट नेशनल पार्क कौन सा है हमारा? Which is the largest national park, students? Hemis National Park. And so I will take a cue from this question and I will also learn which is the largest canyon of India, smallest tiger reserve, largest tiger reserve. ये question पूछा हुआ है, नागार्जुन श्री सैलम, right? Smallest tiger reserve, smallest protected area, smallest national park, कोई बता सकता है which is the smallest national park of India? The South Button National Park of Andaman and Nicobar. So these question could potentially come. तो आपको पहले ये तो पता होना चाहिए, यही नहीं पता तो आंसर होगा ही नहीं सॉल्व। Hemis National Park is in Ladakh. लद्दाख इज एन एल्पाइन स्टेपी फॉरेस्ट, सो ये बायोम का आंसर करेक्ट है। दूसरी चीज आप देखो, सेवन ग्रास कहाँ होती है? ये राजस्थान में होती है। मिस्टेरिका स्वैम्प कहाँ पे होता है? मणिपुर में, सॉरी वेस्टर्न घाट्स में। फुमडीज कहाँ पे होती है? मणिपुर में। सो एलिमिनेशन से भी आंसर निकल जाता हमारा, ठीक है। सो करेक्ट आंसर इज सी। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, वी आर ऑल्सो लर्निंग हाउ टू सॉल्व द क्वेश्चंस, कैसे पैटर्न आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं, पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस से कैसे क्यू ले सकते हैं, क्वेश्चन नहीं भी आता हो तो कैसे सॉल्व कर सकते हैं उसे, ठीक है। वी आर लर्निंग ऑल ऑफ दिस। सो next question, let's move to the next question. Which of the following fertilizer of India is totally dependent on import? Fertilizer again very important topic from agriculture, ठीक है। तो चलो fertilizers में देखें तो सबसे ज्यादा fertilizer जो इंडिया यूज करता है, the largest ever that is used by India is in percentage is urea, the second is diammonium phosphate DAP, and the third one is MOP, ठीक है, which is muriate of potash। अब actually interestingly हमारा जो इम्पोर्ट डिपेंडेंस है वो इतना ज्यादा इसलिए है बिकॉज जो आपका यूरिया एंड डैप है, डैप तो चलो फिर भी हमारे पास रहता है काफी, लेकिन जो यूरिया है हम एटलीस्ट उसका 35 to 50% हम कभी कभी इंपोर्ट कर लेते हैं। इन द केस ऑफ म्यूरेट ऑफ पोटैश वी आर कंप्लीटली इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंट, 100% हम इंपोर्ट कर लेते हैं, ठीक है। सो करेक्ट आंसर इज दिस, बट दिस वाज अ फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन, यू शुड हैव नोन दिस वन। ये एक्चुअली काफी बार न्यूज में था। हम जब इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंस की बात करते हैं, हम देखिए इसकी ग्रोथ रेट नेगेटिव में है क्योंकि हम ज्यादा इंपोर्ट उसे करना नहीं चाह रहे हैं, बट इट इज अ वेरी गुड सोर्स ऑफ पोटेशियम, वेरी गुड सोर्स ऑफ पोटैश, ठीक है। ये हो गया। अब नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आते हैं। अब ये काफी इजी क्वेश्चन था, आई डोंट एक्सपेक्ट एनीवन ऑफ यू टू गो रॉन्ग ऑन दिस। अगर हुआ तो देखो थोड़ा सा, कुछ पोल्यूशन हो रहा है, उसका कंट्रोल मेजर हमें मैच करना है। रेडियो एक्टिविटी हुई, कहीं कंटामिनेशन हो गया सॉइल में, इमेजिन करो वहां चेरनोबिल डिजास्टर हुआ था, तो वहां पे क्या किया था किसी ने, अगर वो मूवी भी देखी हुई है, सनफ्लावर्स रेज करे थे, सनफ्लावर कल्टिवेशन हुआ था वहां पे बहुत ज्यादा। वाई? बिकॉज सनफ्लावर जो होता है वो हैवी मेटल्स जैसे कि ये रेडियो एक्टिव मेटल्स इसको अब्सॉर्ब कर लेता है। सो फर्स्ट इज अ करेक्ट मैच, ठीक है। बट एनीवे यार, एनीवे आप मेरे को बताओ, क्या आप रेडियो एक्टिव कंटेमिनेशन को प्लास्टिक बूम से सेट कर सकते हो? नहीं कर सकते। चलो आपको इनमें कंफ्यूजन होगी, बट आप इससे कर सकते हो कि ए एंड वन का कोई डी और वन का कोई मैच है, नहीं है, तो ये एलिमिनेट हो गया। नेक्स्ट, अब एलिवेटेड लेवल्स ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, मतलब मुझे कार्बन सीक्वेस्ट्रेशन कराना है, तो कार्बन सीक्वेस्ट्रेशन के लिए क्या मैं प्लास्टिक को यूज करूंगी? चलो आपको कंफ्यूजन होगी फ्लावर्स और लाइकेंस में, बट क्या मैं प्लास्टिक यूज करूंगी? तो अगेन डी और टू का भी कोई मैच नहीं होगा, ठीक है, डी और टू का मैच नहीं होगा, तो ये भी एलिमिनेट हो गया। अब मुझे देखना है ए एंड सी के बीच में, ठीक है। सो हियर एक्यूमुलेशन ऑफ पॉलीस्टाइरीन, तो ऑलरेडी पॉलीस्टाइरीन कोई प्लास्टिक की चीज है, उसी का एक्यूमुलेशन हो रहा है, तो क्या मैं उसको प्लास्टिक से बीट करूंगी? प्लास्टिक के अंदर प्लास्टिक डाल दूंगी क्या? नहीं कर सकते, राइट। सो जो थ्री है, थ्री विल नॉट बी अ मैच फॉर डी, तो ये भी एलिमिनेट हो गया। तो एलिमिनेशन से ही आंसर आ गया, ठीक है। इसलिए ये क्वेश्चन हमें गलत नहीं करना था, वन ऑफ दोस क्वेश्चन व्हिच कुड बी डिटरमिनिंग द कट ऑफ। नेक्स्ट, which of the following is typically not a component of photochemical smoke? बहुत इजी है। फोटोकेमिकल स्मोक क्रिएट करने के लिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है ऑक्सीडेशन रिएक्शन, ऑक्सीडेशन होना चाहिए। बिकॉज जैसे ओजोन है, तो ओजोन ने क्या निकाला? O2 निकाला, एक रेडिकल ऑक्सीजन निकाल दिया, क्योंकि सनलाइट है बहुत ज्यादा, ठीक है, सनलाइट आ रही है। अब यहाँ पे उसको मिल गए कोई पोल्यूटेंट मिल गए, जैसे नाइट्रस ऑक्साइड मिल गया, ठीक है, या फिर उसको नाइट्रोजन डाइऑक्साइड, नाइट्रस ऑक्साइड, ठीक है, NO सबसे इजीली रिएक्ट करता है, ठीक है, या फिर उसको मान लो कोई हाइड्रोकार्बन मिल गया। तो जब ये रेडिकल ऑक्सीजन हाइड्रोकार्बन से रिएक्ट करेगा तो ये सब चेन रिएक्शन बनाएंगे, वो एक एसिटेट कंपाउंड बना देगा, कोई नाइट्रेट कंपाउंड बना देगा, फिर वो फर्दर जाके दूसरे को ऑक्सीडाइज करेंगे, तो एक एंडलेसली चेन बनती है ऑफ केमिकल स्मॉग। दिस इज इरिटेंट टू आईज, लंग्स में पेनिट्रेट कर सकता है। अच्छा, एक क्वेश्चन आया था, जो PM 2.5 है, PM10, इनमें से कौन सा लंग बैरियर या सेल बैरियर को पेनिट्रेट कर सकता है? गिव मी योर आंसर्स, बताइए। 2022 का एक क्वेश्चन है। तो ये सारी जो चीजें हैं, ये जो ऑक्सीडेशन फैसिलिटेट करता है वही फोटोकेमिकल स्मॉग बना सकता है। तो ओजोन करता है, नाइट्रेट करता है, नाइट्रोजन डाइऑक्साइड करता है, ये उसके बाय प्रोडक्ट्स पे होते हैं। सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड नहीं करता, ये क्या करता है? ये एसिड बनता है। सो इट्स अ कल्प्रिट ऑफ एसिड रेन, ठीक है। सेम क्वेश्चन रिपीट हुआ था यूपीएससी के PYQ में। फोटोकेमिकल स्मॉग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है। तनिषा वर्मा, बिल्कुल आपने सही आंसर दिया, इट्स PM 2.5 व्हिच कैन पेनिट्रेट इनसाइड द सेल बैरियर, ठीक है। इसीलिए वो सबसे ज्यादा डेट्रीमेंटल होता है, और यही रीजन है कि जब हम टोटल AQI मेजर करते हैं, तो वो AQI में एक्चुअली सबसे ज्यादा परसेंटेज जो रहता है, जो वो AQI है, वो एक्चुअली PM2.5 का अमाउंट होता है जो एटमॉस्फेयर में प्रेजेंट है। ठीक है, चलो अब लेगेसी वेस्ट। लेगेसी वेस्ट मतलब बहुत ओल्ड वेस्ट, कंटामिनेटेड वेस्ट, ठीक है, बहुत पुराने पुराने वेस्ट का अगर हम पायरोलिसिस कर दें, पायरोलिसिस मतलब कि उनको वी आर बर्निंग देम इन द प्रेजेंस ऑफ ऑक्सीजन, सो इफ वी डू पायरोलिसिस तो इसका क्या रिएक्शन होगा, इनमें से कौन से बाय प्रोडक्ट बनेंगे? बहुत इजी क्वेश्चन है। देखो, कोल कैसे बनता है, चारकोल कैसा बनता है? when lot of temperature and pressure is applied to it, similar thing we are also doing। तो ऑयल भी वैसे बनता है, चारकोल भी वैसे बनता है, तो ये दोनों बन सकते हैं। सिनगैस बन सकती है, सिनगैस होता है कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड प्लस H2O, ठीक है, ये भी एक बाय प्रोडक्ट है, ये भी हो सकता है। अगर इनकम्प्लीट कंबस्शन हुआ, इनकम्प्लीट कंबस्शन हुआ तो सिनगैस भी बन सकती है। बट सेल्यूलोज कैसे बनेगा? सेल्यूलोज इज व्हाट प्लांट्स आर मेड अप ऑफ। प्लांट्स के अंदर जो fabric है which is creating them, that is cellulose, will it be able to grow plants? Will it be able to create cellulose? No, it will burn the cellulose na. So fourth will be eliminated, only 3 is the correct answer. Got it? Now the next one, we are running short of time so we have to move little quickly। अब ब्लू कैटेगरी पूछा हुआ है इंडस्ट्रीज का, ठीक है, सो हमें ये बताना है कि सीपीसीबी ने, सीपीसीबी पे काफी बारी क्वेश्चन आ चुका है, कौन से एक्ट से आया है, सारी चीजें, सो टेक नोट्स ऑफ इट। अब आप ये देख लो कि ब्लू कैटेगरी का मतलब क्या है। देखो ये कितना इजी क्वेश्चन था, इसमें बोल रहे हैं ये वो इंडस्ट्रीज होंगी which will include only those projects that will have a net zero carbon footprint। 2070 का हमारा टारगेट है, टेक्नोलॉजी है नहीं, फंडिंग हो नहीं रही है, इंडिया के अलग एजेंडाज हैं। अब ब्लू कोई हार्डली कोई बना होगा, ठीक है, जीरो कार्बन फुटप्रिंट हार्डली कोई बना होगा, तो ये तो एक्सट्रीम स्टेटमेंट हो गया, कट डाउन करो इसको, 1 एलिमिनेट कर दो, 2 चेक करो। इंडस्ट्रीज इंक्लूडेड अंडर इट विल बी एग्जेम्प्टेड फ्रॉम प्रिस्क्राइबिंग एनवायरमेंटल नॉर्म्स। उल्टी गंगा बहा रहे हैं कि मतलब आप इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हो कि अब आपके ऊपर एनवायरमेंटल नॉर्म्स अप्लाई ही नहीं होंगे, मतलब 5 साल बाद जाके फिर से कचरा कर सकते हो। ऐसा हो सकता है गवर्नमेंट की कभी पॉलिसी ऐसी बनती है? नहीं, ठीक है, सेकंड भी एलिमिनेट हो गया, करेक्ट आंसर वुड बी 3 ओनली। कि ऐसी इंडस्ट्रीज जहां पे सीवेज मैनेजमेंट का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रोबस्ट है, उनको हम ब्लू कैटेगरी देते हैं, ठीक है। चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। अब ये क्वेश्चन हो सकता है आपका गलत गया हो क्योंकि ये डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन था, फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन था, गलत चला भी जाए तो चले जाने दो, सारे क्वेश्चन हम सही नहीं कर सकते, सारे अटेम्प्ट नहीं कर सकते, बट हम सीख सारे क्वेश्चन सकते हैं, सो वी विल अंडरस्टैंड। सो बायोलॉजिकल सिमेट्री मतलब कि लेट्स से यू डिवाइड me into 2 parts, you will get my equal parts on both the sides, right? So I have, but only if you divide me through one axis top to bottom, right? Then only I will be divided into 2 parts. Similarly for dogs, similarly for butterflies, so we all follow bilateral symmetry, but let's say something can be divided into 2 equal axes। एक तो इस एक्सिस में डिवाइड कर दो तो भी हाफ हो जाए, ऐसी एक्सिस में कर दो तो भी हाफ में हो जाए, देन दैट इज नोन एज बाई रेडियल एक्सिस, और ये होता है कोम जेलीज, ठीक है। सो ये दोनों तो करेक्टली मैच्ड है। अब रेडियल सिमेट्री क्या होता है? रेडियल सिमेट्री मतलब अगर आप उनको मल्टीपल प्लेन्स, मतलब उनको हम मल्टीपल तरीके से, मोर देन 2 वेज में हम उनको डिवाइड कर सकते हैं, मोर देन 2 एक्सिस में हम उनको डिवाइड कर सकते हैं, बट इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि इनन्यूमरस एक्सिस है, कुछ ही एक्सेस है, जैसे स्टारफिश है, आप सारे एक्सेस में इसको इक्वली डिवाइड नहीं कर सकते, बट अगर आप इसको 5 एक्सेस में कट करो तो यू विल गेट इक्वल पार्ट्स। दिस इज नोन एज रेडियल सिमेट्री। व्हाट इज स्फेरिकल सिमेट्री? कि आप किसी भी एक्सेस से डिवाइड कर दो, किसी भी एंगल से डिवाइड कर दो, यू विल गेट द इक्वल थिंग। एंड जनरली कहां पॉसिबल होता है? माइक्रोस्कोपिक एलिमेंट्स में, हायर फॉर्म्स में इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल, मल्टी सेल्यूलर में पॉसिबल नहीं होता, ये यूनिसेल्यूलर ऑर्गेनिजम्स, माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिजम्स में पॉसिबल होता है, ठीक है। इसीलिए स्फेरिकल वाला गलत है, ऑक्टोपस गलत है। स्फेरिकल मतलब नेक्स्ट लेवल सिमेट्री चल रही है, किसी भी एरिया से काटो इक्वल डिवीजन होगा। सो थर्ड को आपको एलिमिनेट करना है, ठीक है। आंसर इज 1, 2 and 4। Next question is about lion-tail macaw and Nilgiri langurs. Both of them are endemic species from Western Ghat, right? अब इनमें बोला है कि sympatric group है। Sympatric मतलब they are present in the same place at the same time. Are you getting it? They are there at the same place at the same time at the same niche. ये सेम जगह पे, फॉर एग्जाम्पल वेस्टर्न घाट में भी लेट्स से दे आर सिचुएटेड इन नीलगिरी हिल्स, तो नीलगिरी हिल्स के एक ही पेड़ में एक ही टाइम पे ये कोहैबिटेट करेंगे, एक साथ रह सकते हैं, ठीक है, बट इनको एक प्रॉपर्टी हेल्प करती है साथ में रहने में, विच इज नोन एज नीश डिफरेंशिएशन। सो फॉर एग्जांपल देयर आर शोला फॉरेस्ट, लंबे लंबे ट्रीज हैं, ठीक है। सो अब इसी ट्री में आप देख रहे हो कि हाउ दे आर आल्सो वेरी सिमिलर लुकिंग, therefore they are sympatric groups। This is langur एंड दिस इज मका, लायन टेल मका, ठीक है, बोथ ऑफ देम आर थ्रेटन, बोथ ऑफ देम आर एंडेंजर्ड, ठीक है। नहीं, octopus has radial symmetry, yes, octopus has radial symmetry like starfish, yes, बट स्फेरिकल सिमेट्री नहीं है उसकी, ठीक है। चलिए, तो अब हम यहाँ पे देखते हैं कि व्हाट इज helping them, that they have developed different feeding habits, occupy different height of the species while living in the same place at the same time, क्योंकि उनका जो environment की तरफ रोल है वो चेंज कर दिया गया। so nature have created them in such a manner, you exist, you sit in the same place but you do different work, you do different work। so in the same, let's say शोला फॉरेस्ट की ट्री में जो नीचे का एरिया है that will be occupied by the macaws, ठीक है, एंड जो ऊपर का एरिया है, लीफ ईटिंग जो ज्यादा होते हैं, फ्रूट ईटिंग मकाज होते हैं, लीफ ईटिंग ऊपर ट्रीज के ऊपर रहने वाले ये लंगूर होते हैं, रहते सेम जगह पे हैं, दिखते भी सेम है, लेकिन दे फॉलो डिफरेंट नीशेस, देयरफॉर दिस इज नोन एज नीश पार्टीशनिंग, this is known as niche partitioning। what do you mean by ecological niche? Niche is the role that is played by an animal towards the environment or towards the nature। what is your role? My role is to teach, your role is to acquire knowledge, at least till prelims। so your niche is different, you are also important, I am also important, so that is a different niche and we are standing at the same time, almost at the same platform, right? so एक तरीके से we are sympatric groups but we are doing different roles, got it? so इसको कहते हैं niche partitioning। next, what is black mass? तो ये वही हमारा पहले जैसा क्वेश्चन हो गया। ब्लैक मास, अब किसी भी रिसाइकल बैटरीज वगैरह को आप तोड़ो, बहुत सारा ब्लैक मास आते हैं, तो उसमें क्या कॉम्पोजिशन हो सकता है? सारे कॉम्पोजिशन हो सकते हैं। और ये न्यूज में क्यों है? सारे के सारे एक कॉमन चीज के अंदर आते हैं, विच इज द कैटेगरी ऑफ क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स। तो जब एक सही होगा तो आप बाकियों को कैसे हटाओगे? ग्रेफाइट तो वैसे भी होता ही है, विजिबल ही होता है, तो फिर बाकी सारे भी होंगे, ठीक है। सो ऑल ऑफ देम आर करेक्ट। नेक्स्ट वन, टाइप ऑफ हैबिटेट। अब यहाँ पे पूछा हुआ है कौन सा हैबिटेट है जिसमें एवरग्रीन भी है, मॉइस्ट डेसिडस भी है, ड्राई डेसिडस भी है, शोला वुड्स भी है। तो शोला वुड्स से मतलब दिस इज रेफरिंग टू वेस्टर्न घाट्स, ये वाला रीजन हम रेफर कर रहे हैं। अब देखो यहाँ पे ट्रॉपिकल एवरग्रीन भी है, ट्रॉपिकल डेसिडस भी है, ड्राई एवरग्रीन भी है, ट्रॉपिकल मॉइस्ट डेसिडस भी है। कॉम्बिनेशन दिख रहा है आपको यहाँ पे? तो यहाँ पे आउट ऑफ ऑल ऑफ देम, सी ऑप्शंस कितने अच्छे बने हैं, ये इजिली हम आंसर कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पे दिस इज द पराम्बिकुलम नेशनल पार्क, दिस इज पराम्बिकुलम नेशनल पार्क, यही है अकेला इन द वेस्टर्न घाट्स। उदांती सीता नदी इन छत्तीसगढ़, रातापानी इन मध्य प्रदेश, अचानकमर अमरकंटक इन छत्तीसगढ़ एमपी का बॉर्डर। तो ये तो होंगे ही नहीं ना, शोला फॉरेस्ट से आपको आ जाएगा पराम्बिकुलम टाइगर रिजर्व, नॉट अ बिग डील। बट इसके साथ ये भी याद करके रखो, अगस्त्य मलाई बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व में हाउ मेनी नेशनल पार्क्स आर देयर, नीलगिरी बायोस्फीयर में हाउ मेनी नेशनल पार्क्स आर देयर, बायोस्फीयर के अंदर ही कौन से नेशनल पार्क होते हैं? क्वेश्चन हैज बीन आस्क्ड इन 2018 एंड 19, ठीक है। चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन अगेन बहुत सिंपल है, वेपर रिकवरी करना है। वेपर रिकवरी, बेंजीन जो होता है ये परफ्यूम्स वगैरह में यूज होता है, वेपर निकलता है। बेंजीन कम्स इन द फॉर्म ऑफ अ वॉलेटाइल कंपाउंड, वॉलेटाइल कंपाउंड के वेपर होते हैं, तो वेपर की ही तो वेपर रिकवरी होगी, तो फर्स्ट तो करेक्ट है, ठीक है। कोक ड्राई क्वेंचिंग, कोक मतलब कोक कहाँ पे यूज होता है? स्टील इंडस्ट्री में यूज होता है, सो यहाँ पे आ गया स्टील, स्टील प्रोडक्शन। फिर जिगजैग टेक्नोलॉजी, अब ये शायद आपको ना पता हो, तो क्या होता है कि जो ब्रिक किल्न्स होते हैं ये बहुत ज्यादा कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, बहुत ज्यादा हीट यूज करते हैं, ठीक है। सो इनकी एफिशिएंसी बढ़ाने के लिए कि कम फर्नेस में बर्निंग करनी पड़े, कम कंबशन हो, कम एमिशन हो, उसके लिए क्या किया जाता है, इनको ऐसे जिगजैग पैटर्न में अरेंज कर दिया जाता है ताकि ये लंबे टाइम तक हीट का एक्सपोजर ले पाए और हीट का जो रिक्वायरमेंट है वो कम हो इनके लिए। ओवरऑल जो कार्बन फुटप्रिंट है 30% तक रिड्यूस कर दिया इंडिया ने बाय यूजिंग जिगजैग टेक्नोलॉजी। इसमें जिगजैग पैटर्न में अरेंजमेंट होता है ब्रिक्स का। दिस इज आल्सो करेक्ट, ऑल ऑफ देम आर करेक्ट। अगर ये वाला क्वेश्चन इस लॉजिक से आप कर पाए ठीक है, अदरवाइज यू कैन लीव सच क्वेश्चंस आल्सो, नॉट अ बिग डील, ठीक है। चलो नेक्स्ट वन, एन इंटरेस्टिंग वन। लास्ट ईयर एक क्वेश्चन आया था कि कौन सा ऐसा एनिमल होता है जो कि अपने हाथों से वुड को स्क्रैप करके टूल बना सकता है, which hints to me that this requires higher degree of intelligence, something which human also have. So we and these animals would be belonging to same family, which is ape family. हम सब किस में बिलोंग करते हैं? एप फैमिली में। एप फैमिली में और कौन कौन आते हैं? तो हम आ गए, देन गोरिल्लाज आ गए, ओरंगुटान्स आ गए, गिबन्स आ गए, ठीक है, चिंपैंजीज आ गए, चिंपैंजीज आ गए, और हम सब जनरली इक्वेटोरियल बेल्ट में सबसे ज्यादा थे, ठीक है। इक्वेटोरियल बेल्ट में जनरली नीश रहता है हमारा। सो अब खैर ह्यूमंस ने तो हर जगह पर अडेप्ट कर लिया क्योंकि हमारे हाई इंटेलिजेंस था, बट हमारे बाद जो इंटेलिजेंस आता है वो आता है चिंपैंजीज का, उसके बाद आता है ओरंगुटान्स का, उसके बाद आता है गिबन्स का, ठीक है। तब इसमें पूछा हुआ है कि हील किक करता है, नकल करता है, लीफ क्लिप करता है, ब्रांच शेक कर सकता है, तो ये सब कौन कर सकता है? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जिसके हाथ में एक तरीके से क्लॉज हो, होल्डिंग क्लॉज हो, ठीक है। सो इसका आंसर क्या है? चिंपैंजीज, चिंपैंजीज। ये देखिए ये क्वेश्चन था, लास्ट ईयर आया हुआ था, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट question, and I think this is also simple one. Do you remember in one year triclosan was asked? तो कोविड का टाइम था, सारे लोगों ने सैनिटाइजर्स यूज करे, तो ट्राइक्लोसान के बारे में क्वेश्चन पूछा कि इनमें से कौन सा जो है इट इज हार्मफुल इफ इट इज एक्सपोज फॉर अ लॉन्गर पीरियड ऑफ टाइम। आंसर था टॉयलेटरी सैनिटाइजर में यूज होता है। अब ये क्वेश्चन देखते हैं कि नॉन non-phenol ethoxylates and the other nonyl phenols ये किस चीज में यूज होता है? सो दे आर जनरली यूज्ड इन द डिटर्जेंट्स, दे आर यूज्ड इन डिटर्जेंट एंड सोप। अब मैं कैसे इसको फिगर आउट कर पाऊंगी? तो जो इथॉक्सिलेट्स, जो ऑक्सैलिक एसिड है, ऑक्सैलिक एसिड, स्टेराइक एसिड, ठीक है, पैल्मेट्स, पैल्मोलेट ऑयल होता है, तो ये सारी जो चीजें होती है जनरली सोप मेकिंग, डिटर्जेंट मेकिंग होती है, दे क्रिएट लैदर, ठीक है। सो इफ यू नो कि फिनॉल्स जो होते हैं या तो ये डिटर्जेंट्स में यूज होते हैं, या तो ये देखो ये फ्लोर क्लीनर है, क्लीन सॉल, इसमें तो प्रॉपरली यही यूज हो रहा है, ठीक है। सो ये सब एक्चुअली बहुत सारी कंट्रीज में बैंड, इंडिया में अनफॉर्चुनेटली बैंड नहीं है, बट प्रॉब्लम यही हो रही है कि बिकॉज बैंड नहीं है, इट इज गेटिंग वेरी हार्मफुल टू द एक्वेटिक एनवायरमेंट, ठीक है। सो इसका आंसर क्या है? 1, दे आर कंसिडर्ड हार्मफुल टू द एक्वेटिक एनवायरमेंट, ओके। Then the next question, and this is the last question that will be taken up from my side. This is the case study. इसमें दो चीजें बताई गई, आई होप आप सब ये देख पा रहे हो, ठीक है। इसमें दो चीजें बताई गई कि एक स्टार्टअप कंपनी है, उसने अपना कुछ आइडिया फ्लोट कर दिया, एकदम यंगस्टर्स उसको लीड कर रहे थे, आइडिया फ्लोट किया कि हम बहुत सस्टेनेबल कुछ करने वाले हैं, एक अजीब सा हम वेंचर कर देंगे, बट जो वहां के इन्वेस्टर्स थे, दे केम टू नो कि दे आर ओवर प्रॉमिसिंग, प्रोबेबली दे आर वेरी एंथुजियास्टिक, यूथ है तो कुछ भी बोलेगा, तो उनको फर्स्ट चीज लगा कि यार ये थोड़ा सा ओवर एम्बिशियस हो रहा है। Second case study में they have told that they have, on the other hand, investors are considering also a global conglomerate. अब ये क्या कर रहा है? It is having a good track record for generating dividend profits for the investors. Recently, they have claimed that they are following sustainable practices but are yet to release any of the data, which means they are over delivering, ठीक है, and they are not promising that much, they are not revealing that much data. So ये दोनों cases क्या होते हैं? Last to last year, there was a question on greenwashing. What do you mean by greenwashing practice? And on the similar lines, we have created this question where if you are over promising around the things that you will be doing for environment, then that is known as being an over wisher, which means this is known as green wishing. In the second case, they were over delivering. They were actually following the sustainable practices, but they were not coming out. बहुत सारे fear से हो सकता है कि या तो उनको लग रहा हो कि हमें green washing बोल दिया जाएगा, या फिर हमें बोला जाएगा कि हमारा ज्यादा कोई ऑडिट हो जाए. सो फॉर that reasons we could be mum about our sustainable practices that we have taken up. So this is known as green hushing. Hushing means to keep mum, wishing means to wish but not doing exactly. So the correct answer is B. Okay, so this is all with respect to environment and geography. The session would be further taken up by Aditya sir, so I would like to call him up.
Guys, am I audible? Just give a thumbs up, please. Am I audible? Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So again, yet another welcome. I'll be taking the questions with respect to polity and international relations. And look, see, we had questions from both the static as well as the dynamic part. But one thing is very clear. when we talk about polity in specific, what is really important is to understand that at the base lies the concept, as at the base lies the constitutional provisions or statutory provisions. तो ये चीज बहुत clear है that if you are if you have all those things or provisions with respect to constitution or statutory laws, if they're clear, definitely you would be able to cater to different types of questions. So without wasting any time further, let's go to the questions. And again, the very objective of mine would be to focus upon the value addition, right? So let's have the first question. So the question says that the doctrine of basic structure was formulated by the Supreme Court of India to resolve a conflict between which of the following? The options are fundamental rights versus fundamental duties, individual rights versus community rights, constituent powers of the parliament versus fundamental rights, फेडरल वर्सेस यूनिटरी कैरेक्टर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. देखो बेस की बात करते हैं, क्रोनोलॉजी के हिसाब से चलते हैं. नाउ सी, वी हैव पार्ट थर्ड ऑफ द इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन व्हिच इज टॉकिंग अबाउट द फंडामेंटल राइट्स. देन वी हैव द डीपीएसपीस, डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी. Fundamental rights primarily talk about the individual rights, right? They talk about the freedom aspects, whereas the DPSPs are the directives to the state, which primarily focus upon the having a structure which is more progressive in nature, which is more equitable in nature. तो हमेशा से एक conflict रहा between the fundamental rights and the DPSPs because the state always wanted to implement the DPSPs. On the other hand, you had people who said that if the state is coming up with any policy that is infringing my fundamental right. So this conflict always, it was there. Now you have to understand, if the state is trying to bring any change in the constitution, it would use article 368, right? When we talk about the constitutional amendment. So if I go into the chronology, what you have to understand, I've already told, we have the part fourth which talks about the DPSPs. Conflict aage bada, and then we had a very important case which was Champakam Dorai Rajan case of 1951. In this particular case, what the Supreme Court said, that if there is a conflict between the fundamental rights and the DPSPs, the former would prevail. That is, there would be a prevalence of fundamental rights. But also it gave the power to the parliament that you can definitely amend the fundamental rights. So what happened? Since the state wanted to implement the DPSPs, the directives, for example, कि भाई आपको land reforms करने हैं, right? Now for land reforms, you have to come up with different laws. Maybe a person can say that it is infringing my right to property or any other fundamental right. So again, what you have to understand is, over here, what we are emphasizing is that in particular case, in this Champakam case, what happened? Supreme Court said that we would give a preference to the fundamental rights, but the parliament can amend the fundamental rights. Therefore, the parliament, in order to implement the directives, came up with various constitutional amendments. For example, first constitutional amendment, 1951, fourth, 17th. Now, this question went to a further stage, and it was a very famous case of Golaknath versus State of Punjab. In this case, what the Supreme Court said, that fundamental rights are sacrosanct, sacred. You cannot basically infringe them. That is what the Supreme Court said. Now, this was again a tough situation for the parliament. So parliament said that we are going to come up with a particular constitutional amendment, and that was the 24th constitutional amendment, right? So over here, what you have to understand is that when we are talking about, just a second, yes, the 24th constitutional amendment. In this particular amendment, what the amendment said was that the parliament has the power to amend any of the fundamental rights. That is the first thing. Again, the second amendment was with respect to 25th constitutional amendment. अब इसके दो provisions थे. पहला provision, that if the state want to implement any of the DPSPs in article 39B and 39C, मतलब क्या है? These two articles, DPSPs, 39B and C, they focus upon primarily having a society which is more equitable in nature. Prevention of concentration of wealth. Okay. What it said, the very first provision of 25th constitutional amendment, that if the state is trying to bring any law which tries to implement any provision with respect to B, 39B or 39C, it would not be seen into violation with article 14 and 19. ठीक है भाई, समझ में आ गया. दूसरा provision क्या था? That if you have any law which is seeking to implement 39B or C, right, that would not be called into question in any court of law. Now, this was not acceptable to the Supreme Court. What Supreme Court said in the very famous case of Nanda Bharti, that, see, we agree with your 24th constitutional amendment, that definitely you can amend any of the fundamental rights. Fine. We agree with the first provision of 25th constitutional amendment. But the second proviso, that you cannot basically take this into any court of law, that is not acceptable. Right? That is what you have to understand. So, again, understand. when we are talking about the case of Nanda Bharti, where the doctrine of basic structure evolved, what Supreme Court said, that there are certain provisions in the constitution which are fundamental in nature, which are very important. You cannot tinker with those principles. Over there, again, understand, if you look that aspect, if the parliament under 368 has all the powers to amend any part of the constitution, but what we have to understand is that the parliament, through its constituent power, cannot change those principles which are at the core. That is what the doctrine of basic structure is. So if you analyze, see, again, I try to give you the chronology so that you understand that how these things have evolved. Correct answer would be constituent powers of the parliament versus fundamental rights. I hope this is clear, everyone. Samajh mein aaya? Should we proceed to the next question? Guys, again, the objective would be to focus upon the value addition, right? Okay, so let's go to the next question. The next question says, consider the following functionaries. Very, very, very good question, right? Because we have a lot of confusion regarding this primus inter pares. Just a second. So when we talk about this question, the question says, consider the following functionaries. The President of India with respect to the state governors, all right. Prime Minister of India with respect to the other union ministers. Chief Justice of India with respect to other judges of the Supreme Court. Chief Election Commissioner with respect to other election commissioners. Cabinet Secretary with respect to the secretaries of various union ministries, right? So we have different ministries, so we have secretary to different union ministries. Now, how many of the above are described as primus inter pares, or the first among equals? So it itself gives you the definition of what primus inter pares is all about. Dekho, Latin word hai, which primarily tells that you have a group of people. Just imagine you have a group of people sitting together, and there would be one person who would be having the authority, the leadership position. Understand? But if you look at the group as a whole, you will see that all are equal, right? So that is what the primus inter pares is all about. First among equals. कि एक इंसान है एक ग्रुप में जिसके पास authority है. He has a position of leadership, but ultimately what you're seeing is the group as a whole, right? So they have equal rights and privileges. That is what you have to understand. Now, when we talk about the President of India with respect to state governors, zahir si baat hai that you have the president who is the head of the state, head of the Indian Republic, and then you have the governor, which is the nominal executive head at the state level, and ultimately it is the president who appoints the governor. Okay, so obviously there cannot be a parity. You have the president and then you have the governor. Ek aur reason that when we talk about the removal of the governor, there is the doctrine of pleasure of the president, right? So over here this would be incorrect, because what we are looking at, is the governor equal to that of the president? The answer is no. Let's look at the second question. Prime Minister of India with respect to the union ministers. We have always seen this, that when we look at the Council of Ministers, we look it as a uniform body, one composite body, right? We understand the Prime Minister is the head, but Prime Minister is always the first among the equals, right? Collective responsibility ka jo principle hai. So this is correct. Chief Justice of India with respect to other judges. See, if you look from the other aspects, definitely you will say no, this is not correct. But understand, when we talk about, let's say a particular bench is sitting, constitution bench, 9 judges, 7 judges. So we'll treat all judges as same, right? Next aspect is, see, there are definitely some provisions or some aspects which give a special position to the Chief Justice. For example, he is the master of the roster. Consultation hota hai president. President can basically consult the Chief Justice of India. But when we look at the whole picture, what you see is Chief Justice of India is definitely the primus inter pares among all the judges of the Supreme Court. That is what you have to understand. So this would be correct. Chief Election Commissioners with respect to other election commissioners. Article 324. First is, can you explain why first is incorrect? Are president, look at the table of precedence, right? If that is not so, look at the Indian state. So you have the president who is the head of the whole state, right? Head of the Republic of India, whereas governor is at the state level. Can you have parity between the governor and the president? And is it so? When we talk about the doctrine of pleasure, who is the person who basically removes the governor? I hope this is correct. I hope you understood, Rahul. Let's go to the next part. So Chief Election Commissioner with respect to the other election commissioners, 324. Right? What it itself says, that whenever you have the appointment of other election commissioners in addition to the Chief Election Commissioners, what you have to understand is that the CEC, the Chief Election Commissioner, acts as the chairman, and all have equal salaries, equal allowances. The decisions are taken by majority. So that is, you have to understand. So CEC also acts as the primus inter pares among the election commissioners. Next aspect is cabinet secretary with respect to secretaries of various union ministries. Quite confusing, but again, see, cabinet secretary kaun hota hai? He is the head of the cabinet secretariat. That is what you have to understand. Head means the administrative head. Also, he is the chairman of the civil services board. Next aspect is that you have the government of India allocation of business rules 1961 and government of India transaction of business rules, right? So it is primarily the cabinet secretary who is responsible for the implementation of these, right? But when we talk about the cabinet secretary in terms of the other secretaries, he is also the first among equal. Dekho, look at the chief secretary at the state level. Imagine karo, right? So chief secretary at the state level, he is the head of different secretaries working. Is the chief secretary of the states, while the cabinet, you have different secretaries of different departments in these states. So he is the head of all those them. But when we talk about the cabinet secretary, what you have to understand, he is not the head of all the union secretaries. He is just the first among the equals. That is what you have to understand. I hope it is clear. So the correct answer would be 2, 3, 4, 5. Cabinet secretary is not a position who exercises the authority over the union secretaries. Ultimately, it is the ministers who exercise the authority. All right. Next question, when we talk about which one of the following articles of the Constitution of India provides the fundamental right for religious communities to administer and manage their own affairs. See, when we talk about the fundamental rights to freedom, what you have to understand is that there are certain individual rights and there are certain collective rights. जब बात हो रही है आर्टिकल 25 की, what it gives the right to have the freedom of conscience, to freely practice, propagate, right? Again, and freely practice, propagate, and again, this is what the individual right is. That is what you have to understand, right? When we are talking about Article 27, what it says, that the state cannot levy any tax for the promotion of a particular religion. Okay? So it is saying that you cannot give any undue advantage to a particular religion. Then what Article 28 says? 28 primarily says that no religious instruction can be provided in certain categories of educational institutions, primarily the state-funded educational institutions. That is what you have to understand. When we talk about Article 26, it is the collective right of a religious organization or a sect of a particular religion, right? For example, what it says is that different religious or any religious denomination may have the right to establish a charitable organization, or they can acquire a property, can administer that particular property. So this is a collective right of a particular religion, whereas Article 25 is an individual right. So when we talk about right to manage and administer their own affairs, it is Article 26. Quite straightforward question and quite an easy one. Let's go to the next question. All right. Now, see, we have different elections going on, be it at the state level. Recently, we also had the general elections. Now, again, the role of election commission becomes very important. And there have been a lot of questions which are sourced from the rules of election commission. That is what you have to understand, right? Let's go through this particular question. Consider the following: testing the strength of each claimant in the party organization, testing the strength of each claimant in the party legislative wing, testing the ideological coherence to the Constitution of India of each claimant. How many of the above options are available to the Election Commission of India in case of a symbol dispute between the two factions of the political party? Just a minute. Now, see, understand, we can have a political party, right? Now, in a political party, there can be different factions. एक ही political party में अलग-अलग factions हो सकते हैं. And a situation can arise over where you have sort of a conflict between these factions in that particular party. Now, in order to resolve this situation, कि भाई who is the real claimant, किसको मिलना चाहिए अधिकार party चलाने का, that is decided by the Election Commission. You would ask, under which provisions? So we have the Election Symbols Reservation and Allotment Orders of 1968, which primarily give the authority to the Election Commission of India, that you are responsible for the recognition of the parties, for allotting the symbols. That you understand, right? Let's take the case of Maharashtra. So Maharashtra, we had a confusion regarding the who is the real owner of the Shiv Sena party. What happens? Let's say you have these factions coming to the Election Commission of India saying, please resolve our situation. Now, the process which Election Commission follows is, it would look at the organization level. Organization मतलब पूरी organization को देखेगी. And it would see कि भाई आप अपनी office bearers की list बताइए. And tell me that how many are in faction A and how many are in faction B. ठीक है, that is what you have to understand. So when we are talking about the party organization wing, यहाँ से भी बात नहीं बनी. The issue is not resolved. Now what the Election Commission of India would do is, it would look at the party legislative wing. Let's say you have a particular state, and in that state you have a party A, and party A has 40 MLAs. Now it would see कि भाई 40 MLAs जो हैं, कौन से वो लोग हैं जो A faction को support कर रहे हैं, कौन से वो लोग हैं जो B faction को support कर रहे हैं. So this is obviously correct. Let's say even then the issue is not resolved. What option Election Commission has? Very interesting thing. In this situation, what the Election Commission would say कि भाई जो आपका party symbol है, original party symbol, it won't go to any of these factions. A को भी नहीं जाएगा और B को भी नहीं जाएगा, right? What we'll do is we'll give you new names. So you register by new names and have a prefix or a suffix before these names so that you can identify that you are A and you are B, right? That is what you have to understand. The last option says testing the ideological coherence of the Constitution of India of each claimant. Not. This is absurd. Not required. So there are primarily, first is organization wing, second is legislative wing, and if the issue is not resolved, what happens? The Election Commission of India says that we are going to give you new names. You will not use the original party name. I hope this is clear. So over here, the answer would be 1 and 2. All right. So the answer would be B. Is it clear, guys? Let's go to the next question, because we have a lot of questions to discuss, even the international relations. Now, in the presidential elections, both the elected members of the parliament and elected members of the legislative assembly exercise their right to vote. All right. The value of the votes of an MLA is calculated based upon the population of the state and the number of elected members in the state assembly. How is the value of vote of an MP calculated? Article 54, when we talk about the election of the president. See, understand, we have these provisions which are there in the constitution, but they are not elaborate. For that, we have the constitution which provides the authority to the parliament कि भाई आप law बनाइए and elaborate upon the process. So we have one of the very important laws, the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Act of 1952, and then we have subsequent rules of 1974. अब होता क्या है, देखो, whenever we talk about the election of the president, there is an electoral college. I hope you all know electoral college. Who is a part of the electoral college? You have the two houses of the parliament, Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. Elected members of the Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. Then you have elected members of the legislative assemblies of different states in the country, and also the elected members of the legislative assemblies in the union territories of Delhi and Puducherry. So we have to focus upon the elected members. Okay. Now, see, you have the type of election. What is the kind of election which is followed? It is proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. When I talk about the value of vote, अब भाई जब elected MLA participate कर रहे हैं, elected MPs participate कर रहे हैं, they would have a value, the kind of value which is given to their vote. How much value we give, we assign. That is calculated on the basis of a particular formula. So you have this particular formula which says that the value of each of an MLA's vote is equal to the population of that state. अब आप बोलोगे population कौन से census की? So the census which we are using is 1971. The question is why? Why is simple, because we had 84th Constitutional Amendment Act, which basically froze these seats to 1971 level until the year 2026. ठीक है? तो कौन सा population हम use कर रहे हैं? 1971 census. The formula which we are using is the population of the state divided by the number of elected MLAs in that particular state in 2000. ठीक है? For example, UP का case लेते हैं. So you have, let's say, the population of 1971 census, it was something around 8 point something crores, right? Then you had the total elected MLAs, it was 403 in 2000. So what you get is the answer as something around 208. ठीक है? तो जो value assign हुई एक particular MLA को in UP is 208. Similarly, now understand, since the population of different states is different, number of MLAs are different, definitely the value of vote which is assigned to a particular MLA in a particular state, that would be different from an MLA who is given a value, right? So for example, the value of a vote of an MLA in Maharashtra would be different from the value of vote of an MLA in UP. That is what you have to understand. Okay. Now, how to calculate the value of vote of an MP, right? So what you do is you calculate the total value of votes. जितने भी country में elected MLAs हैं, आपने total value of votes उनकी calculate कर ली. It comes to the tune of around 5,43,000. Now, what happens? Then you have total number of elected MPs. Elected MPs मतलब कितना? अच्छा, give me an answer. Do we have nominated members in Lok Sabha now? Yes or no? Guys, please participate. Do we have nominated members in Lok Sabha as of now? अरे राज्यसभा में तो हैं. We have 12 nominated. Do we have in Lok Sabha? Do read about it. So we have 543 elected MPs in. Yes, very good. And then we have 233 elected MPs in Rajya Sabha. तो टोटल कितना हो गया? 776. अब आपने क्या किया कि भाई टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ वोट्स को ऐड किया सारे एमएलएस का एंड डिवाइड कर दिया 776 से. So you will have a constant number that is 700. So every MP has a value which is equal to 700. So all the MPs in the country, be it from Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha, they have the value as 700, but the value of the MLAs, it is different for different states. Is it clear? Answer क्या होगा? देखो इधर. How is the value of the vote of an MP calculated? It's very simple. The total value of votes of all the MLAs divided by the total number of elected MPs. Guys, is it clear? समझ में आया? The whole process. Say it. Say it. Tell me. All right. So let's go to the next topic. It says next question. It says, with reference to the breach of privilege, very important topic. Possibly a question can come. Consider the following statements. A question involving a breach of privilege can be raised only with the speaker's consent. All right. A question relating to a breach of privilege may be raised either orally or in writing. Statements made in the newspaper or in public speeches do not constitute a breach of privilege. पहली बात ये कि what is breach of privilege? We all know that in the setup we have, the legislatures we have, be it the parliament or be it at the state level, we have the members, right? Be it the member of parliament or the member of state legislatures. They are given certain privileges. Why? So that they can exercise, they can basically carry the aspirations of people without fear or favor. They can speak whatever they want. That is the reason we give them privilege. Now, what is breach of privilege? How would you define it? Let's say you have a particular member, dhyan se suno. Let's say you have a particular member who makes any claim in the house, who says something which is unsubstantiated in the house. Or let's say you have a particular member or a minister who basically maligns someone's reputation. Or you can have a particular person who is infringing, let's say I am a particular MP and someone is infringing in upon my work, not allowing me to do what I should supposed to do. So this is what the breach of privilege is. What would be the procedure? What would happen is, if a person thinks, if a legislator thinks that his privilege has been breached, he can basically request to the presiding officer. Ab process kya hoga? Rule number 222 of the rules of procedure. What it says, that if a person wants to register a complaint, what he'll have to do is he'll have to submit an application to the presiding officer. But does the presiding officer has the authority to decide whether to admit it or not? Yes, absolutely correct. Ultimately, the responsibility is given to the presiding officer, be it the speaker in the Lok Sabha or be it the chairman in case of Rajya Sabha. So, kiske paas ultimate authority hai? You have the presiding officer. And on what basis? They would examine that particular notice, whether it is prima facie correct or not, or right. Now, the second thing is, can you directly go and submit it to the presiding officer? The answer is no. How would you do that? Rule number 223. What it says, that if you have a particular member who thinks that his privileges have been breached, that person should in writing submit to the Secretary General of that particular house, be it the Lok Sabha or be it the Rajya Sabha. So Secretary General को आपको लिख के देना पड़ेगा in writing. And again, the second point is that has to be submitted before 10 a.m. on that particular day. And then the Secretary General would forward it to the speaker or the chairman, and then they would decide whether to admit it or not. Right? That is what you have to consider. So over here, a question involving a breach of privilege can be raised only with the speaker's consent. Absolutely correct. A question relating to a breach of privilege may be raised either orally or in writing. Not orally, you have to give in writing. statements made in newspaper or public speeches do not constitute a breach of privilege. Let's say you have a particular TV show which is going on, and in that particular TV show, you have a particular member of parliament who says something wrong about the minister, or you have a minister who says something wrong about the member of parliament, or in a public speech or in a public rally, he or she says something. Can that be counted as a part of breach of privilege? The answer is yes. Yes, that can be counted, and it would be ultimately the authority of the presiding officer to decide whether to admit it or not, right? So statement made in newspaper do not constitute, incorrect. So over here the answer is just one only. I hope this is clear, the rules and what the procedure is all about. What is breach of privilege? Next part, right? So we have this question which says different types of constitutional amendments and type of majority required. Dekho, introduction of Panchayati Raj institutions. When we talk about the Panchayati Raj institutions, 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act 1992. Now, one thing which you have to understand, why we came up with the Panchayati Raj institutions, so as to usher in the grassroots democracy, so as to make the whole democracy more participatory in nature, right? Now, through the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, what you have to understand is that we created a new structure, a new tier, that is the third tier. Now, जब आप third tier को आप लेके आ रहे हैं, when you are coming up with a new tier, definitely you are altering the federal balance. And if you are altering the federal balance, you will have this condition of Article 368 subclause 2. Now you would say, what is 368 subclause 2? 368 subclause 1 gives the power to the parliament that you can bring any change in the constitution. Very clear, right? Second aspect, if what it says is, if that particular amendment is making any change to the federal balance or to the powers with respect to the union judiciary, the Supreme Court, or to the powers with respect to the high courts, or the election with respect to the president, or it is changing the representation of states in the parliament and etc. other things, then you would also need the ratification of half of the states. So yahan par khud se, just apply some logic. Then we have the Panchayati Raj institutions. How would we have the whole amendment? Definitely you will require a special majority by the parliament, in terms of you have the majority of all the membership and more than 2/3, not less than 2/3 of the present and voting, plus ratification by half of the states, because you are altering the federal balance. That is what you have to understand. Second aspect, a reservation for women in the parliament and state assemblies. 106th Constitutional Amendment Act talks about the reservation of women, right, in the parliament, and then we have at the state level. Now, there were many questions which were posed to the government. कि भाई आप representation कर रहे हैं women का, so you would also need the ratification of the states. Government responded. Government said that we are not changing the overall representation of states in the parliament. We are just reserving the seats. So we would not require the ratification of the states. We would only require the special majority. And that is what the government did. ठीक है? तो यहाँ पे ratification of the states नहीं required. Next aspect, abolition of right to property as a fundamental right. We all know that right to property was initially a part of the fundamental rights, right? Part third, but then it was removed and made a right under Article 300A, legal right. That is what you have to understand. What kind of majority and what was the amendment which was used? 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. What was the kind of majority? Was it simple majority? Absolutely not. It was special majority. So all these three are incorrect, right? The answer would be D, none. I hope you understood the process. कि भाई ratification of states कहाँ पे apply होता है? Where you have the federal aspects or the powers of the Supreme Court or the high courts. Nari Shakti Bandhan. Very good, Rahul. Now coming to the next part. Quite an interesting question. Let's focus upon this. With reference to the collegium system of the Indian judiciary, consider the following statements. The Chief Justice of India can consult a non-judicial person. I guarantee many of you must have marked this as incorrect. During the appointment of Supreme Court judge, the collegium can veto the government if the names are sent back to the later for the reconsideration. During the transfer of a High Court judge, the CJI should consult with only two of the senior most judges. The Chief Minister of a state can recommend the name of a person to the Chief Justice of the High Court for appointment as a High Court judge. Chronology देखते हैं और समझते हैं क्या process है. There always has been a dispute between the executive and the judiciary with respect to the appointment of judges. क्योंकि जुडिशरी हमेशा हमेशा चाहता था that there has to be, the whole process has to be independent. It should not be dependent upon the whims and fancies of the executive. That is very much clear. Now see, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में जो वर्ड यूज है दैट इज कंसल्टेशन. अब इस वर्ड का इंटरप्रिटेशन हुआ है हमेशा, अलग अलग तरीके से इंटरप्रेट किया गया. तो हम चलते हैं हिस्ट्री में एंड देन वी गो टू द ईयर 1981. 1981 में क्या हुआ था? फर्स्ट जजेस केस वेयर दिस एस्पेक्ट ऑफ कंसल्टेशन वाज बेसिकली डेलिबरेटेड एंड देन सुप्रीम कोर्ट सेड कि भाई कंसल्टेशन जो है इट मींस द रिकमेंडेशन ऑफ द चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया. Whatever the Chief Justice of India is saying, that means the consultation. But is it binding upon the executive? Supreme Court said that the executive, if it has cogent reasons, अगर अच्छे reasons हैं आपके पास, so it can definitely ignore the recommendations which are given by the Chief Justice of India. So primacy of executive हो गई first judges case में in 1981. Then we had the second judges case in 1993. क्या हुआ भाई यहाँ पर? और elaboration हुआ. And it was primarily in this particular case, the second judge's case, where this aspect of collegium was evolved. What the Supreme Court said, that कि भाई consultation जो है, वो इसका मतलब ये नहीं है that you can ignore us. Consultation means concurrence. Whatever we say, you will have to agree. And that has to be on the basis of the advice of the Chief Justice of India, plus the two senior most judges of the Supreme Court. Okay, that is what you have to understand. Collegium क्या होगा? Chief Justice of India plus the two senior most judges. Then you had the third judge's case of 1998. यहां पे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं हुआ third judge's case, but there were primarily two things which were told. First, that you have to expand this particular idea, right? Please try to expand this collegium in terms of what? कि भाई एक तो हो गए CJI, one you have the Chief Justice of India, plus take 4 senior most judges of the Supreme Court. So in total, it should be a 5-member body. Next, what it said, कि भाई, if you are transferring a particular judge, please understand clearly. If you're transferring a particular judge of a high court from High Court A to High Court B, you have to also consult the chief justices of the respective high courts. एक वो high court जहां से वो जा रहे हैं, एक वो high court whether he is coming in, right? At that particular. So you have to consider both. You have to consider the advice tendered by the chief justice of these two high courts. In addition to, you have this particular body, CJI, and 4 senior most judges of the Supreme Court. And ultimately, we had the fourth judge's case, where this aspect of NJAC, National Judicial Appointments Commission, जो कि 99th Constitutional Amendment Act के through आया था, it was basically declared as null and void. Primarily, what the judiciary said, that it is infringing upon the independence of the judiciary. This is what the chronology is. So if I just apply all these things in this statement, the Chief Justice of India can consult a non-judicial person. Most of you, as I said in the beginning, would have thought that this is incorrect. But no, this is correct. The CJI can definitely consult a person who is from non-judicial background. But karna kya hai? That in the memorandum which is being sent to the law minister, the advice, in addition to the 4 senior most judges, you will have to mention that we have also consulted a non-judicial person in this aspect. So this is absolutely correct. Second aspect, the collegium can veto the government if the names are sent back by the later for the reconsideration. मतलब क्या हुआ? Veto का मतलब क्या हुआ? Collegium ने एक particular नाम recommend किया. It recommends a name. The government then sends it back. Now the collegium, without any change, recommends the same name. Now the government has to accept. That is what the veto is. Absolutely correct. Then we have, during the transfer of the High Court judge, the CJI should consult with only 2 of the senior most judges, as I just told you. Not just 2, 4 senior most judges of the Supreme Court. In addition, the 2 chief justices of the respective high courts. Right? So this is incorrect. The chief minister of a state can recommend the name of a person to the chief justice of the High Court for appointment as High Court judge. होगा क्या? भाई High Court में judges की vacancy है. The process would be initiated by the chief justice of that particular High Court. Chief Justice of that particular High Court. Can the Chief Minister basically recommend a name to the Chief Justice of that particular High Court? The answer is yes. If the Chief Minister desires, he can definitely give an advice or send a recommendation that please consider this name also. But ultimately, it depends upon the judiciary. But definitely, the Chief Minister can recommend the name of a person to the Chief Justice of a High Court for appointment as a High Court judge. The answer would be 1, 2, and 4. I hope this is clear. Third is incorrect. Let's go to the next question. Very interesting question. Again, it says, consider the following. Orders of the Delimitation Commission, decision of the presiding officer of the House under anti-defection law. Now, again, understand, I have an intuition that this is really a very important question because of the kind of developments which have taken place recently. I'll also try to explain what are the provisions with respect to this. Relevance of the underlying material regarding the advice tendered by the Council of Ministers to the President of India. How many of the above are subject to judicial review of the Supreme Court? देखो भाई, judicial review क्या होता है? पहली बात, that you have any legislative action which is taken or any administrative action which is taken, be it by the executive or the legislature. Does it stands on its merit with respect to the principles of the Constitution or not? So if it is infringing any of the principles of the Constitution, it can be declared null and void. अब आप बोलेंगे कि भाई whether it is explicitly mentioned in the Constitution or not. So if you read Article 13 along with Article 32, power of the Supreme Court to issue writs, 226, power of the High Courts to issue writs, definitely it is explicit. So ये judicial review हो गया. लेकिन बात आती है कि भाई orders of delimitation commission, we have always studied that whatever the delimitation commission says, it is a final, it is to be treated as a law. Can we have the orders of delimitation commission as a part under the judicial review? The answer is yes. देखो Article 329, समझना. Let's go into the constitutional provisions. Very clearly says that there would be a bar to interference in the electoral matters. The code of law cannot interfere in the electoral matters. If you have the delimitation commission coming up with a particular verdict, that has to be treated like a law. You cannot have the interference by the courts. But recently, in a very important case, Kishore Chandra Chhaganlal Rathod versus Union of India, Kishore Chandra Chhaganlal Rathod versus Union of India, 2024. The Supreme Court very clearly said कि भाई अगर delimitation commission का verdict arbitrary है, if it is manifestly arbitrary, if it is violating the very principles of the Constitution, that can be under the aspects of judicial review, right? So definitely this is correct. Next, decisions of the presiding officer of the House under anti-defection law. Anti-defection law, 10th schedule, 52nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1985. Question is the decision of the presiding officer subject to judicial review? So again, originally the law said that no court of law can interfere in this aspect. But we had the very famous case of Kyoto Holohan versus Achilu, 1992, in which the Supreme Court very categorically said that if you have the presiding officer who is giving a decision with respect to the disqualification under the 10th schedule, what we call as the anti-defection law, then that can be subject to judicial review, provided that that is based on malafide. There is perversity which is involved. If there is bad intention which is there, definitely it is subject to judicial review. The answer, the case is Kyoto Holohan versus Achilu, 1992. Next aspect, relevance of the underlying material regarding the advice tendered by the Council of Ministers to the President of India. Generally, when we talk about the separation of power, what we would think is कि भाई executive, if you have the Council of Ministers and then that is advising to the President, can the court of law interfere in that aspect? Generally, we would think, bhai, no, they should not interfere because we have Article 74, 75 talking about this. But it was a very famous case of S.R. Bomai. S.R. Bomai, in this particular case, what the Supreme Court said, that look, see, the Council of Ministers are giving advice to the President, right? We are not going into the kind of quality of advice. We are not asking what kind of advice you are giving. But we can go into that aspect of what is the underlying evidence or what is the relevance of that particular material which forms the basis of the advice. Quality of advice pe hum nahi ja rahe, but the kind of advice you are giving on that particular aspect, is it relevant or not? On what basis you are providing that? Definitely we can go into that aspect. So this is also correct. I gave you the case, the very first case, Delimitation Commission. This is with respect to the Kishore Chandra Chhaganlal versus Union of India. Second is Kyoto Holohan versus Achilu, 1992. And the third is you have this case of S.R. Bomai versus Union of India, 1994. I hope this is clear. So answer would be all three. All three. Is it clear, guys? Should we proceed to the next question? Quite an interesting one. Now, in which of the following groups are all the countries that have democratic republic polity. Now see, when we talk about democratic republic, देखो ASEAN की बात करते हैं, Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Now when we talk about these countries, we have Malaysia, we have Singapore, we have Indonesia, we have Brunei and other countries. Are all the countries democratic republics? The answer is no. So we have Brunei over here. Brunei, very small country. This is a monarchy, absolute monarchy, right? So rule out. Next we have NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO क्या है भाई? सबसे पहली चीज collective defense organization है, formed on the basis of Washington Treaty of 1949, primarily as a response against the Soviet forces. That is what you have to understand. See, again, judgments, what you have to see is, if the, please understand, if the question in the question directly says that according to the Constitution of India, you have the orders of the judicial of the delimitation commissions which are subject to judicial review, this statement would be incorrect. But if it just says that the orders of the delimitation commissions are subject to judicial review, this is correct. So you'll have to see whether the words are, according to the Constitution of India, is it mentioned or not. I hope this is clear. And definitely, if you are preparing, if you are in that process, you will be well aware of what all happenings have been there with respect to the Supreme Court, or in fact the High Court's verdict. Important verdicts matter, definitely. NATO, when we talk about the NATO, it is a collective defense organization. That is, an attack on one is an attack on all. So they basically gather their forces together and then respond. So we have the NATO over here. Now in NATO, you have many of the European countries, and you also have US and Canada. Now the question is, are all the countries in NATO democratic republic? The answer is absolute no, because we have the United Kingdom. Ab United Kingdom kya hai? Bhai, it's a monarchy. Over there we have a monarchy. So it is not a republic, right? So definitely it is incorrect. Gulf Cooperation Council. In Gulf Cooperation Council, what you have to understand is that all these countries, they are basically monarchies. What kind of monarchies? That is a question. Dekho bhai, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, they are constitutional monarchies. That is what you have to understand. Saudi Arabia, Oman, absolute monarchies. United Arab Emirates, federal monarchy. Sub monarchy hai, but different types of monarchies. That is what you have to understand. Let's talk about the Baltic states. Pehli baat, Baltic states hota kya hai? We have three countries: Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, right? Initially a part of the erstwhile USSR. 1991, disintegration of the USSR, breakaway. These countries declared themselves as independent. Slowly came into the lap of NATO, right? So right now they are a part of the NATO. That is what you have to understand. Are they democratic republic? The answer is absolutely correct. So you have the Baltic states, which is the answer. But I have a value addition which is to be made. One, with respect to the geography aspect, please remember that you have Gulf of Bothnia and Gulf of Finland over here, right? And Gulf of Riga, very important. The other aspect is, if you just look at closely this particular map, you will see that Lithuania and Poland are joined by a particular stretch of land. Can you see? It's quite small, but again, try to see. You have the Lithuania and Poland, which are joined by a small stretch of land. Please understand that both these countries are a part of NATO. And on the other sides, we have Russia. We have Belarus, which is a very close friend of Russia. And then we have the Kaliningrad, which is a Russian enclave. So this particular area, the stretch of land between Lithuania and Poland, it is known as Sulwaki Corridor. Sulwaki Corridor. Please remember this, because this can be really important. Sulwaki Corridor. Why this is important? Because whenever you have the mobilization of forces, जब भी NATO की armies transfer होती हैं from Poland to Lithuania, the Russians, what they do is they try to block the Sulwaki Corridor. So this becomes quite interesting point from the geopolitical aspects. I hope this is clear, right? So the answer would be Baltic states. Let's go to the next question. All right, again, consider the following instruments. So we have adjournment motion, no confidence motion, motion of thanks, constitutional amendment bill. The failure or passage of how many of the above can lead to the resignation of the Council of Ministers? Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to Lok Sabha, right? Guys, tell me, I have a question to ask. If there's a statement which says that Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the Parliament, is it correct or not? Is it correct? For correct, say yes. For incorrect, say no. Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the Parliament. Would it be a correct statement? Tell me the answer fast. If this statement comes in the exam, what response would you have? Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the Parliament. I already gave the answer, but still. Look, this is an incorrect statement. The Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha. Parliament also includes the Council of States, right? And Council of Ministers are not responsible to the Council of States, not responsible to the Raj Sabha. That is what you have to understand. Now, see, let's talk about the adjournment motion. Yes, very good, RD. Now, when we talk about the adjournment, hota kya hai? Dekho, there can be a situation which is quite urgent, right? There can be a situation which is quite urgent. And there needs to be a discussion with respect to that aspect. Only Lok Sabha. Yes, very good. So, how to basically proceed with that aspect? दूसरी बात कि भाई जो मैटर्स होते हैं अर्जेंट इंपॉर्टेंस के वो ऑलरेडी पार्लियामेंट में डिस्कस होते हैं. What is the need to specifically discuss a particular matter? Primarily, if the government is incapable, if the sitting government is incapable or it is unable to manage that particular crisis, you can have the adjournment motion. अब adjournment motion में क्या होगा? You will have the discussion with respect to that particular situation. कि भाई ये situation ऐसी क्यों है? How it happened and why the government was not able to manage that effectively. That is what you have to understand. If you want the adjournment motion to take place, what you have to understand is that it needs the support of at least 50 members. Now, since it's an extraordinary device, extraordinary matlab kya? कि भाई normal discussions होते हैं, but why you are bringing in adjournment motion? Because you want to specifically discuss a particular matter. The discussion should not last less than 2.5 hours. तो 2.5 घंटे तो आपको discussion करना पड़ेगा, 2.5 hours. Next aspect is that, as I told you, that there is an element of criticism which is involved. If the very good, Aman. So it needs the support of 50 members. Very good. So there are two aspects. कि भाई discussion जो है, पहला 50 members and दूसरा is that you need the discussion should continue for more than 2.5 hours, not less than 2.5 hours. And again, yes, since this involves the criticism against the government, and as we know that the Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha, this is only applicable in case of Lok Sabha. That is what you have to understand. It is not applicable in case of Raj Sabha. Lekin, if we have the passage of adjournment motion, does it mean that the Council of Ministers would have to resign? Definitely not. Definitely not. Right? Though it shows that there is an element of criticism, people are not happy with respect to the functioning of the government, but the Council of Ministers need not to resign. Let's talk about the no confidence motion. Very clear. If there's a want of confidence, see, Council of Ministers survive as long as they command the majority in the Lok Sabha, right? But again, understand, if there's a want of confidence and if you have the no confidence motion which is passed, it also needs the support of at least 50 members to be admitted. So if it is passed, definitely the Council of Ministers have to resign, right? So the answer is this. Motion of thanks. So, bhai, what is motion of thanks? You have the first sitting after every financial year, okay? Or first sitting after every general elections. What happens is that you have the president. Bhai, president is guided by the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. President comes and delivers a speech. And that speech is basically formulated, written by the Council of Ministers. Now, it talks about the aspirations of the government, what the government is going to do in the coming years, right? Or in that particular financial year. That motion of thanks is then voted upon by the respective houses. If it is failing in Lok Sabha, if that particular motion of thanks fails in Lok Sabha, the Council of Ministers have to resign. It's a moral defeat. But give me the answer. If the motion of thanks fails in Raj Sabha, do the government needs to resign? Does the government needs to resign? Fast, guys. Yes or no? Motion of thanks fail हो गया Raj Sabha में. क्या Council of Ministers को resign करना पड़ेगा? Guys, tell me the answer. You are giving, till now, you're all giving the correct answers. The answer is no. No. It has to be passed in Lok Sabha. Bhai, Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to Lok Sabha, always remember. But what it would imply? It would imply a political embarrassment for the government. And it would try to have that confidence in both the houses. That is what you have to understand. So motion of thanks is obviously yes. Constitutional amendment bill. Absolutely not. If the constitutional amendment bill fails, Does the government need to resign? Definitely not, right? So the answer would be no confidence motion and motion of thanks. So only two. Is it clear, guys? Did you understand? Should we proceed to the next question? All right. Now, next, again, based upon the electoral matters, during polling in an election, X reaches the polling station to cast his vote, but is informed by the officials that someone has already voted using his name. However, X insists on his identity and requests to vote. The polling officer allows X to cast a vote on a separate ballot paper, which is kept in a sealed cover and not placed in the main ballot box. What type of vote X has exercised? Imagine that you are going to cast a vote और वहां गए, पता चला कि भाई हमारा वोट तो ऑलरेडी किसी ने कर दिया, ठीक है, but you are shouting and saying that I have to vote for a particular party. I'm really very interested. How will you basically convince the officer, the presiding officer over there? You would say that this is my ID, this is my number, these are my documents. I'm the real person, not that one. So the presiding officer would then say, okay, I'm going to give you a separate ballot paper, right? Please cast your vote in this particular ballot paper. And then that ballot paper would be stored, would not be kept in the main ballot box. It would be then registered at a different place. That is what the tendered vote is all about. ठीक है, उसको बोलते हैं tendered vote. In case where there is identity theft which is involved. Next aspect is what is proxy voting. Bhai, my voting is being exercised by, let's say, any of my family members. You have the people from the armed forces. They are at the borders. Now, who exercises their vote? It is basically exercised by any of their family members, right? So definitely that is proxy vote. Absentee vote. Absentee vote jo hota hai, this is basically a kind of system which is quite broad in nature. It includes the proxy vote. You are not physically present over there at the polling station. That is what you have to understand. So you are basically casting a vote in terms of the online voting or in terms of, let's say, the proxy voting or the postal ballots. So the answer would be the tendered vote. This is what you have to understand. All right. Consider the following statements regarding the India's diplomatic positions with respect to Israel and Palestine. Now, again, what we have been seeing is that there have been a lot of questions coming which are from that aspect of the mains, but they're still coming in the prelims, primarily to check whether you are cognizant, whether you have the idea with respect to the statics or not, right? With respect to the facts of that particular case. Let's go through this particular question. India established full diplomatic relations with Israel in 1967 post the Six Day War. तो भाई पहली बात तो ये कि जब इजराइल की बात होती है, so India recognized Israel in 1950, but full diplomatic relations were established in 1992. Right? PV Narasimha Rao, when we talk about the look west aspect, integrating or coming up with the new policies which are more aligned towards the West Asia, right? So it was primarily 1992. See, again, whenever we talk about the kind of stance which India has with respect to Israel and Palestine, remember one thing. India stands for a two-state solutions. Two-state solution ka matlab kya? That we want this particular territory to be divided into two sovereign nations, be it the Israel and then you have the Palestine. Because on one hand, we have the moral commitments towards Palestine as advocated by Mahatma Gandhi, right? Yeah. Second aspect is we also have commitment. We also have the pragmatic aspects, because Israel as a country, it has a lot of technological prowess. It can definitely, provide India with that kind of technology. So there are pragmatic aspects also, practical aspects also. So ek taraf moral commitment hai, ek taraf pragmatic aspect. So what we are trying to emphasize is that when we talk about the diplomatic relations, it were fully established in 1992, right? Now, the government of India has supported the two states resolution of the United Nations regarding the Israel and Palestine. Absolutely correct. India was the first non-Arab state to recognize the Palestine Liberation Organization. You would say that whether this statement can be correct or not, because India as a first non-Arab state, this is absolutely correct. What you have to understand is that we have had many of the countries who said that Palestinian Liberation Organization, it is primarily a terror group. But India, on the other hand, has recognized the PLO. And it was in 1974 that India did that. And you would be surprised to know that it was in 1980 that India also provided an embassy to Palestine Liberation Organization. So this is absolutely correct. India was the first non-Arab state to recognize the Palestine Liberation Organization. The answer is very simple, that we basically want to secure both these aspects of moral commitments as well as pragmatic aspects, practical aspects, right? So this is what you have to understand. The answer would be 2 and 3, right? So only 2. I hope this is correct. Also, there is one aspect, one word which is quite important: dehyphenation of relations. So when we look at Israel and Palestine and other Muslim countries, right, be it the different kingdoms, the monarchies, we try to dehyphenate. We look at these two things with a different angle. We do not try to mix different reasons. So when we are having discussions with Israel, we have discussions on its own merit. And when we have discussions with Palestine or the other countries in the region, they're on their own merits. That is what you have to understand. Dehyphenation. Let's go to the next topic. Next question. All right, quite an interesting. The Constitution of India, in the Constitution of India, the concept of complete justice is enshrined. Always make sure that you utilize these questions and mark them as correct, because these are the free marks available. Quite a simple question. What you would understand. See, when we talk about Article 32, it gives the power. It basically gives the power to the Supreme Court to issue writs if anybody's fundamental rights are infringed. So it is dealing with the power of the Supreme Court to issue writs. Then we have Article 136. क्या होता है भाई 136? Special leave petition. Look, there is any court or tribunal. Try to understand. Very important. Yes, not arbitrary, but we'll have a discussion. There can be any court or tribunal who has passed a verdict, right? Now, you basically want the Supreme Court to consider that matter on appeal, right? You want to appeal to the Supreme Court. So you go to the Supreme Court. Now, कुछ situations में क्या होता है that you have a right to appeal. Naturally, you go and the Supreme Court would hear your concern. But in this particular situation, Article 136, what you have to understand, and it's a very important line, that it gives you a right to apply, not a right to appeal. What is the difference? In the right to appeal, the Supreme Court would definitely hear me. But when it is a right to apply, I can only go and submit my application. Ultimately, it depends upon the discretion of the Supreme Court whether to accept that particular case or not. So 136 is special leave to appeal. Then we have Article 226, grants the power to the high courts to issue writs, right? And this is broader than that of Article 32, because it is not just for fundamental rights but ordinary legal rights also. अब बात करते हैं Article 142. What it says: you have any matter pending before the Supreme Court. Please understand, you have any matter pending before the Supreme Court. Supreme Court, if it's want to have complete justice in that particular case, what we call as Poorn Nyay, then Supreme Court can basically pass any order or decree. Recently, you must have seen that we had the case with respect to the Tamil Nadu, where the governor of Tamil Nadu was basically sitting on particular bills, on almost 10 bills, and was not allowing the passage. There was an inordinate delay which was there. So the Supreme Court very categorically said, under the Article 132, it passed the order, and it said that there has to be a time limit with respect to the actions taken by the governor or the president of the country, right? So 142 is very, very important, and it is for that reason that the Supreme Court itself has said that it should be used sparingly. It should be used only when there is the need of that particular action, right? So we have Article 142, which talks about Poorn Nyay, that is complete justice. I hope this is clear, right? Let's go to the next topic. Now, this is again a question with respect to the different operations, right? Operation Indravati, evacuation of Indians from Sudanese civil war. Then we have Operation Brahma, and then we have Operation Ajay. Now, see, when we talk about the Operation Indravati, this is basically, you must have heard that we have a country, Haiti, right? So the situation in Haiti, it's a Caribbean country. Now, the situation in Haiti was not good. So Indian government started coming up with a particular operation where it tried to transport people, tried to make shift people from Haiti to Dominican Republic, right? So this is with respect to Haiti. Then next aspect is Operation Brahma. When we talk about Operation Brahma, what you have to understand that this was with respect to the earthquake which followed in Myanmar, right? So we had a lot of issues. Many people died. So the government carried its own effort and tried to provide the search and rescue, try to provide the humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, HADR operations. So this was basically Operation Brahma. So this is absolutely correct. Operation Ajay, evacuation of Indians after the Hamas attack in Israel. So you must be aware that in October 2023, you had Hamas attacking Israel. And in this particular situation, the government of India launched a particular operation on October 11th, so as to make sure that it can have the safe transfer of Indian people. Yeah, October 23, safe transfer of Indian people back to the country from Israel. So this becomes important, Operation Ajay. So over here, the answer would be 2 and 3. Only 2 pairs. Is it correct? Let's go to the next topic. All right. Again, quite an interesting question, which says, who among the following participate in the removal of the Vice President of India from the office? Look, see, we have Article 66. Presidential election में मैंने आप लोगों को क्या बताया था? That you have the participation of the elected members, be it the elected members of the parliament or elected members of the state legislature. But when we talk about the election of the vice president, what you have to understand is that we have the two houses, Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. So we have both the members, all the members of both these houses, including the nominated also. Right now, we do not have nominated members in Lok Sabha. Previously, we used to have Anglo-Indian community, but wo nahi hai ab. Right now, we have nominated in Raj Sabha only. So we have 543 plus we have 245, right? So that basically, this basically gives us the number. So we are also including the nominated members in case of Raj Sabha. So all the members in Raj Sabha and Lok Sabha participate in the vice presidential election. But baat aati hai removal process ki. There are certain conditions which are followed with respect to the removal of vice president. First, that you have to give a 14 days advance notice. If you want, acha, usse pehle, the question comes, can the Lok Sabha, and I need you guys to answer this, can the Lok Sabha initiate a motion with respect to the removal of the vice president? Yes or no? Please give me the answer. Can the Lok Sabha do so? The removal of vice president? Guys, give me the answer. Till now, you're all are giving the correct answers. Can the Lok Sabha initiate a particular motion with respect to the removal of vice president, who is also the ex officio chairman of the Raj Sabha? The answer is no, definitely not. So that is a condition that only, yeah, Aman, correct. You only have the Raj Sabha which can initiate. अब conditions क्या है कि एक तो सिर्फ Raj Sabha कर सकता है, दूसरा you need to give 14 days advance notice. There has to be a 14 days advance notice. Now, again, it also requires the support of 50 members to be admitted. That is what you have to understand. Now, see, what kind of majority is required with respect to the removal of the vice president? So when we talk about the majority which is required with respect to the removal of the vice president, is that of effective majority. So bhai, all the then members present, all the then members matlab effective majority in Raj Sabha. Is there a participation of Lok Sabha in the removal process of the vice president? The answer is yes. So the Lok Sabha has to agree in terms of passing with simple majority. So there is no requirement of effective majority in Lok Sabha. It is only with respect to the Raj Sabha, right? So who among the following participate in the removal of the vice president of India? The answer is the elected and the nominated members of the parliament. Members of parliament, because we are saying that it has to be passed in Raj Sabha with effective majority, and it has to be agreed by the Lok Sabha with respect to the simple majority. That is what you have to understand. Okay. So what kind of majority is required for the removal of speaker? What kind of, can you give me the answer? What kind of removal of speaker? Is it the same effective majority in Lok Sabha? The answer is yes. So we have the effective majority which is needed for the removal of speaker also, but there is no participation of Raj Sabha in this particular case. Yeah, correct. Let's go to the next question. Now, again, a question which is based on the preamble. Consider the following modifications made to the preamble by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976. Dekho, 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act was one of the amendments which is also termed as mini constitution, because it tried to have a lot of changes, made a lot of changes to the overall constitution itself, and many of those changes were undone were removed by the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. That is what you have to understand. Now, one of the very important change which was made through the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act was the change with respect to the preamble. And there were the insertion of certain words, primarily because this was a time of emergency. And you had the Prime Minister that at that particular time who wanted to basically emphasize upon certain aspects, that the country has to remain united. The country has to be integrated, right? There have to be equal importance given to different religions. And therefore, we had the insertion of these words. So we had, for example, the insertion of the words like socialist and secular. Why socialist? Because we wanted to have a planned economy. The government at that particular time, headed by Indira Gandhi, she wanted to have a planned economy, and therefore we had socialist word which was inserted. Then we also had the secular word. Why secular? Because according to the government at that particular time, we should give there was this need of giving equal importance to all the religions. That is what you have to understand. Next aspect is equality of status and of opportunity. पहले statement देखते हैं. The term equality of status was expanded to include the equality of opportunity as well. This is incorrect. In fact, the original constitution had both these things, equality of status and of opportunity. The phrase unity of the nation was amended to read as unity and integrity. Look at this. So we have the unity and integrity of the nation. Earlier, only unity was there, but now we also integrate the integrity, so as to make sure that there is national integration. The words socialist and secular were inserted before the term democratic republic. Absolutely correct. So we have socialist and secular. Go into the philosophy. Know the reasons why you had the insertion or the incorporation of these words in the preamble. I hope this is clear. The answer would be 2 and 3. First is incorrect. Answer is C. Let's go to the next question. All right. Consider the following statements regarding none of the above option. None of the above option in the elections in India. Statement 1 says the votes polled for nota are not taken into account for calculating the total votes polled for the purpose of return of security deposits. Votes polled against the nota option are not treated as valid votes. देखो भाई, सबसे पहले, if I go into the origin of this, what you have to understand is that it was a famous case of the PUCL, People Unions of Civil Liberties versus Union of India of 2013. PUCL versus Union of India. In this particular case, Supreme Court said that if you have a particular voter who is not really satisfied with any of the candidates, list of the candidates, or who is not satisfied with any of the parties, he should have that particular right to register that grievance, and therefore the nota option has to be provided. That was based upon this particular verdict of Supreme Court, PUCL versus Union of India. अब बात आती है कि भाई, when we talk about the return of security deposits, so what it says is that if a person is securing votes more than 1/6, 1/6 कितना हुआ? 16.67, 16.67%, then there can be the return of the security deposit. But the question is, when I'm calculating the total number of votes, would I also count the votes polled for nota? The answer is incorrect. No. Why? Because the vote which are given for nota, which are actually counted, the number of votes which have come in the nota, they are not to be included in the total valid votes. That is what the statement second says. Votes polled against nota option are not treated as valid votes. And this has been many a times through various orders by the Election Commission has said, and Election Commission has repeatedly said this, that you should not basically include the vote of notas as valid votes. The answer would be both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 explains statement 1. There is a particular reason for this particular aspect, that why you don't include the votes of nota, because they are not to be taken as valid votes, right? Let's go to the next question. All right. In India, which one of the following is the sole authority to use the nuclear weapons? Now, you must have heard about this very important National Security Council. ठीक है? National Security Council, भाई देखो, who is the chairman of National Security Council? Give me the answer, guys. Who is the chairman of the National Security Council? I know you must be knowing this. So we have the Prime Minister, who is the chairperson, right? And who is the key coordinator of the National Security Council? He is the National Security Advisor. देखो भाई, Nuclear Command Authority है. Nuclear Command Authority has two parts. One is the political part, and the other is the executive part. The political part is headed by the Prime Minister. The executive part is headed by the National Security Advisor. That is what you have to understand. And National Security Advisor is basically key coordinator of the National Security Council. You should also understand that we have recently the appointment to the National Security Advisory Board. National Security Advisory Board. It is again a part of, gives advisories to the National Security Council. Keep a track of these words, right? There's also one thing which I want to add: Strategic Forces Command, SFC. Do read about it. Can be very important for this IAS prelims, right? So we have first the National Security Council. It is basically the chairman is the Prime Minister, and the key coordinator of National Security Council is the National Security Advisor. And then you have the Nuclear Command Authority, which basically has the political wing, which is headed by the Prime Minister. Total, just a minute, Rahul. So we have the political wing, which is headed by the Prime Minister, and the executive, which is headed by the National Security Advisor, right? And then we have National Security Advisory Board, which gives the strategic dimensions, strategic viewpoints to the National Security Council. That is what you have to understand. Look, when we are talking about the return of security deposits, we are looking at the valid votes polled. Total, valid total votes की बात हो रही है. But would we count the votes which are polled for nota? The answer is no. That is what we are talking about, because they are not to be counted as valid votes. I hope this is clear, Rahul. So the answer over here would be the Political Council of the Nuclear Command Authority. Let's go to the next question. All right. Consider the following statements with respect to Gram Sabha. It is a permanent body. It is organized by the Panchayat Secretary after obtaining the approval of the Sarpanch. The decisions taken by the Gram Sabha can be annulled only by the state government. Look, see, whenever we talk about the Gram Sabha, what you have to understand is that we had, see, let's go prior to that. We had the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, through which we constitutionalized this aspect of Panchayati Raj institutions. One of the most important pillars, or what you can say the base of running the Panchayati Raj institutions, is the Gram Sabha, right? So that is the soul, or the very soul of the Panchayati Raj institutions is Gram Sabha. What is Gram Sabha? So this is basically a list of those people, the adults who are there in that particular area. So includes all the people, all the adults in that particular region. Now, what you have to understand is, the very first question is it defined? Is Gram Sabha defined in the Constitution? The answer is yes. So we have Article 243, subclause A, which basically defines कि भाई Gram Sabha होती क्या है. Second aspect is that what are the powers and functions of Gram Sabha? They are actually described in Article 243A. So over there, this is subclause A. This is not subclause A. This is a part of the article itself, 243A. The powers and functions of Gram Sabha. Always remember one thing, that especially when we talk about the importance of Gram Sabha in the scheduled areas, fifth schedule area, PISA सुना होगा आपने, Panchayat extension to schedule areas. Always remember that there is a need to know what the Gram Sabha wants. There has to be a proper consultation. The importance of Gram Sabha is too much when we talk about the fifth schedule areas. हर जगह के लिए important है, but when we talk about specifically about the fifth schedule area, it becomes more important. No action can be taken by the district administration or the state government without the consultation with respect to the Gram Sabha. So there has to be a mandatory consultation process, right? Now, can the state government annul or cancel what the Gram Sabha is saying? The answer is absolutely no. It cannot do so. Only the Gram Sabha can annul or cancel what it has said. The third statement, the decisions taken by the Gram Sabha can be annulled only by the state government. It is incorrect. It can only be annulled by itself. It is a permanent body. Absolutely yes. It is a permanent body. It's not subject to कि भाई elections कब हो रहे हैं, नहीं हो रहे. All the persons who are adult persons who are in the electoral roll, they are part of the Gram Sabha. It is organized by the Panchayat Secretary after obtaining the approval of Sarpanch. Absolutely correct. So you have the Panchayat Secretary who basically lists down through the electoral rolls that this is what the population which constitutes the Gram Sabha. That is what you have to understand. So over here, the answer would be 1 and 2. I hope this is clear. Let's go to the next topic, next question. All right, again, quite a recent topic, can be important. Consider the following statements. Waqf refers to the properties dedicated exclusively for religious or charitable purpose. Then we have, in India, the practice of Waqf was started under the Mughal Empire. देखो भाई Waqf होता क्या है, first of all. So when we talk about Waqf, what you have to understand is that, yeah, you have certain properties. You have certain properties. Let's say you have a particular person, and obviously, when we talk about this verb, it is dealing with the Islam. So let's say you have a particular Muslim person who is basically known as Waqif, right? Now, that person basically says that this property of mine is now dedicated to Allah, right? Bestowed on Allah. So that ultimately it goes into the overall control of the what bestowed on Allah. Now, the point is that who is responsible to manage those properties? We have a person who is appointed, who's known as Mutawli, right? So you have a person who is appointed to administer those properties. Mutawli, what you call as. So you have the Waqif, who basically gives the property, and then you have Mutawli, who basically administers that particular property. Can a person reclaim that particular property after, let's say, there was a person, Waqif, who basically says that I'm giving a property. Can he reclaim that property? The answer is no. It is irrevocable. It is, you cannot reclaim it, right? Now, that is exclusive for the religious and charitable purpose. So this is absolutely correct. In India, the practice of waqf was started under the Mughal Empire. The answer is incorrect. So we had the Delhi Sultanate, who basically started this practice, right? So we had the Sultan Muizzuddin, who basically gave the areas of two villages to in a particular person, and said that please, this is dedicated for the for the overall objectives of Islam. And you had Sheikh Islamul, who basically was given the responsibility to manage that particular area, right? That particular property, and that was made to serve as the Jama Masjid in Multan, right? So this was not under the Mughals; it was primarily started under the Delhi Sultanate. That is what you have to understand. And since Delhi Sultanate captured a lot of territories in India, different kings, they started to expand these waqf properties. So ultimately, we had this particular concept over there. The answer would be one only, not the Mughals, but the Delhi Sultanate. Let's go to the next question. All right. Again, quite an interesting one. Consider the following: Sudan, Somalia, Kenya, Yemen, Uganda. How many of the above countries have a land border with Ethiopia? Now, if you look at the map of Ethiopia, this is basically the regional map of Africa. What do you call this particular region as Horn of Africa, right? Yeah. So known as Horn of Africa. Now you have different countries. You have Somalia, you have Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, Eritrea, and Djibouti. Now, there are very important locations over here. Possibly a question can come in this year's prelims. You have Yemen, right? So we have the attacks by the Houthis. You have the ships passing by, the US ships, and primarily the countries, those countries who are allies of Israel. If their ships are passing by, you have the Houthis. Houthis are the people who have captured this particular area in Yemen, the capital region, the Sana'a, and the other regions, right? So they are attacking the allies of Israel. That's what you have to understand. We have this particular strait, which is Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. Quite an important one, can come in the exam, right? Now, which all countries are there? So on the north part, you can see that you have the country of Eritrea. On the right, you have Somalia and Djibouti. And then on the left, we have Sudan, right? And in the south, we have Kenya. That's what you have to understand. So Uganda is much far from here. It's not something which is related to Ethiopia, not directly connected. And Yemen is also in the Arabian Peninsula. So this is what you have to understand, right? So the answer would be Sudan, Somalia, Kenya, right? And not Yemen, not Uganda. So the answer is only 3. I hope this is clear. Let's go to the next question. Quite static question, but we have seen questions coming, such type of questions coming in the exam. So let's go through this. Consider the following pairs: political parties, Bharatiya Kranti Dal, Ram Manohar Lohia, Congress for Democracy, Jagjeevan Ram, Praja Socialist Party, Jai Prakash Narayan, Janata Party Secular, Raj Narayan. See, when we talk about the Bharatiya Kranti Dal, what you have to understand is that this was a party which was created by Chaudhry Charan Singh and later renamed as Bharatiya Lok Dal, right? So it was ultimately Bharatiya Kranti Dal and renamed as Bharatiya Lok Dal, and this was Chaudhry Charan Singh, so this is incorrect. Congress for Democracy, this is Jagjeevan Ram. So Jagjeevan Ram basically came up with this party primarily because he was not satisfied by the kind of dictatorial tendencies which the Prime Minister had at that particular time. She was basically Indira Gandhi, right? So Jagjeevan Ram came up with his own party, Congress for Democracy. Praja Socialist Party. See, Socialist Party was basically started by Jai Prakash Narayan. And then you had another party, which was the Kisan Mazdoor Praja Party. Kisan Mazdoor Praja Party was started by J.P. Kriplani. And then both these parties merged and formed the Praja Socialist Party. That's what you have to understand, right? Next aspect is Janata Party Secular. So ultimately, we had Janata Party, which was started by Raj Narayan, correct? And you must know that It was in July 1979, and ultimately Chaudhry Charan Singh was elected the leader, and then he was also the prime minister for some time. So this is correct. Janata Party Secular was started by Raj Narayan. This is incorrect. Bharatiya Kranti Dal was started by Chaudhry Charan Singh, not Ram Manohar Lohia. Answer would be only 3 pairs. Quite static question, but interesting. Let's go to the next question. All right. The last question of the day. It says, with reference to the operational commands of the Indian Army, consider the following statements. See, there have been repeated questions coming with respect to the defense aspects, with respect to the paramilitary aspects. So this is again a very, very important question. Indian Army has different commands, what we call as the operational commands, right? So again, understand, when we talk about the total commands, we have 6 operational commands and 1 training command. Look at this place. We have in Shimla, which is the Army Training Command. Every command, her command jo hoti hai, that is headed by, which is basically managed by a person whose rank of the lieutenant general, right? So that is what you have to understand. We have different commands. For example, the Northern Command is placed in Udhampur. We have the Western Command in Chandigarh. We have the Southwestern Command in Jaipur. And then we have the Eastern Command in Kolkata. Central Command, the headquarters are in Lucknow. What about the Southern Command? The headquarters of the Southern Command are in Pune, Maharashtra. That is what you have to understand. Which is the largest? If you just look at the map, just see that almost 40% of the country's area, 40% of the country's area, it is under the overall jurisdiction when we talk about the Indian Army with respect to the Southern Command. So quite an important one. And Southern Command is the one which is the oldest, the largest and the oldest. Always remember, right? The Northern Command is the oldest and the largest. Incorrect. The headquarters of the Southern Command is located in Chennai. Look, the headquarters are located in Pune, not Chennai. Again, incorrect. The Western Command was raised prior to the independence of India, 15th August 1947. And the Western Command, the inception was in 15th September 1947, just 1 month after the independence. So not pre-independence. This is again incorrect. How many of the above statements are correct? The answer is D. I hope this is clear. So again, here we come to the end of the polity and IR discussions. I hope you really understood these aspects. My best wishes with you. May you come out with flying colors. All the very best. And if you have any doubt, if you have any issue, you're most welcome. Come to Vajiram Ravi and we'll definitely help you with respect to any of your doubts. So all the very best. Thank you so much. So now we'll be having Akansha ma'am taking the discussion forward with respect to the economics aspect. All right. All right, guys, if you have any question in polity, you can definitely ask. If you have any of the questions in any of these, be it a journal question also, I would be more happy to answer. It is good that most of you are giving the correct answer. It's good to know. If you have any question, you're most welcome. All right, guys. Now we'll have Akansha ma'am, and she would be taking the discussion forward with respect to economy. Again, all the very best. Let's have this.
A very warm good evening to all of you. I am Akanksha Pathak and I'll be dealing with the economy related questions. I hope you all perform well in your particular test with respect to economy question. Yes, am I clearly audible? Okay. So let's begin with the economy questions. Mic is working, right? Okay. So our first question would be question number 14. In this, the question is asking that which of the following trade practices, which of the following trade practices is prohibited when you look at WTO mandates. Okay. When you talk about WTO, it is being created to create a rule-based order when it comes to international trade. And when it comes to World Bank, how it is going to make sure that one country X does not discriminate when it comes to the other countries, when it comes to international trade. So it looks into the tariff related barriers. For that, we have the MFN clause, most favored nation clause. Okay, principle, this is there, and this was very much in news. You all must be aware of this thing, that if a country X is placing 10% tariff on a good coming from, let's suppose, USA, the same amount of tariff it needs to impose on a good which is coming from any other country when it comes to the same good. Okay, WTO also looks into the non-tariff barriers, and these are the ones which we are going to look into. How many of the above practices are prohibited when it comes to WTO mandate? So when it comes to domestic content requirement, yes, it is explicitly prohibited when it comes to TRIMS, trade related investment measures. Okay, domestic content requirement, it clearly states that if a MNC is coming in India, X MNC is coming in India, and if it wants to set up its manufacturing base, okay, then it needs to source some percentage of the goods from our, domestic sources. Okay, so this is explicitly prohibited under the TRIMS because we are discriminating when it comes to the investment coming from the foreign sources. Okay, when you talk about the local employment requirement, this basically talks about that if you want to set up the manufacturing base in India, then you need to provide employment to our local youths. When it comes to local employment requirement, it is not explicitly prohibited when it comes to WTO mandates. Similarly, when it comes to rules of origin, it is also not prohibited when it comes to WTO mandates. Rules of origin was again very much in news. India is going to finalize its free trade agreement when it comes to the UK, and therein they have a detailed discussion with regard to rules of origin. I want all of you to let me know what do you understand by rules of origin. Okay, everyone? So when you talk about this particular question, the answer would be A, one only. Okay, so when you talk about rules of origin, it helps us to know that what is the nation from which this particular good is emerging. Okay, normally what China does, it dumps the good in the country wherein we have a free trade agreement, and via, let's suppose, Asian countries, these goods would be then exported to India. Now with Asian countries, if we have a free trade agreement, then they would be getting preferential treatment. Okay, so in order to put a check on this dumping, activity of China, we have this rules of origin provision. Okay, and this is allowed when it comes to WTO. So answer would be A. Now this is a very simple question. This is asking which of the following correctly calculates the GDP deflator. So when we talk about GDP deflator, it helps us to understand that the inflated GDP figures that we are getting, is it because of increase in the production of goods and services, or is it merely because there has been an increase in prices? Okay, so when you talk about GDP deflator, how it is calculated? GDP at current prices divided by GDP at basic prices. Sorry, it is GDP at current prices, and you have GDP at base year prices or constant prices. Okay, so when you talk about GDP at current prices, this is basically your nominal GDP, and when you calculate GDP at the base year prices or GDP at constant prices, this is your real GDP into 100. So correct answer here would be C. Moving forward, this is a very interesting question. Herein the question is asking that which of the above scenario in which we'll be witnessing a reduction in bond yields? First of all, I need to understand what is this concept of bond yields. Okay, so bond yield simply, it tells me that what amount I am paying to buy a bond and what is the return that I'm getting. Okay, so bond yield basically is the return that I'm getting, that is the coupon payment that remains fixed irrespective of the changes in the market price of the bond, divided by the market price of the bond into 100. Okay, so bond yield is simply what price I am paying to buy the bond and what is the return that I am getting. Okay, now in this question we have to look into that which of the above scenario would lead to a reduction in bond yields. First is saying that there is an increased flow of foreign portfolio investment when it comes to government security. So if there is an increased flow of FPI, that means there is an increase in demand for bonds. If demand of anything increases, there would be an increase in price. So market price of the bond, this would go up. And if the market price of the bond would go up, bond yield would come down. So first is correct. In this scenario, we will witness a reduction in bond yield. Let's look into another scenario. Another scenario is depreciation in domestic currency. If rupee depreciate as compared to dollar, what we usually witness? We witness that there is a net FPI outflow. Okay, so if the foreign investors, they lose confidence in our currency and we witness net FPI outflow. So when there would be outflow, this implies what? That there is a reduction in demand for bonds. If there is a reduction, then what would happen to the market price of the bond? This would also go down. And since the market price of the bond, this is going down, the bond yield would witness a increase. Okay, so in this scenario, we'll not be witnessing a reduction in bond yields. Then we have contractionary monetary policy. So this is correct, this is incorrect. Contractionary monetary policy, what it implies? That we will be having a higher interest rate. So when we have a higher interest rate, what would happen? The demand for the existing bonds which are already there in the market, their demand would go down. And when the demand would go down, what would happen to the market price of the existing bond? It would also go down. And because of this, bond yield would witness a increase. Okay, so again in this scenario, we will not witness a reduction in the bond yields when it comes to the existing bonds. Then we have fourth scenario, that is decreasing fiscal deficits. So if fiscal deficit is decreasing, that means the government would not be supplying more amount of government securities or bonds in the market. So what is happening? The supply of bond that is going down, the demand for bond is, let's suppose, constant. So in this scenario, when the supply has gone down, demand is constant. In this scenario, again, what would happen? The market price of the bond would increase because there is less supply of the bonds. Again, when the market price of the bond would go up, your bond yield would witness a reduction. Okay, so when it comes to these four scenarios, what we have been given in the question, only in first and fourth scenario, we will be witnessing a reduction in the bond yield. Therefore, the answer would be B, 2 only. Moving forward. Now, when it comes to this particular question, the first thing that we need to understand is what is global value chain. So when I talk about global value chain, herein the production would not be happening in a single country X. The different stages of production would be carried out in different countries. Let's suppose America would be developing the software, China would be doing the, would be preparing the hardware components, assembly would be done in India. So different stages of production are being carried out in different countries. Okay, this is what is global value chains. Okay, now according to Economic Survey 2023-24, what we have witnessed is we are witnessing a increased integration into the global value chain, but at the same time what we are witnessing is a reduction in foreign direct investment inflows. Why it is happening? See, initially the MNCs, they used to bring the FDI in the developing economies, okay, because therein the labor cost was quite low. For example, in China previously, so they brought the FDI, they set up the manufacturing base, Okay, and they exploited the lower labor cost in these particular countries. But over a period of time, what we have witnessed? We have witnessed rise in protectionism, trade war between US and China. So because of these geopolitical tensions, because of rise in protectionism tendency, now what is happening is MNCs, they are not incentivized to set up their manufacturing bases in another country to exploit this lower labor cost. Instead of this, what they are doing, they are, giving the manufacturing contracts, they are giving services, in a contract basis. So what we are witnessing is an increase in non-equity modes of international production. So now, because of this non-equity modes of international production, different stages of production are being carried out in different stages. For example, Apple would be focusing upon software development, and when it comes to assembling the products, that contract has been given to, let's suppose, India. So we are getting more and more integrated into the global value chain, but that is not implying that there would be an increase in FDI, because now the MNCs and the foreign investors, they are not interested in setting up the manufacturing bases in India because of rise in protectionism and because of certain geopolitical tensions. Okay, so this scenario we witnessed when there is a prevalence of non-equity modes of international production like contract manufacturing and third-party outsourcing. So the MNCs, instead of setting up their manufacturing bases in another country, what they are doing, they are just outsourcing a particular activity. Okay, so answer would be D here. Now, question number 18. This is with respect to tier 1 capital. You must have read about capital adequacy ratio. So capital adequacy ratio is basically your tier 1 capital plus your tier 2 capital divided by risk weighted assets. Okay, so capital adequacy ratio, what does this imply? This implies whether the bank has adequate amount of capital to cover the losses if the loans which it has given, it turns out into NPA. Okay, so in this capital adequacy ratio, we have this tier 1 capital, which is the core capital of the bank. So when I talk about tier 1 capital, it basically consists of paid up equity capital. Okay, the money which the bank has raised by issuing its shares in the market. Okay, it includes the additional tier 1 bonds. These are basically the perpetual bonds which do not have any maturity date. Okay, but you will be getting the interest or the coupon payment on a regular basis, on a perpetual basis, because it does not have any maturity date. So majorly when you talk about tier 1 capital, it consists of paid up equity capital, the money which the bank has raised by issuing perpetual bonds or additional tier 1 bonds, or whatever profits the bank is left with, okay, that it does not have to share with the shareholders. Okay, so here the question is asking that which of the above do not form a part of the tier 1 capital. So except this, okay, all of them do not form a part of the tier 1 capital. So answer would be C, only 3. Moving further. Now, this was a very difficult question, I know, for a lot of students with respect to money supply aggregates. Now, the question is saying that Mr. X and Y decided to get their children married to each other. For the marriage function, they withdraw a sum of 1 crore from their fixed deposits. On the day of wedding, the guest also gave a token of blessing and they gave the newlyweds around 10 lakh rupees. On the same day of the wedding, the married couple decided to deposit this same for 6 months to basically purchase a car. So the question is asking that on the day of wedding, which of the following parameters of the money will oversee no change when it comes to the above situation? So when it comes to deducing the answer, you need to first look into the different money supply aggregates. How do we calculate M1, M2, M3 and M4? Okay, so when I talk about M1, it basically consists of currency which is there with the public and the demand deposits which is there with the banks. It does not include the time deposits. When it comes to M2, so it is basically M1 plus your demand deposits with the post office savings bank. When it comes to M3, so it is M1 plus the time deposits with the banks. And when it comes to M4, it consists all of them. Okay. Now let's go back to the question and let's just try to deduce the answer. So we have M1, that is currency with the public, plus the demand deposits when it comes to the banks. We have M2, that is M1 plus demand deposits with the post office savings bank. We have M3, that is M1 plus your time deposits with the banks. Okay. Now let's just first look into the first transaction. So first transaction is saying that we withdrew 1 crore from the fixed deposits. That means from time deposits, we have to deduce 1 crore. And this 1 crore is getting added here in currency with the public. So no change in M3 because of this transaction. But since time deposits are neither a part of M2 or M1, we are withdrawing 1 crore from time deposits and it would be getting added here in currency with the public. So when it comes to M1 and M2, they would be undergoing a change. 1 crore would be added here. Then let's look into the another transaction. Another transaction is from 10 lakh, which was there, which was a component of currency with the public. Now the couple have decided to, make a fixed deposit of that money. So now when it comes to M3, what is happening? So we have to minus here 10 lakh, which was there as part of component of currency with the public. And we have to put a plus sign here, 10 lakh, when it comes to your time deposits. Okay. So again, in the second transaction also, there would be no change in M3 also. So if M3 is not changing, M4 would also not undergo any change. When it comes to M1 and M2, what would be changing here? Now 1 crore was added because of the previous transaction. In the second transaction, what we are saying that this 10 lakh, which was previously a part of currency with the public, now it would be reduced from here. 10 lakh would be deducted from here and rest would be becoming a part of the time deposit. So time deposit is not a part of M1 or M2. So when it comes to M1 or M2, the change that we'll be witnessing because of these two transactions, it would be roughly around 90 lakhs. So here, there's a mistake in the answer key. Here the answer should be, this is a typing error, M3 and M4 only. So answer would be C in that case. You just need to understand that when it comes to this entire transaction, it is only the M3 and M4 which would not be undergoing any change. Okay, because simply what we are doing, we are taking out money from time deposits. It became a part of the currency with public. Then again, we are taking 10 lakh from currency with the public and it is becoming a part of the time deposits. So there is no change when it comes to M3 and M4, but M1 and M2 would undergo a change. So you need to make this correction when it comes to this particular question. Let's move forward. I know this question was a bit typical for a lot of students. Now, question number 20. This is asking, consider the following statement. Statement number 1 is saying that the value of commodities provided under the PDS by the government are not taken into account when we calculate the headline inflation in India. What is headline inflation? It basically takes into account the changes in the prices of the commodities wherein we witness high volatility in the prices, that is fuel, food, etc. And when it comes to India, it is basically your CPI combined, that is urban plus rural. Okay, so recently the government of India have asked the experts, okay, they have asked the opinion of the experts that should we take into account the commodities which we are providing under the PDS when we are calculating the CPIC or headline inflation. So if you go by the international norms, and this is what is currently there, we don't take into account whatever we are providing under the PDS when we calculate the headline inflation or when we calculate the CPI combined. Why? Because when we define CPI, how do we define it? CPI, therein we witness the change in the retail prices that you and me are paying. Okay, and that is how by tracking the CPIC, we are able to get to know the cost of living when it comes to India. Okay, so we do not take into account whatever commodities the government is providing under PDS. Why? Because The people who are getting rice or wheat under PDS, they don't have to pay any price. Okay, and the price, even let's suppose 1 rupee, 2 rupees, if they are paying, that is not reflecting the retail price which is actually there in the market, which you and me have to pay. So statement second says that since it is a non-monetary transaction which does not generate any demand for money, this is also correct. And statement second explains statement number 1. So therefore the correct answer here would be A. Both the statements are correct, and statement second explains statement number 1. Moving forward, question number 21. In this we have asked that which of the following generally has the lowest interest rate. So if you people have been following the newspaper, recently the MPC has reduced the repo rate and it has made it 6%. And when you talk about reverse repo rate, it is roughly around 3.35%. Marginal standing facility, it is 6.25%. And when it comes to standing deposit facility, it is 5.75%. So usually it is the reverse repo rate which is the lowest. Let's just understand what is the purpose for which RBI basically uses these particular quantitative tools. So when I talk about repo rate, under this, if a bank needs short-term liquidity support from RBI, then what it needs to do, it needs to pledge certain government securities with the RBI, and it would be able to get the liquidity support for 7 days, 14 days, or 21 days. And these government security does not include the SLR quota government security. This is something that you need to make note of. Okay, and this is the difference between repo and marginal standing facility. And after 7 days or 14 days, when this bank would be returning the liquidity and would be paying the interest rate, that is the repo rate, the RBI would be giving this government security back. Why the name is repurchase option? Because RBI and this bank have entered into a repurchase agreement. This bank is pledging the government security with a promise that once I return you the liquidity after the stipulated time, I would be repurchasing these government security. That is why the name is repurchase option. How this repo is different from marginal standing facility? If a bank has exploited this repo tool, okay, then it goes for marginal standing facility. Under marginal standing facility, the bank can get the liquidity support from the RBI on an overnight basis, and herein it can pledge its SLR quota government securities. Now, since it is getting this short-term liquidity support from the RBI, by pledging the SLR quota government security, that is the reason RBI penalizes the bank. Okay, so that is the reason when you look at marginal standing facility, it is always 25 basic points higher than the repo rate. And that is what you witness here also. Repo rate is currently 6%. Marginal standing facility is 6.25%. When it comes to your reverse repo rate, therein, if this bank have excess funds, nobody is taking loan from the bank, then what the bank can do, how it can earn money? It can park this excess fund with the RBI, and in return, RBI would be pledging some government securities with a repurchase option. Okay, and after 7 days, 14 days, again, when RBI would be returning this excess fund again to the bank, then the bank would be giving back the government securities. But after 2020, what we are witnessing, RBI is not making use of the reverse repo rate. It has moved towards standing deposit facility. So what is the difference when it comes to reverse repo rate and your standing deposit facility? The difference is when it comes to standing deposit facility, now if this bank have excess fund and if it is depositing it with the RBI, RBI would not be giving any collateral as guarantee. That means RBI would not be giving any government securities as collateral. Why? Because RBI might be needing this government securities to carry out open market operations. Okay, and if it has limited supply of, let's suppose, government security and it wants to absorb more amount of liquidity, then this collateral thing would be acting as a blockage. Okay, it would be hindering the RBI from absorbing the liquidity, the level it wants. Okay, so that is the reason after COVID-19 pandemic, what we are seeing that RBI has started using the standing deposit facility, wherein RBI would not be providing any collateral in form of government security. Now, since RBI is not providing any collateral here, but it used to provide collateral when it comes to reverse repo rate, that is why in order to incentivize the bank to park their excess funds under the standing deposit facility, you see the interest rate when it comes to standing deposit facility is higher than the reverse repo rate. And nowadays, when you look at the liquidity adjustment facility corridor, the floor rate is basically your standing deposit facility and not the reverse repo rate. Therefore, the answer here was A. Moving forward, question number 22. It is asking, consider the following statements. Statement number 1, non-traded goods and services tend to be cheaper in low-income countries than the high-income countries. Statement second is saying that currency of a low-income country is usually depreciated in comparison to high-income country. I think there should be no doubt when it comes to this statement. Usually, if a country is a low-income one, herein its exports would usually be less as compared to its imports. In this case, what we see that usually the currency of this low income country is depreciated in comparison to dollars or high income countries. So there's no doubt when it comes to statement number second. When it comes to statement number 1, it is talking about non-traded goods and services. So it has nothing to do with your exchange rate. Non-traded goods and services, this basically deals with the purchasing power parity terms when you compare the GDP in purchasing power parity terms. Okay, how do we get this, or how do we get purchasing power parity term exchange rate? In this, we look into that we consider a common consumption basket first. That means we'll be taking into account the goods which are consumed in both the countries. Okay, let's suppose India and US. Then how we'll be calculating this purchasing power parity terms exchange rate? We'll be looking into that how many rupees we need to buy this common consumption basket and how many dollars we have to spend in order to buy this common consumption basket in US. Okay, now when you look at GDP in purchasing power parity terms or exchange rate when it comes to purchasing power parity terms, in case of India, the cost of living is quite less. Okay, so if you look into GDP in terms of purchasing power parity terms, it is better when it comes to USA, because here when you go to local restaurant to get a McDonald's burger, it would be costing you less than what it cost in USA. Okay, so in low income countries, usually the non-traded goods are less costlier. Okay, so both the statements are correct, but statement second do not explain statement number 1, because these goods we are talking with respect to non-traded goods and services. They have nothing to do with the changes or fluctuation in the exchange rate. Okay, so answer here would be B. Both the statements are correct, but statement second does not explain statement number 1. Now, this is with respect to economic territory of India. So when we define GDP, how do we define GDP? We basically look into the market value, the final value of final goods and services which are produced within the domestic territory of India in a specified period of time. That specified period of time is usually 1 year. Now, normally when I say domestic territory, we confuse it with the political territory. But when it comes to United Nations, it defines this economic territory as a territory which is governed by the government, okay, and wherein there is free movement of people, goods and capital. So when you talk about economic territory of India, it would be including the Indian embassies which are there in other countries. So this would be a part of the economic territory of India. The aircrafts or the fishing vessels or ships which are operated by Indians between two countries. Okay, so both of these would be a part of the economic territory, but it would not be considering the embassies of other countries which are situated in India, because herein the free movement of goods, capital and people is not allowed. Okay, so it is D which is not a part of the economic territory of India. So answer would be D here. Don't confuse this economic territory with the political boundaries. Now, question number 41. It is asking that which of the following pairs represent a similar underlying economic rationale or purpose to each other. So when you talk about MSP, this is basically to make sure that our farmers don't fall below the poverty line or in the vicious cycle of poverty. When it comes to import quota, it is being imposed by the government to protect the domestic industry. So rationale is not same. Similarly, subsidies are given by the government to basically increase the production of a good which has positive externality, whereas tariff is again imposed by the government to protect the domestic industry. It is not sure that if a country is imposing tariff, it would necessarily lead to increase in production. Okay, that is why again here the rationale is not the same. Then wealth tax, it is a kind of progressive taxation. Okay, export incentive, again it is basically to increase the exports. Again, they don't have the same economic rationale. But when it comes to duty drawback and when it comes to input tax credit, they have same economic rationale. Why? Because both of them are trying to reduce the cascading of taxes. Cascading of taxes basically means tax on tax. Okay, so you need to understand this with the help of example. Let's suppose this is stage 1, this is stage 2 of the production. There are different stages of production. Okay, I'm writing here the initial value, the final, sorry, stage 1, stage 2. Here is the initial value, then value added, then the tax paid, and what is the final price. Let's suppose in stage 1, initial value was 0, value addition was of 2000, tax paid, I'm taking tax rate as 10%. So here the tax would come out to be 200. So final price will be 2200 rupees. Then initial value here would be 2200 rupees. It would be the same in both the cases, before GST and after GST. Then here in this case, let's suppose value added is of 800 rupees. So before GST, what amount of tax I have to pay? I have to pay 10% of this total amount. That is, it comes out to be 3000. So I will have to pay 300. But after GST, I only need to pay the tax on the value addition. So here, after GST, I have to pay only 80 rupees. Now, because of this, you will witness a remarkable change in the final price which the consumer has to pay. In the pre-GST stage, what would be the final price? 3000 plus 300, so 3300. But after GST, what would be the final price which the consumer has to pay? So it would be 2200 plus your 800 plus 80. So it would be 3080 rupees. So you can see, when you remove the cascading of taxes, there is a reduction in the price also. And this is what we are trying to do with the help of the input tax credit. So here, if this manufacturer has paid 50 rupees when it purchased this raw material A, 100 rupees when it purchased this raw material B, and 150 when it purchased the raw material C. Okay, he has already paid this much amount of tax. And when it comes to the final product, therein the tax is 350 rupees. So this manufacturer would not be paying this entire 350 rupees. Rather, what is the amount that he'll be paying? He will be paying 350 minus the tax which he has already paid on these raw materials. So roughly he'll have to pay 50 rupees only. Okay. So when it comes to input tax credit, with this we are trying to do away with the cascading of taxes. Now you don't have to pay tax on tax which you have already paid. Okay. And similarly, when it comes to duty drawback, if a manufacturer X have imported some raw material, and when he imported that, he has paid some custom duty, and if he has used that imported raw material to produce a good which we are exporting at the end of the day, so then in that case, whatever custom duties this X manufacturer has paid, the government would be refunding that. So again, this is basically to do away with the cascading of taxes. You don't have to pay tax on tax. So answer would be D. Now, this is also very interesting question. Question number 42. This is asking that in how many of the above situation we'll be witnessing depreciation of Indian currency. So if there is lower inflation in USA, so the people who are there in USA, they would be not incentivized to export or basically to import goods from India. So when it comes to India's export, it would be going down. And when there is low inflation in USA, the people in India, they'll prefer to buy goods from US economy. Why? Because it is less costlier. So in that case, what we will be witnessing, that exports would be going down and there would be a surge in imports. So we know the thumb rule. If imports are higher than exports, we'll be witnessing depreciation of Indian rupee. So first is correct. Second, it is saying protectionist regime, which is if it is adopted by the major export partners when it comes to Indian economy. And this is something we are witnessing with respect to USA. Since USA has stated that it is going to give effect to reciprocal tariff, this is going to severely impact the exports. So again, the exports would be going down. This would again lead to depreciation of Indian rupee. Then if there is rise in oil prices when it comes to OPEC countries, again, this would be increasing the imports in terms of value, because you will have to pay more dollars because dollar has appreciated. Okay, so if there is an increase in price of oils, this would lead to an increase in import bill, and ultimately this would lead to increase in CAD. So this would again lead to depreciation of Indian rupee. Then if the RBI is following accommodative stance means the RBI is going to support growth. So in that case, the RBI would be reducing the interest rate. That is what the RBI has done right now in the recent MPC meeting. Now, when the interest rate would be less, the foreign investors would be leaving your country because they might be getting better returns in US economy, wherein the interest rate would be higher. So whenever there is a reduction in the interest rate, we'll be witnessing capital outflow. So when there would be capital outflow, again, this would be leading to depreciation of Indian currency. So fourth is also correct. If India is going to impose non-tariff barriers, that is technical barriers to trade, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, on that basis, if you are putting in place non-tariff barriers, so this would help us in reducing the imports. Okay, so if you are able to reduce the imports, this would not lead to depreciation of Indian rupee. Okay, rather it would stop the rupee from depreciating. So this situation would not lead to depreciation of Indian rupee. So answer here would be C. Only 4 options are correct. Moving further, question number 43. It is asking that in which of the following condition the consumer would have to bear the burden when the taxes witness a increase. Now see, who would be bearing the burden whenever we witness an increase in taxation? That would be dependent upon how responsive is the supply curve or how responsive is the demand with respect to changes in price. Okay, and if the supply is inelastic, then in that case it is the producer who have to bear the burden of increased taxation. But if the demand is inelastic, in that case it is the consumer who have to bear the burden. As you can see with the help of this diagram also, in this situation 1, wherein your demand curve is relatively inelastic as compared to your supply curve. So initially the consumer was buying 88 units, and after the tax also the consumer is not able to reduce the quantity demanded. So ultimately, when the consumer is not able to reduce the quantity demanded, the supplier or the manufacturer would be shifting the burden of the tax on the consumer, and that is what you can see here. Okay, but in this scenario wherein the demand curve is relatively elastic as compared to the supply curve is relatively inelastic. So now when, because of the taxation, we'll witness an increase in the price, so consumer would be reducing the quantity demanded, reduce it by 30 units. So ultimately the burden of the taxes has to be borne by the producer and not the consumer. Okay, and that is what we have asked in this question. So thumb rule that you have to follow is, if the demand curve is relatively inelastic as compared to supply curve, it is the consumer who have to bear the burden of increased taxation. And if supply is relatively inelastic as compared to the demand curve, then it is the producer who have to bear the burden whenever the taxes would be witnessing a increase. So in this question, the question has asked that in which scenario consumer would have to bear the burden as compared to the producer. So it would be when the demand curve is relatively more inelastic as compared to the supply. So answer would be C here. Moving further, question number 44. Arrange the following countries in increasing order of their crude steel production in 2024. I'm not going into much detail because it is not a conceptual question. So answer here is C. You can match it with respect to this particular table which is given. They have given the already, we have given it in the explanation, the production figures. Now, question number 45, it is asking that the financial sector assessment program, which is a quinennial exercise for assessing the financial health of economy with a systematically important financial sector, this is conducted by whom? So it is conducted by your IMF, okay, wherein it does the in-depth analysis of the financial sector of a particular country. It would be looking into the regulatory framework with respect to your financial sector, and it would also be checking the resilience of the financial sector whenever the economy witness some side, some sort of a shock. So answer here would be B. Moving further, this is also a very straightforward question. It is asking with regard to cash credit facility. So under this, let's suppose company X needs some working capital. What is working capital? UPSC has already asked this question in the recent examination. So working capital is basically that capital which get consumed within one production cycle. Okay, it is different from fixed capital which does not get consumed within one production cycle. So examples of working capital could be cash in hand, the petrol, okay, or certain raw materials which get consumed within one production cycle. Okay, so now if this company X needs some working capital, it went to the bank. So bank would be giving the cash credit facility of, let's suppose, 5 crore rupees. Okay, now this X company did not withdrew this entire amount of 5 crore. It only withdrew, let's suppose, 3 crore. So now this X company would have to pay the interest only on this 3 crore. Okay, not this entire 5 crore, which is the limit prescribed by the bank. And when it comes to cash credit facility, herein the repayment period is usually less than 12 months because they need it to meet their working capital requirements. Okay, so in this case, both the options are correct. And one more thing that you need to keep in mind is when it comes to cash credit facility, herein this X company have to pledge some collateral, okay, maybe in form of immovable assets or in form of inventory. So answer here would be C. Both the statements are correct. Now, this is with regard to floating interest rate and fixed interest rate. So if you have went for floating interest rate on your home loan, so whenever there would be a change in repo rate, there would be a change in the EMIs that you have to pay if you have went for this floating interest rate regime. Okay, so if repo rate is getting reduced, so in that case your EMI obligation would also go down, and if the repo is going up, in that case your EMI obligation would also be going up. But if you have gone with the fixed interest rate regime, so in that case, does not matter what is the change in the repo rate, in which direction repo rate is changing, the EMIs that you have to pay, that remains fixed. Okay, if you don't want any surprises when it comes to your EMI obligation. And what we have observed when it comes to banking sector in India, majority of the people, when they apply for the loan, they go with this fixed interest rate because they don't want surprises. And this is one of the major reasons why we see that there is ineffective transmission of the monetary policy. Okay, even when the RBI reduces the repo rate, if majority of the people have went with fixed interest rate, the banks would not be passing on the benefit to the people who have taken the loan or the people who are maintaining their deposits with the bank. Okay, majority of the people either who take the loans from the bank or who maintain their deposits with the bank, they usually go with this fixed interest rate. Okay, so it does not matter what is the change in repo rate, there would be no change in your EMI obligation, or if you have maintained deposits, there would be no change in the interest payments which the bank would be giving you. And this is one of the major reasons why monetary policy transmission is ineffective in India. So the question is very simple. As we have discussed in the previous question also, recently in the MPC, in its recent meeting, it has reduced the repo rate by 25 basic points. So it is now 6%, and it has changed its stance also from neutral to accommodative. That means now the MPC would be focusing upon growth more. Okay. So due to this, since the repo rate has gone down, your EMI obligation on the home loan, if you have opted for this floating interest rate, then your EMI obligations are likely to witness a reduction. Okay, so answer would be C. And one question might be coming in your mind that, ma'am, if I have went for fixed interest rate, can I move to floating interest rate? Yes, it is allowed. Okay, but you have to pay some conversion fee, and vice versa is also allowed. But how many times you can do the switching, that the respective bank would be determining. Last question when it comes to economy, it is with respect to incremental capital output ratio. What is this incremental capital output ratio? It basically tells me that what is the additional capital I need in order to produce one additional unit of output. Okay, so now if the incremental capital output ratio is roughly around 10, so this tells me what? If I want to produce an additional unit worth $1, then I need capital worth $10. Okay, so when it comes to incremental capital output ratio, the lower is the incremental capital output ratio, the higher is the efficiency of your production. Because a lower incremental capital output ratio implies what? That I need less capital to produce one additional unit of output. And if it is higher, that means I would be needing more capital in order to, increase one additional, or in order to produce one additional unit of output. Now let's look into this question. So let's assume this is 2024, this is 2025, country A, country B. Let's look into the question. What the question is saying, that in the preceding financial year, the incremental capital output ratio was 2.4. Okay, that means in order to produce one additional unit, I need capital worth $2.4. Okay, in the next year, the incremental capital output ratio is 6 for country A and 4 for country B. Let's look into the statements. Statement is saying, first is saying country A and country B had become more efficient in their productive capacity. This is incorrect. Right now I told you that lower would be the incremental capital output ratio, higher would be the efficiency when it comes to your productive capacity. And the reverse is happening. They have moved on from 2.4 to 6 and 2.4 to 4 when it comes to country B. So first is incorrect. Second statement is saying that country A has more efficient productive capacity than B. This is also incorrect. If you compare this year, herein the productive efficiency of country B is better as compared to country A. Okay, so vice versa is true. Second statement is also incorrect. Now third statement is saying that country A has mobilized additional resource capital to provide impetus to its GDP. Now some of you would have got confused by looking into this thing, that incremental capital output ratio when it comes to country A, it has increased to 6. So it might have been able to mobilize more capital, but that is not true. Incremental capital output ratio only tells you that what is the additional amount of capital you need in order to produce one additional unit of good. Okay, so this does not tell you that the country A has been able to mobilize more resources. Rather, if a country A has more resources, then in that case country A should witness economies of scale. Okay, higher is the investment, higher would be the economies of scale, and higher would be the efficiency of production. Okay, and in that case the incremental capital output ratio should witness a reduction. So all the statements are incorrect, and the question has asked us that which of the following statement is correct. So answer here is D, because none of the statements are correct. So I hope the discussion was helpful for all of you. Now next, Bijit sir would be taking up the science and technology section. Thank you all of you and have a good day.
Guys, good evening everyone. I need an attendance check, everyone here. just reply with a thumbs up or with a hi, that I can see that all of you are still here, because I want a very participative discussion right now, right? So guys, you have the time. Let me give you some few seconds. So please do let me know that you all are still here, right? Yes, guys. Okay, okay. So today I am going to start with the science and technology section, and here it has to be emphasized that the faculties right now have discussed in depth with reference to the various topics that have come in polity, environment, geography, economy, and they have put up so much efforts. And the main purpose here is also to not only to help you solve the questions, but also to help you along with the revision, because we have only 18 to 19 days right now. I mean, technically we have only 18 days right now. So that is where the detailed discussion right now which has taken place is not only say a question and answer kind of a game that it is going on. It is also a form of a revision that has to be taken very seriously. So let me just briefly start with the science and technology section. When I talk about this part, it is actually the most interesting part of your prelims when it comes to my own opinion, right? Because here we are talking about the latest technologies. We are talking about the technologies that will be shaping Indian bureaucracy, Indian polity, and also the various aspects, because science and tech is deeply ingrained with the various aspects of our Indian day-to-day lives. And as a future bureaucrat, you also need to focus on the potential applications and the various basic general science and the workings, that is extremely important for your prelims. Now when I actually talk about the strategy here, what I generally mean that, I know that you all are appearing for this examination, and by now you have your own strategy. But if I want to give you some insight as to what you should be doing for the next 2.5 weeks, that is 18 days from now. So, firstly, focus on your basics. Because if I can look at the trend from 2011 to 2024, and I average out that almost UPSC has been asking us 10 to 12 questions from science and technology. But here, you have to keep in mind, more than 90% of the questions, more than 90% of the questions focus on your basic understanding. And that is extremely important. And what about the other 10-20%? It is generally for your current affairs, due to which your compilations become extremely important. Now, when I talk about actually how you should be understanding how to do the basics revision properly, it is actually where you have to figure out your NCRTs, generally from class 6 to 10. So make sure you still have the time right now. 18 days actually is a very good amount of time to brush up your NCRTs, be it how a pressure cooker is working, be it how a refrigerator is working, or how your day-to-day things are operating in front of you. So science and tech is actually dealing with everything. And from the PYQs that we have understood, basics are extremely important, right? Apart from this, the third one will definitely be your PYQs. So do not ignore these things. Without wasting much time, I am now going to start with the very first question that I have at my disposal here with this right now. Now, look at this, guy. This is a question on the role of moderators in nuclear reactors. Now, nuclear reactors has been in the news, or say, for example, the nuclear technological concept has been in the news for various reasons. In 2026, India is going to get its very first fast breeder reactors in Kalpakam. We also have the Panchamrit, where India wants to diversify its renewable energy sources. And also, nuclear energy is a clean and green source of energy, due to which nuclear energy is always in the news, hence a potential question. So, when we talk about the nuclear reactors, we generally have to understand how they are working, right? We have so many components, and that is where one of the components has been asked regarding the role of moderators. Now, when I talk about the moderators here, simply look at the reactor core. I mean, the core is actually the place where you put uranium-235, the enriched nuclear fuel, and you actually get the energy from this aspect here, right? What happens is that when a slow moving neutron is striking a fissile uranium component here, it is further giving very fast neutrons here. If you can see, a small slow neutron is giving rise to 3 fast neutrons. And let me tell you, the fast word generally means that here it is reaching up to the speed of 2 kilometer per second. It is this amount of fast in thermal nuclear reactors. So the speed is extremely high. And when I actually talk about this high speed in these nuclear reactors, they need to be slowed down, because these neutrons can miss the other fissile components, and we will be not getting any, nuclear energy. Firstly, secondly, it is very dangerous if the nuclear reactor or the reactions are out of our control. We need something to slow it down, and the moderators will be fulfilling that purpose. Moderators such as heavy water, even light water in some cases, graphite in some cases, will be this amount of layer, will be this layer, which will be slowing your fast neutrons. And by slowing it, it will be also having, it will be also slowing down this particular neutrons here. And the slowed neutrons will be again passing through this layer. And again, it will be, generating 3 or 2 more neutrons. Again, it will be slowed down, and hence this chain reaction will be going on and on and on, and hence giving you nuclear energy. This is exactly how this fission is working. And mind you that this size of the neutrons here and the size of the, say, moderators and their molecules must be exactly, say, approximately the same. The moderators atoms or molecules must not be too big, because if it is too big, then this entire reaction can be stopped, will be stopped, and this will not be getting or, say, generating any kind of energy. So this is exactly what is reflecting in the first and the second statements. The first statement is telling that they are employed, I mean the moderators are employed in the reactors to absorb neutrons. It is not to absorb neutrons, because the neutrons are absorbed effectively by the control rods, right? The control rods along with the moderators, they try to slow and absorb the neutrons. So get this very clear. The role of the control rods is to, absorb the reactions, to completely shut down the reactors in cases of emergency situations. Now here, this is actually why the statement is wrong here, correct? Now second statement is telling that the higher the mass of the nucleus, the better the moderating capacity of the material. I just talked about this. The size and the mass of the fast neutron or the moderating, say, molecules here, they must be approximately the same size, because it is according to the law of conservation of momentum, right? It is actually that energy you need some moving object to be slowed down, right? So that is actually, will be following the law of conservation of momentum. So that is why this is not correct, because a massive amount of moderator, I mean the molecule, will be stopping the reaction entirely, correct? Now finally, now another extreme statement here: all nuclear reactors require moderators for achieving criticality. This is not correct, because there are some components, or say some types of reactors known as fast breeder reactors, which is also part of India's 3-stage nuclear program, right? Where we are also thinking about using our own indigenous nuclear raw materials. So this is exactly why this statement is wrong, right? So here, that is why we found that none of these statements are correct, right? So now we will be moving on to the next one. The next one is a very interesting question. Here, solving prelims questions become extremely easy sometimes if you just understand the terms from the question themselves. Look at it. Look at this term. We have this term known as multi-messenger astronomy. We all know the meaning of astronomy. It is regarding the study of space, time, stars, and so on. Multi-messenger should be striking one example that it is having the word message, right? Or, for example, when we chat with our friends, colleagues, and so on, we send some messages to and fro, right? Now, these messages are form of data, right? We send some information to our friends, to our family members, and so on. And that is exactly why we are using data. For example, I'm going to some restaurant. I'm just telling my mom that I'm going to my restaurant right here. So this is some data which I have conveyed to my mother. Some information I have conveyed to my mother. So based on this simple thing, you can only spot out the word data or information or whatever synonymous term you can think of. So this is one way of solving prelims question where you have no clue. You can actually look at the statement, try to realize, try to imagine a little bit, and can give the answer. Now, when I'm talking about the technical explanation here, without using any tricks, just look at the various things we can observe in the sky. We have stars, we can also see galaxies, we can see various other cosmic components. But there are many things that we are yet to see with our naked eyes. For example, to see stars, galaxies, telescopes are enough, right? We have also the modern versions of telescopes such as Hubble Space Telescope. We also have the James Webb Telescope. These are very advanced, not like these telescopes. But we also have some other things which light cannot capture, right? I can see the nearby planet, I can see the moon, because the light is reflecting upon that and coming to my eyes. But I cannot see the black holes, right? I cannot see various other components such as dark matter, neutrinos, neutron stars, and how the gravity waves are being generated by the, say, merger of neutron stars or, say, black holes. So for these, I have to detect gravitational waves, I have LIGO. To detect various X-ray, gamma rays, I have Fermi satellite. To detect gamma rays, we also have the MAGIC observation center. To detect cosmic rays, I have various observatories. To detect neutrinos, I have the Ice Cube laboratory at Antarctica. So these are the things which light cannot capture. So that is why, apart from light, apart from using light to see terrestrial or, say, various astronomical objects, we can also use various other, say, observations. So this is exactly why D is the answer. So both in a technical way and both in a using a very commonsensical way, we have solved this question, right? And the other options are totally incorrect, because it is nothing to do with landers and rovers for extraterrestrial objects. It is nothing to do with planetary observations only, because we are also looking at gravitational waves and various other kinds of aspects. And it is not only the use of infrared spectrum of light, but we are using so many other things. We even maybe in the future we'll be using dark matter for this thing, but as of now we do not have that technology, right? So let us move on to the next one. Now this question is from your biology, very basic biology, right? Now when I talk about question number 38, we have three statements. Now these three statements pertain to the very basics of genetics. Very basics of genetics, something we know as a central dogma of molecular biology. The central dogma means that these are the three important, pillars of genetics. Firstly, when I talk about the very basic building block of life, we know that that is the DNA. What is the function of DNA? It can be converted into RNA. Finally, RNA can be converted into protein, right? Which is actually very beneficial for the existence of the species, biological species in the world. So the various ways, right, in which they are being converted to each another, they have some specific terms. Firstly, we have the term known as replication, where a DNA can create its own DNA, right? DNA here is just being copied. We have the term known as transcription, where DNA is converted into, or, say, transcribed into RNA. And translation means the final part. So for each and every part, we have a name for them, right? And this is very important for you to memorize, to understand it, right? But like other things in our life, we always have some exceptions. This is also having some exceptions here, where we have the instance where RNA also can be converted into DNA. I mean, we can actually go back from RNA to DNA, right? So that is actually the term known as reverse transcription. This is actually found among the HIV virus. Also, we have DNA, RNA replication, where RNA can create its own RNA themselves. This is also found in the COVID virus or various other, RNA viruses, where these viruses, they actually thrive on being RNA and being generated by further RNA molecules themselves. So here we found that the statements here are actually very generic in nature. That some DNA molecules can code for RNA molecules, it can be correct, right? Still, right now, the biological life is still an enigma, right? So we can actually understand the possibility that some RNA, or, say, some DNA molecules can code for RNA molecules. We also have the evidence for that. Some RNA molecules can code for DNA molecules. This is a reverse transcription. Some RNA molecules can code for RNA molecules themselves, the RNA replication. So all of these are correct. Okay. So now to the next question. Now, Look at this, guys. Look at this. If you can understand, this is an article from November, 4th November 2024. 4th November 2024 in the Hindu. If you can look at it, this is an article or a news piece which appeared in the Hindu. Now, this is talking about understanding orphan drugs and what are these things, right? So, this means that current affairs are extremely important. So, people who have made this correct can let me know in the comments. And also, these people are actually in contact with the news, correct? Now, orphan drugs are actually biological products that are used to treat very rare diseases such as cystic fibrosis or various other genetic diseases which are extremely rare, which happen, for example, if someone is suffering from a rare disease, that person must be suffering 1 in a million or 1 in 10 million, something like that. So these are extremely rare diseases, generally genetic diseases, for which we also have a national policy for rare diseases 2021. So this 2021 policy is talking about the rare diseases which need to be identified. The patients and their family members, they needed to be provided with various financial incentives to get over the diseases. And generally there are 3 provisions here. So there are various diseases, rare diseases, which you can treat with a substantial amount of money, obviously, and it can take some time. That is the first category. Second category will be generally diseases which take a long period of time and also costs a little more than this category 1 diseases. The third category will be lifelong diseases, lifelong rare diseases, and these are extremely costly to treat, right? So this is how we get this term orphan drugs. And A, C, and D do not reflect the meaning of these orphan drugs at all. It has nothing to do with vaccines used for public immunization before even the mandatory trials. It has nothing to do with obsolete, drugs which are obsolete because of newer alternatives in the market, right? Due to various patent rights and so on. It has nothing to do with drugs which are marketed, even being patented. So actually, B is the answer. Now moving on to the next one. Moving here to question number 40. Now, here this question is extremely interesting. Now, in the past, guys, UPSC has asked us questions regarding how rockets work or how various space operations take place and some of the important space missions and the initiatives. They have also asked regarding the various stages of GSLV, PSLV rockets. So it is important also to understand what are the various raw materials which are used in the spacecrafts of the recent times. Now, the central question here in this multi-statement question is that why do spacecrafts and rockets use helium? Also, guys, you can solve this with your common sense, because in our class 4 onwards only, we got to know that helium is something which we know as an inert element. Helium and various other elements of the periodic table are actually inert elements because they do not react with other elements very easily, right? And obviously, to have something known as rockets, right? If I can show you this figure, we know that there are various stages in the GSLV rockets, right? And here, it is in the cryogenic stage, we use liquid helium, because liquid helium is inert, because helium itself is inert. It does not react with various other elements. And this inert feature is able to maintain the temperature, the pressure in this cryogenic chamber. And that is why helium is actually one of the reasons why it is extremely crucial, right? And here, the first statement is telling that helium does not react with other substances, and that is why they are being used in spacecrafts. Is it true? Obviously, it is true, because we do not want explosions, right? We do not want anything to go wrong in rockets, and that is why we actually use helium, because it is an inert substance. Acha. Next is statement that it is telling that helium is the second lightest element after hydrogen. Yes, it is true. It is true. This is your basics chemistry 101. It means that after hydrogen, we have the helium as a substance, which is the second lightest element. Now, statement 3 is telling that helium has a very low boiling point. And this is extremely important because we have just seen that it is being used as liquid in the cryogenic stage. And having very low boiling point means that it is able to be in this gaseous stage that will be used for spacecraft. So again, a very simple question. If you just think for some moment, if you just have some patience and read the statement, you will find that all of the three statements will be justifying this particular question here. So the answer will be D, right? Now, moving on to the next one. This is regarding a new way of communication. Now, guys, I know that all of you are reading the news. You also know that Elon Musk has a very ambitious project known as the Starlink. You also have heard that Starlink is offering the best amount of, one of the best amount of internet services all around the world. Even there have been allegations that in India, Starlink is used for various insurgency purposes in the Northeast region, and that is why Starlink is in the news prominently, in the recent times. Now, the satellites used by the Starlink use something which we know as optical, laser beams. Optical laser beams are actually very narrow, concentrated beams. If I can show you here, if you can look at it, these are these, cables, optical cables. And within these cables, if I can just zoom in, cut this cross section, I will be getting this figure. That means this cable is consisted of various elements, various layers. And what we are trying to do, we are trying to input some signal that can be your internet, your data. You input it here, you send the signal here, and it will be transmitting via this cable itself. And mind you, this cable is actually consisted of various reflective materials such as glass, which can actually reflect it very properly, and it can help you to send the message across to the receiver. So this is actually a very good way of communication. Apart from this, we can also send the optical signal directly. Correct? We know that we have this electromagnetic spectrum stretching from radio waves to gamma rays, right? We know that if I go from this part to this part, the frequency increases, the wavelength decreases. The frequency increases, the wavelength decreases, mind you, because this is extremely important for your prelims. This is actually very basic science, right? And here we find that the visible spectrum lies in the middle. It is just after infrared, then we have ultraviolet, X-ray, and so on. So apart from using the cables, we can also send the signals from the satellites direct to our Earth using light beams, using concentrated narrow bands of light beams, optical connections. So this is exactly how the Starlink satellites are being operated, or satellites in this manner are being operated. So statement 1 is saying that optical laser beams are preferred over radio waves for space communication. Now, we also use radio waves, and right now in our modern times we are also using optical waves. Optical laser beams. Understand one thing, that radio waves are having very long wavelength, right? And this actually is spending much more energy than if I can send simply with a visible spectrum. If I am sending radio waves, we need much more energy source. We need a much more bigger antenna to receive that kind of radio waves, right? It is not the same with an optical light beam or laser beam. That is why they are being preferred right now over radio waves for space communication. Space communication means from space to Earth, and even between space or say satellite to various other satellites. Inter-satellite connection is also possible here. Next, statement 2 is telling that optical beams are less susceptible to noise and other interferences. This is also correct. This is actually not correct, because here what we have to understand, that optical beams are extremely narrow bands of lights, right? These are extremely narrow, and they are having lesser wavelength than radio waves, as you can see here. In radio waves, the wavelengths are actually bigger, so you need a bigger antenna, everything, to receive it. And also, if we know that if we have a bigger wavelength, then various other interferences such as magnetic field and various other interferences cannot interfere with your radio waves as easily as that is possible under optical beams, because optical beams are narrow beams of light. They are easily disturbed by various magnetic forces, various other electromagnetic forces too. So that is why optical beams are more susceptible. And even I can tell you that optical beams are not entirely secure if we compare that with the radio waves, because these beams can be easily be intercepted by any enemy forces or very other hostile forces too. Now, statement 3 is telling that the beam width of optical waves is narrower than of the radio frequency. This is actually very basic, right? This is because obviously the beam, the signal width is actually very narrow. So this is correct. Statement 2 is incorrect. So that is why answer is C, that only one of the statements 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains statement 1. Statement 3 is explaining statement 1, that why they are being preferred, right? Because they are having narrower radio frequencies, right? So now let us move on to the next one. The next question is a very easy question. If you are following the current affairs very well, you will be able to answer this with ease. Here, which of the following was India's earliest space technology achievement? We have 4 options here. So between the 4, we have Mars Orbiter mission, which was launched in 2013. Then we have had mission Shakti, ASAT, which is an anti-satellite kind of a test, which was done in 2019. And let me tell you, India is actually one of the 4 countries in the world. It is actually after US, Russia, and China, India is having this anti-satellite capabilities under Mission Shakti. Again, a very important one. Aditya L1 was also in the news recently because this is actually India's very first solar mission. This mission is parked as at L1 Lagrange point, right, where it can actually observe the sun and study about the various solar phenomena, solar weather, and the various aspects related to our sun. Even it will be looking into the corona of the sun, the mass coronal ejections, and so on. Recently, this was the latest mission. It was conducted in January, February. The SPADAX mission, that is a docking mission. You all must have watched Gravity or Interstellar, the movies, right, where you have seen that 2 satellites or 2 space stations or spacecrafts are being merged into each other by docking. It is almost like you're opening a bottle of water using the cap, right? You are trying to fix it. So this is exactly what is happening right now. ISRO has actually demonstrated that we are having the docking capabilities, and this is again something which is reflecting the strength of our space missions, right? So if in a chronological term, if we are trying to arrange, it will be like this, correct? So that is why the answer is A, because Mars orbiter mission was actually our very first mission among this list, right? Among this list. Okay. Now moving on to the next question, the question number 79. This is regarding experiment Catherine. Experiment Catherine. Now here, experiment Catherine is nothing to do with A, B, or D. It is simply about determining the mass of neutrinos. Now you know that neutrinos are actually a part of a standard model of physics. That means we have atom, we have electrons, we have nucleus, we have protons, we have matters, particles, and so on. So these are all organized under a standard model of physics. Now, the standard model told that we cannot estimate the mass of the neutrinos because they were considered to be massless. But recently, there have been many evidences that neutrinos have masses. Neutrinos do have masses. It is not according to the previous preconceived notion that we had that they are entirely massless. They definitely have mass. And this experiment is exactly to execute that. It is actually the experiment which is talking about that how we can determine the mass of the neutrino particles. Look at this experiment here. Look at this news articles that right now it was actually in 2019 that this experiment was started in Germany, right, at KIT, which is actually a technological institute there. Now in 2025, almost 3 weeks 3 weeks from now, they have actually set a higher limit on the neutrino mass. And the standard model, remember, the standard model of physics told that neutrinos are massless. Now, if we are getting mass from the neutrinos, that means that there is something wrong with our standard model. That means we have to revise again something. So that is exactly what this experiment and why this experiment is very, very significant for us. So that is what it is from your news perspective. If I can show you the experiment, this is exactly the experiment which will be looking into the beta decay of a neutron, right? If I try to have a decay event of a neutron, right, simply understand this. You do not have to remember these things. Just understand the concepts that a beta decay of the neutron will be giving us beta particles, proton particles, and antineutrino. So this mission is looking into the mass of an anti-neutrino by detecting in a detection chamber in this experiment. So this is your Catherine experiment. Do remember it for your exam. And now, finally, we are at the last question here. So this question is talking about two statements and two important technologies. That is the CRISPR technology. We know, we have understood that CRISPR technology is a revolutionary technology, because it is almost like you are taking some scissors, and even if you get some kind of errors in your genetic code, you can simply cut that part of error kind of component in your DNA, and you can replace with a healthy DNA. That is simply how CRISPR technology is working, right? Because we can just make some cuts in our DNA just like that. It is actually known as double strand breaks, because DNAs are actually double stranded, and if we cut them, this is actually a break. So CRISPR technology is talking about that if I have a healthy part of the DNA here, and it is actually the section where we have a lot of genetic diseases and so on, we can simply remove it and insert a new, say, kind of a strand using molecular scissor known as Cas9. So this is exactly how Cas9 or say CRISPR-Cas9 technology is working. But this is not the best technology that we have, because after cutting, we actually leave it to the cells to repair the DNA, right? But there is a better technology that we can actually implement it by prime editing, which do not involve cutting at all. This is simply like you are taking a page, and if you have written something on that page with your pen, you can just simply erase it and write a new code. It's something like that. It is very simple. It is not like the various CRISPR-Cas9 where you are leaving the cell to repair the DNA. Here you are changing the edits without any double-stranded breaks. So this is much more better and much more safer and ethical for various reasons. So that is why the answer will be D, because statement 1 is wrong. Because CRISPR-Cas9 is preferred more than prime editing is not true, because prime editing is much more precise than your CRISPR-Cas9, right? So I hope you gained a lot of insights that we actually try to do here. Now, all the best, guys. On to the next sir here. We have Shuyas sir, who will be taking up with your history sections. I hope you will be finding the discussion great. And with this, I hope and pray for your success in the examination. All the best. Best of luck. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. First of all, I hope that some of you are still alive and awake. ठीक है, discussion थोड़ा लंबा हो गया, but that's what you can expect just right before the prelims examination. The idea has been to just provide you much enough content, right, for the prelims examination, for your revision purpose as well. ठीक है, so a lot of dimensions has been covered. And one crucial thing which you guys have in the last 2 weeks, and that is going to be obviously your time. So without wasting any of it, let's start with the discussion. ठीक है, before we begin, कुछ सिंपल फैक्ट्स जो हमें अपने माइंड में रखने हैं फॉर द लास्ट 2 वीक्स राइट बिफोर द एग्जामिनेशन. ठीक, one simple concept which you guys need to understand and address is that this particular section of history is not one subject but 3 for you in the prelims examination. Correct? For example, there is your ancient, your medieval, and modern, right? So obviously this is a magnanimous syllabus which you guys need to cover. ठीक, what we can do rather is we can actually cut down the syllabus short for us, and how we can do that. First of all, integration of the current affairs. If there is something in the news related to history, for example, the port of Lodal is in the news, your William Fort is in the news. Very recently, the UNESCO World Memory Program has actually added some kind of recent inscriptions, right? Some recent literature. So that is in the news as well. Whatever is in the news has much more chances of appearing in the examination. Focus on that. Second, generalized versus factual statements. The more factual the statement is, the more chances actually the examiner has to kind of just do the facts a little bit here and there and confuse you. If the statement is generalized, let's say for example during the Mughal period, there was a kind of a growth in the agriculture sector, so obviously it has much more chances of being correct. During the time period of Jahangir, there was a specific growth in the agriculture sector. Now because the name of Jahangir has added, this is a kind of a factual statement, more chances of it being incorrect. Third, dissect the keyword which has been given to you in the examination. ठीक है, जो भी directive है, try to follow that. What we can do, first of all, skill of visualization, which we'll be doing a lot in this particular session as well, right? Whatever the terms which will be appearing, whatever the kind of the storyline which will be following, we'll try to visualize all of that for our better retention. Next is analyzing the important patterns from the PYQs itself. So there will be certain PYQs integration in this particular session as well. Focus on what UPSC is focusing upon. For example, the first question itself, it asks a question on what Ashoka's pillar inscriptions, something which has been hot favorite of UPSC. Every single year or alternate years, they keep on asking one question or other from Ashoka's inscription. So we are going to cover the Ashoka's inscription in detail as well. Okay. Question was basically asked on one particular inscription, and that is your Topra pillar. Okay. The idea is that Ashoka himself describes the pillar inscription as Dhammatamb, or basically the pillar to propagate the message of righteousness, right? When he was creating this inscription, he was basically doing just like how our honorable Prime Minister right now does what? Man Ki Baat. Okay? He was using this pillar inscription to kind of propagate the public messaging, and that public messaging is specific to what the state policies at that point of time. Okay? This particular Topra pillar inscription, it actually deals. So there is a particular text. The text is basically called as Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi. And this Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi has been written by a particular person, Shams-e-Siraj. So this Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi tells us about the history of medieval Sultanate, specifically about the Tughlaq dynasty. The ruler here is whom? Firoz Shah Tughlaq. The Firoz Shah Tughlaq was the third ruler of Tughlaq dynasty. It specifically ruled from the year of 1351 to 1388. In Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi, Shams-e-Siraj basically tells us that there was a hunting expedition on which Firoz Shah Tughlaq was in the region of Ambala. There he basically came across a pillar, and he found it very interesting because it had a certain script. The script was Brahmi, and we are talking about the 14th century. So by that time, the Brahmi script was completely undecipherable because it had evolved into a new script, and that was Devanagari. So when Firoz Shah Tughlaq saw this particular pillar, he got intrigued. He got it from Ambala and installed it where? To Delhi, right? But the idea is that what is written on the inscription? Nobody knows that. The script is undecipherable. Then came two Brahmanas. They claimed that yes, we know what has been written. They said that this particular pillar is actually standing on the axis mundi of the earth, or basically the center of the earth. On what? On Nag Vasuki. Nag Vasuki, on which, as per the Purans, the earth is rotating upon. Correct? The idea is that in the future there will come a great king, and that great king will only be able to move this pillar. And what was the name of the great king as per the Brahmanas? Firoz. So no wonder those particular two Brahmanas actually became rich overnight. So the answer is Firoz Shah Tughlaq. When we talk specifically about Firoz Shah Tughlaq was the third ruler of Tughlaq dynasty, right? He himself used to consider that I am going to be the builder par excellence. That's why he created a kind of a public welfare department called as Diwan-e-Khairat. Just like, for example, in the context of modern history, there was a particular Governor General of India who also created such public welfare department. If anybody can name that in the comment section. Then under this Diwan-e-Khairat, he basically kind of started investing a lot in the irrigation infrastructure, canal infrastructure. And for that, he used to charge a particular tax as well, and that tax was called as Hasil-e-Sharf. Also, if you guys have read the DPSP for your prelims examination, Article 47. What does Article 47 direct the state? It directs the state to improve the public healthcare system. Similarly, to do that, Firoz Shah Tughlaq basically created Dar-ul-Shifa, or basically a hospital where there was a kind of a free treatment which was provided to the patients. Just like, for example, we were discussing Hasil-e-Sharf, which is a kind of a tax on irrigation or tax on water. There were certain other taxes which were basically applied by Firoz Shah Tughlaq as well. For example, there was Kharaj. So Kharaj was an agricultural tax on produce. Second was your Zakat. Zakat was basically a tax which was charged on the Muslim population at that point of time, right? The Millat. Third was your Jizya, a kind of a protection tax which was charged on the secondary citizen, Zimmi, or Hindus at that point of time. And the fourth was your kham. Kham was basically a tax which was charged as a kind of a share on the treasure. So whatever the treasure which has been kind of acquired by the state when they have attacked any other state, kham used to be around 20% of the total treasure, as well as mines. Just keep this in mind. Okay. Also, he created basically a kind of a department for slaves altogether called as Diwan-e-Bandagan. Beside this, Firoz Shah Tughlaq also led to the establishment of several new cities. For example, there was Fatehabad, Hisar, Jaunpur, as well as Firoz Shah Kotla, a new city in Delhi altogether. Okay. Any one of you who has not guessed yet, the Governor General of India who basically created a department for public welfare department, that was basically your Lord Dalhousie, right? 1848 to 1856. ठीक है, यहां तक clear है. Talking about a little bit about the Ashoka's inscription. What Ashoka says कि भैया धम तम है, message of righteousness on the pillar. All of these pillars of Ashoka, keep this in mind, they were basically carved on a single stone altogether. Monolithic stones थे, ठीक है. और उन monolithic stones को कहां से लेकर आते थे? चुनार near Varanasi as well as Mathura. Does all pillars have inscription? Some of you will be like, yes sir. नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं. Look at this, right? There are certain animal motif inscriptions which doesn't have any kind of messaging altogether. For example, the lion capital which we find where? Vaishali, Lauria, Nandangarh. We have your quadruple lion capital, Sachi and Sarnath, two places. Sarnath, which basically will become the emblem. When you guys will become an IPS officer, you guys will wear a cap. On that, there will be Ashoka's emblem. From where we are getting that? Sachi and Sarnath. Bull capital from Rampur and elephant capital from Sankissa and Dholi. Beside this, what were the languages of this inscription? So you guys might have seen that when our Prime Minister, he goes to any state of Northeast, what he does? He basically kind of adopt the attire of that particular region, the language of that particular region. Why he does that? To kind of grow much more contact with those people. And same did Ashoka as well. So now, for example, when he is issuing inscriptions in the region of Shahbazgadi and Manskhera, the language is Aramaic. The script is Kharoshti, right? He did not issue any inscription in the Sanskrit, which was the language of the elites. Rather, he chose the language of Pali, which was the language of people altogether. Very recently, you guys might have seen that there are certain new additions to the languages as well, right? So keep that in mind, the 4 languages which has been added. कुछ अशोका के inscriptions है ना, आप लोग को यहाँ पे दिख रहे होंगे. ठीक है. Moving to Ashoka's inscriptions पे जब questions आते हैं तो many of the times what they do, they also ask basically about the locations, right? The locations of the inscription. ठीक है. Idea ये कि there are minor rock edicts as well as there are major rock edicts. ठीक है. जितने minor rock edicts हैं, important ones and their location has been given to you here. ठीक है. As well as the major rock edicts and their location. ठीक है. Take a screenshot of this. And idea would be that just revise this before the examination. ठीक. We are not going into that much of an explanation here. The idea for that is to save our time. ठीक है. Whatever little we have, right? All of these are the locations, important locations of Ashoka's inscriptions on the map. ठीक है. How UPSC can frame a question? Let's say, for example, in 2019, there was this particular article which came in the newspaper. The article was basically talking about one important pillar inscription, which is the only available image of the Mauryan Empire, right? Considered to be the most important thing found in the excavation. And that was basically done at Kanganhalli, and that exactly appeared in your questions as well. ठीक है, यहाँ तक clear, right? Moving to the next question, another very favorite topic of UPSC, and that is your Jainism and Buddhism. ठीक है. Idea क्या है? That there are certain things on which basically Jainism and Buddhism they agree upon, and then there are certain sections जहाँ पे वो लोग differ करते हैं. ठीक है. किस चीज पे agree करते हैं? They basically believe both of the school, right? Buddhism as well as Jainism, they both believe in the theory of karma. ठीक है. See, idea ये है that whatever the work which you are doing in this particular life, right? Obviously, there will be a fruit of that. If you don't get the kind of the reward which you are expecting in this life, you will might get that in the next life. ठीक है, ऐसा कुछ लोग बिलीव करते हैं. आइडिया क्या है? अगर ये कंसेप्ट पे हम बिलीव करते हैं थ्योरी ऑफ कर्मा पे, तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है ट्रांस माइग्रेशन ऑफ सोल पे भी हमको बिलीव करना ही पड़ेगा. एज सिंपल एज दैट. थर्ड इज कि अगर हम ट्रांस माइग्रेशन ऑफ सोल पे बिलीव करते हैं तो डोंट यू थिंक वी शुड बिलीव इन द कंसेप्ट ऑफ रीबर्थ एज वेल? Now there is a specific text. The text is called as Brahm Jal Sutta. What this Brahm Jal Sutta basically tells us that at point of time there were existing 63 school of philosophies in our country. Out of this 63 school of philosophies, one of the philosophical school was Shraman tradition. And this Shraman tradition was basically against what? The Vedic traditions which was prevalent at that point of time. श्रमण ट्रेडिशंस में स्कूल्स थे, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल आपका आजीविकास था, बुद्धिज्म था, जैनिज्म था. तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है दैट दिस श्रमण स्कूल वाज अगेंस्ट द वैदिक रिचुअल्स, राइट? दे वर लाइक व्हाट यू आर गेटिंग फ्रॉम दीस सैक्रिफाइसेस एंड दीस रिचुअल्स. यू शुड डू इंडिविजुअल तपस्या. खुद मेहनत करोगे तभी एग्जाम क्लियर होगा, है ना? दूसरे के ऐसे कहते हैं ना सैक्रिफाइसेस करने से एग्जाम नहीं क्लियर होगा. ठीक है, ये क्लियर. डिफरेंस क्या था? बोथ ऑफ देम. ठीक है, सो आइडिया क्या है दैट जैनिज्म, does Jainism recognize God? Yes, it does, but it kind of puts it at a lower pedestal than the Jina or the 24 Tirthankaras, right? So for example, in Jainism, is there existence of Lord Indra? Absolutely, but Lord Indra is put below whom? Mahavir. ठीक है. Buddhism, what was the Buddhism's stand on God? Buddha was completely silent on it, neither rejected nor accepted. ठीक. Second, does Buddhism rejects Varna system? Yes, absolutely. On the other hand, Jainism actually upheld the Varna system. Why? Because they believed in the concept of rebirth. So they said that at this point of time, you are basically born in a low Varna. The reason for that is your past karma. That's why you are born in, let's say, for example, in Vaishya or Shudra. Do good karma this time, next birth, your Varna rank will improve in the hierarchical order. Buddhism completely rejected Varna system altogether. That's why it had much more following in the initial years than Jainism. Because Buddha said that the moment you join my Sangh, the monastic order which I have established during the first sermon which I gave, right? You will become what? You will become Vairaniyanti, or completely devoid of any Varna altogether. ठीक है? तो obvious बात है that let's say if there is a Shudra, can that Shudra become a Bhikkhu in the Sangh of the Buddha? Absolutely yes. ठीक है? तो ये टेबल याद रखिएगा, इससे पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन हो जाएगा. आइडिया ये है दैट ऑब्वियसली वी कैन नॉट गो इनटू द अटमोस्ट डिटेल ऑफ द बुद्धिज्म एंड जैनिज्म. ठीक है, कंसेप्ट इज गोइंग टू बी दैट वी आर गोइंग टू कीप आवर टाइम वेरी शॉर्ट. ठीक है, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल दिस इज अ पर्टिकुलर कंप्लीट हिस्ट्री ऑफ द बुद्धिज्म व्हिच यू नीड टू फॉलो. ठीक है, स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम वेयर? स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम 563 BC, right? There is a particular inscription called as Rumendehi or Lumini pillar inscription, according to which Shakya Muni, right? Ashoka says Shakya Muni was born here, है ना? पहले नाम क्या था? सिद्धार्थ गौतम, son of whom? Sudhodana. Then there comes a monk called as Asita. Asita makes a prophecy that this particular person either is going to be the biggest king in the future or he is going to be the biggest monk. So the king Sudhodana, he got basically a little bit worried. He was like, if my son will become a monk, who will kind of inherit my empire? है ना? राजा का बेटा राजा कैसे बनेगा? Thus he kind of sheltered Buddha with all the luxuries in the world. As per the Buddhist text, Digh Nikaya, in the specific year of 534, when Buddha was exactly 29 years, he saw 4 visuals which changed his mind altogether, and those 4 visuals are called as Chatro Mahanimitta. And thus Buddha felt what? A kind of a samveg, or a kind of a spiritual urgency, that I need to find the solution for the misery which exists in the world, right? Left the materialistic life on a horse named Kandhaka, and the charioteer was Chandaka, right? And that particular event is called as Mahabhinish Kraman. And after that, Buddha became what? A Pravajaka or a wanderer. ठीक है? Started his wandering journey from which place? From Rajgir. Ultimately reached to a place called as Uruvela, or the modern day Bodh Gaya, at the bank of which river? Fagun river, where he will do what? Meditation for the next 49 days, and ultimately he will realize the 4 noble truths called as Arya Sachini. ठीक है? And ultimately he will get what? Nirvana. Moves where? Moves to a place called as Rishipatana. Rishipatana is the modern day Sarnath. ठीक, वहां पर एक स्पेसिफिक प्लेस है डियर पार्क, जिसको बोलते हैं मृगदया, where he meets his first 5 followers, Kaundinya, Bhadrika, Vashpa, Ashwajit and Mahanaman, and ultimately gives his first sermon which basically marks the Dhammachakra Parvartana. ठीक है, 4 Buddhist councils, all of the 4 Buddhist councils has been given to you here in the detail. ठीक है, टेक द स्क्रीनशॉट्स, है ना? कहां पर हुई, किस ईयर में, कहां पर, किस रूलर के अंदर, किसने प्रिसाइड किया, एंड द इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स व्हिच यू नीड टू रिमेंबर. फॉर एग्जांपल, हाउ यूपीएससी कैन आस्क यू दैट सुत पिटाका एंड विनय पिटाका वर कंबाइंड इन द सेकंड बुद्धिस्ट काउंसिल. नहीं, पहले में ही हो गए थे. ठीक है, और फॉर एग्जांपल अभिधम पिताका which basically deals with the kind of the philosophy of the Buddhism, that was basically compiled in third Buddhist council. Yes, absolutely. Under which king? Ashoka. Yes, absolutely. ठीक है, all the Buddhist council has been given to you here. ठीक है. A little bit about the schism which took place among the Buddhism altogether. ठीक है. Second Sangiti है ना. Theravada Buddhism divided into two schools, Sthaviras and Mahasamkhika. ठीक है. Ultimately, another scheme took place while there was a compilation of Abhidham Pitaka. ठीक है. Three more schools emerged: Sarvastivad, Swatantrika, and Vibhajvadins. ठीक. We don't have that much of a time to dwell into the detail. The idea is going to be, it was Sarvastivadin school which will start claiming that Buddha was not a specific person. ठीक है. For example, you are telling me to become a pravajaka or a wanderer, leave all my materialistic life, wander into the mountains, do tapasya, right? And then you will get moksha or nirvana. Who will do this much of hard work? I don't have time. So I am saying that, is there any shortcut? You are saying that, see, first of all, you will be incapable to do all of this what Buddha did. Why? Because Buddha was not a human being. He was a transcendental being, Sarvastivadin, Sarvam Asti, who existed in the past, in the present, and in the future as well. So basically, the deification or making of Buddha as a god, it was started by which school? Sarvastivadin. ठीक, Sarvastivadin, Mahasamkhika. Ultimately, that will lead to the birth of Mahayana Buddhism in the fourth Buddhist council. ठीक है, यहाँ तक clear है. Then comes a little bit about your Jainism. ठीक, there are certain texts, है ना? The text which basically tells us about Mahavir, right? जैसे कि for example, there is your Agam Siddhant, है ना? Or for example, your NCERT tells us that there are certain commentaries on Jainism. For example, there is your Nijukti, there is your Tika, there is your Vritti. All of these are what? Commentaries on Agam Siddhant or Jain's canonical text. This basically tells us that before Mahavir itself, there were 23 Tirthankaras who had already achieved the Kaval Janana or the absolute knowledge. Okay? First one was Rishabhnath, 23rd was Parshavnath, and ultimately came Mahavir. Okay? In which year he was born? 599, right? At which place? Kundalgram Vaishali. In which clan? Janatrika clan. At the age of 30 years, he basically again left his materialistic life and joined the Neer Granth sect of Parshvanath, right? The 23rd Tirthankara. Okay? Ultimately reaches to a place, that place is called as Jimbhik Gram, at the bank of which river? Riju Palika river. There he will do basically what? Tapasya for next 12 and half years, and the specific year of 557 BC, he got the knowledge, ultimate knowledge, and thus he got what? Kevalya Janana, the absolute knowledge. After that he became what? An Arihant or a Siddh Purush. ठीक है, एक बेसिक चीज हमें ये याद रखनी है, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल हियर इन द क्वेश्चन वाज आस्क्ड अबाउट नीर ग्रंथ. ठीक है, what is Neer Granth? Neer Granth is basically any Jain ascetic who renounces their materialism altogether. So when Mahavir is reaching to this place at Jimbhik Gram, for 12 and half years, he is basically acting as what? As a Neer Granth. The next step is to attain the knowledge, liberation, and ultimately you will become what? Arihant or a Siddh Purush. Just like Buddha gave his first sermon at which place? Now you guys might be knowing, Rishipatana. Mahavir gave his first sermon where? At Pavapuri, and just like Buddha had first 5 followers, Mahavir had 12 Gandhars at their first 12 followers. The first one of them was Indrabhuti Gautam. ठीक है, to whom basically Mahavir taught these 5 important tenets of Jainism. ठीक है, ऐसा माना जाता है that the first 4 were already told by the first 23 Tirthankaras. ठीक है, ahimsa, non-violence, satya, speak truth, astya, don't steal, don't put your claim on anything which does not belong to you. Fourth, apagri or renunciation. These 4 were already existing. The only one which was added by Mahavir, that was your brahmacharya or chastity. ठीक है, 3 more important principles of Jainism are what? First, anikantvad. Anikantvad basically says that the truth is multifaceted, right? So for example, you guys are here. Let's say for example, you have left your home and you are studying very sincerely for the UPSC examination, but your relatives are not seeing you every day working very sincerely for the examination, right? So according to you, are you a hardworking and meritorious person? Absolutely not. But that is not the truth. But that is the truth according to them. Anikantvad, multifaceted truth. If the truth itself is not absolute and multifaceted, don't you think Syadvad? Syadvad is basically that any perception or any logic which we apply on any other person, that will never be absolute. It will always be conditional. So whatever judgment you give to any other person, always there will be several circumstances because of which that person has actually acted in a certain manner. And thus, if there is no such absolute judgment, it is always conditional. Don't you guys think Nayavad? Nayavad basically means what? That there exists an infinite number of possibilities to look at a certain thing. ठीक? Three important philosophies of Jainism: your Anikantvad, Sayadvad, and Nayavad. ठीक है? यहाँ तक clear है? So we have kind of discussed in brief about the important concepts of Buddhism and Jainism. ठीक है? Recently क्या हुआ? UNESCO Memory of the World program में there were two important texts which were actually added. ठीक है? First one was your Natya Shastra of Bharat Muni, and there was your addition of your, for example, the Bhagavad Gita as well. ठीक है? What is this UNESCO's Memory of World program? It was basically launched in the year of 1992 by UNESCO to do what? To kind of promote the documentary heritage of humanity against any kind of collective amnesia, right? Now, some of you will be like, sir, what is collective amnesia? See, a simple idea hai. How many of you can actually quote the various books of Bhasha? है ना? Some of you will be like, sir, पहली बार नाम सुना है, भाषा कौन है? ठीक? Simple सा concept है. Like for example, if I will tell you right now that does any one of you have read Unto the Last by Leo Tolstoy? Some of you will be like, yes, sir, I have read it. Right? Some of you will be like, sir, I have read Harry Potter. That is also a very good book. बहुत अच्छी बात. The scholars basically held Kalidas as one of the greatest Sanskrit dramatists to ever live. When Kalidas is writing his first Sanskrit play, which is Malvika Agnimitram, right, based upon the Shunga king Agnimitra, he basically is actually worried. He starts his play by stating that whether ever the audience will actually kind of respect my work as equally as they respect the work of Bhasa, Somilla, as well as Kaviputra. So basically these three people are considered to be one of the earliest Sanskrit dramatists in our country. ठीक? Bhasha is the person who is actually kind of held to be one of the best Sanskrit playwriter by Kalidas himself, right? He writes book like, for example, Madhyam Vayog, which actually appeared in your prelims 2024 examination. He write, for example, your Pratim Natika, है ना, Doot Kavya, or for example, Urubhang and Karna Bhara as well, right? So when you guys are focusing upon Harry Potter and completely ignorant about the work of Bhasha and Kalidas, that's it exactly what the collective amnesia basically means. So the idea is to kind of preserve the ancient such cultural heritage, inscriptions, manuscripts, archives. For example, the Declaration of Rights of Citizens 1789, right, which was basically kind of inscribed during the French Revolution. Who manages this UNESCO Memory of the World program? An international advisory committee, which consists of how many members? 14 members. ठीक है? And these 14 members are directly appointed by the Director General of UNESCO. ठीक है? So that is the idea. ठीक? Does India is the country with the largest number of such inscriptions, such ancient literature which is included in this UNESCO Memory of World program? Nahi. India is on the 10th rank with 14 such inclusions. ठीक है? Which country has the highest? That is basically Germany with 30. ठीक है? Which was the first literature to be actually included in this? That was Rig Veda in 2004. ठीक है? Very interestingly, in 2023, there is a person called as Abhinav Gupta. Abhinav Gupta is basically a kind of a Shaivite scholar from the region of Kashmir, right, from the medieval era. His very important work is Abhinav Bharati. And that Abhinav Bharati is nothing but a kind of a commentary on Natya Shastra itself. Okay. One more text you guys can write about Abhinav Gupta, and that is your Tantra Lok. Tantra Lok is another Shaivite text at that point of time. Okay. 2024 mein there were basically 3 inclusions. है ना? One was your Panchatantra, which was included. Okay. Your Ramcharitmanas was included as well as there is a Buddhist text called as Saharadaya Lokana. That was added in the year of 2023 as well. ठीक? यहां तक क्लियर है? तो क्या रामायण इंक्लूडेड है? नहीं. क्या रामचरितमानस इंक्लूडेड है? Yes. Right? Little bit about Adi Shankaracharya. Why? Because various school of philosophies has been asked here. ठीक है? Simple सा concept समझो. By the time of 7th century, see what has happened. That there is a kind of a great conflict which is taking place. You know, like for example, there is a growth of this shaman tradition, है ना, Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivikas. So the Vedic tradition, the Upanishadic tradition, they are not having that much of followers anyway. ठीक. Then there is a kind of a schism or factionalism which is taking place among these Vedic traditions as well, right? For example, there are 12 Alvar saints, 63 Myanmar saints, Shaivite, Vaishnavite. These schools are fighting together, right? Along with that, there is a growth of Shaktism as well at that point of time, right? So these three schools, they are fighting among themselves, weakening the Vedic tradition followers. Thus come your Adi Shankaracharya, which has been in the news as well because of one of the mutt which he had established. The name of that particular place has changed, right? So when Adi Shankaracharya comes in the 8th century CE, he tries to unite, right, every Vedic tradition which is existing at that point of time by giving a philosophy of Advait Vedanta. Advait, non-dualism, right? What does Advait Vedanta basically says? ठीक है, थोड़ा सा आप लोगों को मैं समझाता हूं. जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल, there is the 10th mandala of Rig Veda, and the 10th mandala of Rig Veda has a hymn called as Purushukta hymn. How does it describe basically Purushukta hymn? It basically states that Purush is what? Purush is basically a kind of an all-pervading entity, something which has existed, exists, and will exist in the future as well, right? जैसे कि for example in Bhagavad Gita, right? Another kind of a follow-up to the Upanishadic text. In Bhagavad Gita, Shri Krishna tells to Arjun what? Right? त्रिलोक अताल पताल देख, ये जग अनागत काल देख, ये देख जगत का आदि सृजन. Basically you see the creation as well as the destruction of the world altogether, right? ये देख महाभारत का. So basically from the start of the universe, that is Big Bang, till the black hole, everything which you see, that is what? It is me only. That is Purush. ठीक है. There comes a school called as Samakhya School of Philosophy, which is basically considered to be the oldest school of philosophy which we have in our country. ठीक है. It is mentioned in your Bhagavad Gita. It is mentioned in your Upanishads as well, है ना. Samakhya School of Philosophy के propounder कौन है? Kapil. What does Samakhya School of Philosophy basically deals with? Purush and Prakriti. It basically says what is Prakriti? Prakriti is something which we can basically see from our naked eyes. Basically something which we can perceive. That is the larger consciousness around us. Basically say the creation of the God. That is Prakriti. What is Purush? The Purush is the creator, right? Something which cannot be directly seen from the eyes, which we cannot perceive. Purush and Prakriti का concept जो है वो already established है from the Samakhya School of Philosophy. What Shankaracharya is saying from the Advait Vedanta, he is basically saying that now he will just rename. So Purush will become Brahman or the Brahman or the creator, and Atman is what? Nothing but the web of the souls which has been created by the Brahman itself. He is saying that this Brahman and Atman are one and the same. That basically means that as we are nothing but the creation of the larger creator, we have a kind of a ansh or a part of the Brahman itself. So just like for example, you take a candle, you light up a lot of candles on the cake, right? The same flame, the originating flame is now also passed to the several other candles, and you cannot distinguish it, that which is the original flame, right? So the Atman and Brahman is what? One and same. Advait Vedanta. That basically means what? That basically means that if in each of us there lies a kind of a part of the creator, that basically means that, let's say, if there are lower caste people who has been earlier excluded from the worshipping, now even they can worship because they also have the ansh of the Brahman itself, correct? Or for example, let's say if there is a part of the Brahman in myself, I do not need any external authority for the worship of the larger creation. ठीक है, मुझे रिचुअल्स की, सैक्रिफाइसेस की, प्रीस्ट की जरूरत नहीं है. Rather I can focus upon what? I can focus upon myself, right? I can do this panchayatan puja, है ना, and I can start reforming myself by following an ethical path. For which do I require bhakti? Nahi, I require gyan or knowledge. And how I will get this knowledge? So three integral concepts, right, of Advait Vedanta. First is your what? Pratyaksh. Pratyaksh is your perception. Anuman. Anuman is the kind of the, let's say for example, the reality which you perceive. And Shabd. Shabd why? Hearing. Not hearing actually. Learning. Because at that point of time there was a kind of a Shruti Smriti literature. Sun ke yaad rakhna. Shabd. From these three you will get what? Gyan, and from that Gyan you will basically liberate yourself and you will get moksha in this birth itself. That is Advait Vedanta. In which particular text he is actually kind of propagating this? Brahma Sutra Bhashya, right? Updesh Sahasri, and remember Nirvana Shatakam. So is Nirvana Shatakam a Buddhist text? Nahi. It is basically a Vedic text. Okay. Also Adi Shankaracharya for this purpose created 4 mutt as well. All of that has been given to you here. Govardhan Mutt, Puri, Sringeri Mutt, Karnataka, the same one which will also get the patronage from Tipu Sultan. Kalika Mutt at Dwarka and Jyotir Mutt, which was in the news at Uttarakhand. Itna clear hai? Theek. Then comes your Ramanuj, right? Who gives the philosophy of what? Visist Advait. So when he says Visist Advait, he is basically influenced by the Alvars Vaishnavism, right? And also from the concept of Bhed Bhad by his religious guru, and that is Yadava Prakash. He says that yes, indeed, you are absolutely correct. To whom? Shankaracharya, right? Because see, he's not kind of debating with him. He's saying yes, Advait only, but Visist. So what does it mean? Atman and Brahman, right? Yes, indeed, they are part of one and same, but this Brahman is different. The creator and the creation cannot be put at the equal pedestal. So they are different and distinct from each other. Just like for how example, there are various rivers, right? Various Atmans. All of them drain into the larger sea, and that is Brahman itself. So yes, you are right. Atman and Brahman are same, Advait, but at the same time, they are kind of distinguished from each other, right? You can get, or realization of this distinction can only take place only if you follow what? A bhakti marg, not gyan marg. Okay? So basically what Shankaracharya was saying, that the God is nirgun, devoid of any attributes. So only with knowledge you can get to the realization of the ultimate moksha. He is saying no, by the bhakti also you can get there. And he is propounding this, whom? Ramanuj, in 2 texts. Which text? Vedat Samgra and Shri Bhash. Okay? 3 key principle, right? Your Tattva, Hit and Purusharth. Purusharth is the ultimate goal of the Visist Advait. ठीक है, इतना याद रहेगा, है ना? So we have kind of understood in kind of in its entirety about these 2 important principles. ठीक है, जो आपके क्वेश्चन में आए, अद्वैत वेदांता एंड विशिष्ट अद्वैत. ठीक है, वल्लभाचार्य जो थे उन्होंने शुद्ध अद्वैत दिया. ठीक है, दैट इज करेक्ट. Then came your Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He gave Achintya Bhed Abhed, right? He basically said that yes, I am still agreeing with Shankaracharya itself. The kind of the Atman and the Brahman, the both are one and same. But at the same time, this realization of Brahman by this Atman or an individual can only take place through the bhakti marg, not through the knowledge path. Okay? So ultimately, he will start the worshipping of what? The worshipping of Vaishnavism. Okay? And he will give that very famous mantra, if you guys might have heard, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Okay? In which text? The text which was written by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that is called as Shikastakam. Okay? Yahan tak clear? Okay. Moving to the next question, which basically talked us about this particular text. ठीक है, क्या पूछा? ये पूछा कि कितनी जो यहाँ पे स्टोरीज दी गई हैं वो कितनी रॉयल लव स्टोरीज के बेस पे है, कितनों का थीम रॉयल लव स्टोरीज है. ठीक है, one particular story and we'll cover a lot of text from this particular story itself. There is a very legendary story. ठीक है, एक आप लोगों ने सुना होगा for example about a king called as Vikramaditya. Vikramaditya, who basically established the Vikram Samvak era, right, in the 58 BC by defeating the Shaka rulers at that point of time. Okay. The legend of Vikramaditya is quite famous, but we do not have any kind of particular evidences about him, right? That he was basically the ruler of which particular king or region or dynasty. All we know that there is a particular text called as Brihat Katha by Gunadh. And this Brihat Katha by Gunadh actually for the first time mentions this ruler called as Vikramaditya, who has defeated the Shakas, right, and has started a kind of a new time period or new era. This Brihat Katha by Gunadh also deals with a very famous legendary story, the story of basically the king of Vatsa, whose name is Udyayana. Okay? And this king of Vatsa, Udyayana, has basically kind of fell in love with a person called as Vasvadatta. Vasvadatta was the daughter of Avanti kings Pradyot. Okay? So basically the idea is that Pradyot has captured Udyayana. While as a captive, Udyayana gets close with Vasvadatta, right? It starts teaching her flute. ठीक है, दोनों को प्यार हो जाता है, दोनों भाग के शादी कर लेते हैं. ठीक है, यही famous story जो है, it has also been recreated in all of these texts which you guys are looking here. ठीक है, जैसे कि for example, your Kavya Darshana by Dandin, Vasvadatta by Subandhu, Kadambari by Bana Bhatta. Anybody here can tell me any very famous book which has been written by Bana Bhatta, considered to be the first biography of a king. Then comes your Swapna Vasvadattam of Bhasha. ठीक है, भाषा के बाकी जितने टेक्स्ट हैं वो यहाँ पे लिखे हुए हैं, as well as Ratnavali of Harsha as well, Harshvardhana, the Pushbhuti ruler. ठीक है, All of these texts tells which particular story? This one only. ठीक है, यहां तक clear है. Now in this text there are certain other texts which has been mentioned. For example, there is your Ritu Samhara, or for example Malvika Agnimitra. ठीक है, these are the texts which are basically attributed to Kalidas. Kalidas, who was basically one of the Navratnas of Chandragupta II. So all the Navratnas of Chandragupta II and the work which they did is provided to you in this particular table. ठीक, pause the video, take a screenshot, learn this. है ना? 3 important plays which were written by Kalidas and the kind of the story on which they were based upon. Malvika Agnimitram tells us the story of Shunga ruler Agnimitra, who was basically the son of Pushyamitra Shunga. है ना? You guys can recall the Pushyamitra Shunga who basically kills the last Maurya ruler Brihadarth in the year of 180 BC. Pushyamitra Shunga who basically kind of destroyed the Sachi Stupa. Then comes Agnimitra, he restores Sachi Stupa and also installs gateways or toranas there. ठीक है? Second, Vikramorashyam tells us the story of whom? Pururavas. Pururavas is considered to be the first Chandravarshi king and the legendary story with Urvashi. ठीक है, टाइम नहीं है, कहानी नहीं सुन पाएंगे. Third is Abhinana Shakuntalam, which basically tells us the story of Dushyant and Shakuntala, who will eventually give the birth to Bharat, and the Bharat will eventually give birth to the Kauravas and the Pandavas, leading to the Mahabharata. ठीक है, all the other poems written by Kalidas has been given here as well, तो कोई टेंशन नहीं. ठीक है, talking about another text which actually appeared. अब देखिए आपके लिए क्वेश्चन कितना आसान है. ठीक, पूछा गया कि कौन सा अश्वघोष ने नहीं लिखा था. जैसे हमने विक्रमोरस्यम देखा, वी नो दैट ओके, विक्रमोरस्यम इज बेसिकली अ टेक्स्ट एट्रीब्यूटेड टू कालिदास. तुरंत हटा दिया, इतना सिंपल क्वेश्चन है. करेक्ट. नाउ दिस पर्टिकुलर अश्वघोष, so if you guys can recall a Kushan king whose name was Kanishk. ठीक है, the Kushan dynasty which was first established by whom? Kujula Catphyses. Kujula Catphyses is basically considered to be the first person who actually issued the coins with Buddhist inscription or Buddha as there on the coin. Kujula Catphyses. Then came his son Vima Catphyses. He converted to Shaivism. He is also called as Vima Takto. So on his coins you will see the first images of Bhagwan Shiv, Mahadev ki images milti hai. Third came your Kanishk. Kanishk converted to what? Buddhism. So about the extent of Kushan Empire, as per your Rabatak inscription, which was basically extending from what? Purushpura or Peshawar to the region of Mathura, the southern capital. ठीक है, 2 important inscriptions about Kanishk, Rabatak and Hunza. Comes what? The Buddhist council, the 4th Buddhist council, which he conveys where? At Kundalvan, Kashmir. ठीक है, presided by whom? Presided by this same person. ठीक है, Ashwaghosh नहीं, it was basically the friend of Kanishk who actually presided. तो अगर friend है तो नाम में क्या होगा? मित्र, वासु मित्र. ठीक है, for example Vasu Mitra wrote a book and that book is called as Mahavibhas. ठीक है, अगर नाम में महा है तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है महायाना बुद्धिज्म होगा, जो कि एक्चुअली ओरिजिनेट किया 4th बुद्धिस्ट काउंसिल से ही, जहां पे आपका कंसेप्ट आया बोधि सत्व का, टू बिकम अ काइंड ऑफ अ सम्यक्षम बुद्धा. ठीक है, सो व्हेन बेसिकली यू गेट निर्वाणा, you don't wait for your mahaparinirvana, rather you act like how Buddha did. Why? Because you have mahakaruna or great compassion. So what you do? You say, okay, koi baat nahi, I am going to stay here and I am going to kind of liberate other people as well by helping them, by teaching them. That is bodhisattva. ठीक है, then comes your Nagarjuna, है ना, very famous person who basically wrote your Mulya Madhyamika Karika, propounded the theory of Shunyavad, है ना, the theory of void basically. And then came your Ashwaghosh. Ashwaghosh wrote 3 texts, Buddha Charita, right, your Sariputra Prakana and Saundara Nanda. Remember that this particular text, Buddha Charita, is considered to be the first Sanskrit text written by whom? Ashwaghosha, where there is a kind of now the use of kavya style. So one sentence ends with rhyming with the another sentence, easier for you to learn. Clear? ठीक है, a little bit addition here. ठीक है, एक बार आप लोग देख लीजिए, स्क्रीनशॉट ले लीजिए, बिकॉज आपके ऑप्शन में एक टेक्स्ट था, एक महाकाव्य था संगम लिटरेचर का, जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं सिलप्पादिकरम, रिटन बाय इलांगो अदिगल, टेल्स अस द स्टोरी ऑफ मनी मेकले. ठीक, मनी मेकले फॉर एग्जांपल टेल्स द स्टोरी अबाउट कन्नगी, कन्नगी कोवलन, उनकी कहानी है, तो रॉयल स्टोरी पे, लव स्टोरी पे बेस्ड नहीं है. ठीक है, यहां तक क्लियर है, बाकी सारे संगम टेक्स्ट आपको यहाँ पर दिए हुए हैं. ठीक है, मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन व्हिच टॉक्स अबाउट द यंग बंगाल ग्रुप, है ना. 19th century, see, the Christian missionaries have started arriving in our country. For example, William Carey, है ना, The Britishers are supporting these Christian missionaries. Why? Because they want basically to kind of culturally colonize our country. So for example, Charter Act of 1813, है ना, the allowance of state sponsored Christian missionaries in our country, right? Free movement of capital for creation of the churches for them was allowed from the year of 1833 under the Charter Act of 1833, है ना? All of this is taking place already. There is a lot of criticism about, let's say for example, the kind of the religious obscurantism, superstition, dogmatic practices which was prevalent in our country, right? Who is providing this criticism? Christian missionaries, like for example William Carey. Thus, as per the book called as Discovery of India, which is written by Jawaharlal Nehru, he basically writes that there was a kind of a growing elite or the Bhadralok in the region of Bengal at that point of time. They basically wanted a kind of a respite from the cultural subjugation which they were facing. And for that purpose, in the light of this criticism of the Christian missionaries, they basically started reforming their own culture. ठीक है, आइडिया क्या हुआ? आप लोग बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ाई कर रहे थे, काफी मेहनत किया, ठीक, रिजल्ट आया आपके बगल वाले का हो गया, आपका नहीं हुआ, ठीक। तो जब आपका नहीं हुआ, आपके बगल वाले का हो गया, है ना, तो now what you are facing, the first thing is obviously the kind of a subjugation in your own eyes, right? There are basically a private trading company has come, and from the year of 1757 Battle of Plassey till the year of 1813 they have almost subjugated most of the regions of the country altogether, ठीक है। They have kind of culturally colonized you as well, right? They are introducing now their language, their culture and imposing upon you, ठीक है। तो अब आइडिया क्या है? अब आइडिया ये कि अब आपके घर वाले फोन कर रहे हैं एंड दे आर आस्किंग यू कि दोस्त कैसा चल रहा है प्रिपरेशन, तुम बोल रहे हो कि सॉरी नेटवर्क नहीं आ रहा है ना। नाउ द फर्स्ट रिएक्शन व्हिच यू विल हैव, दैट विल बी व्हाट, काइंड ऑफ द मिमिकिंग ऑफ व्हाट योर रूममेट डिड, राइट? दैट्स हाउ यू गाइस स्टार्टेड योर प्रिपरेशन एज वेल। आप लोगों ने अपना प्रिपरेशन ऐसे ही शुरू किया, टॉपर के वीडियोस देखे, जो टॉपर ने किया वही आपने भी फॉलो किया, मिमिकिंग। So now basically the first reform movement which we saw in our country was nothing but a kind of a mimicry of the Western intellectual traditions in the form of Young Bengal movement. ठीक है, led by which person? Led by Henry Vivian Derozio, who was basically teaching at that point of time in the Hindu College in Calcutta. Hindu College, which was established in the year of 1817 by whom? David Hare, with the help of whom? Rajaram Mohan Roy. What he will do, he will basically kind of start adopting the ideas of liberty, equality, fraternity of the French Revolution and start implementing them in our country. So they will basically talk about, let's say for example, the upliftment of the woman position, the kind of the abolition of kull in polygamy, right? Kind of abolishing the various kind of caste discrimination which prevails. And then they started adopting all the things which they found good in Christianity. For example, the members of the Young Bengal group has been given here. Krishna Mohan Banerjee, who basically kind of converted to Christianity and established at that point of time the Bengal Christian Church as well, है ना? So these are basically the members. What they are doing, they are basically mimicking all the Western intellectual traditions of James Mill, utilitarianism, or for example evangelicalism, ठीक? For that purpose they will establish what? A society for the acquisition of general knowledge, 1831, right? Also remember that to propagate their ideas they basically launched several newspapers, Jana Nation, Bengal Spectator, Hindu Pioneer. मुझे कुछ नहीं पता था, मैं इस ऑप्शन में गया, मैंने देखा बंगाली, बंगाली वाज बाय होम? सुरेंद्रनाथ बनर्जी। मैं इसको रिमूव कर सकता हूं, फिफ्थ को, आई कैन गेट टू द आंसर डायरेक्टली, एज सिंपल एज दैट। इंडिया को मिरर दिखाने का काम किसने किया था? देवेंद्रनाथ टैगोर ने। इन द बिगिनिंग ही एस्टैब्लिश्ड दिस न्यूज़पेपर इन द ईयर ऑफ 1862. अल्टीमेटली द ओनरशिप वाज टेकन बाय होम? केशव चंद्र सेन। ये क्लियर है? ठीक है। एक चीज याद रखिएगा, दैट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस imposition of the Western practices, ठीक है, which they started adopting this Young Bengal movement, ठीक है, they did not found that much of a support in the masses, ठीक है. Raja Ram Mohan Roy was very critical of this approach followed by this Derosian. He basically said that yes, indeed, India need to find its modernity, but in its inherent past, and not a copy-paste model from the West, right? And it was basically Surendranath Banerjee who was writing this Bengali newspaper, who basically held these Derosians as the kind of the pioneer of the modern civilization in India. ठीक है, इतनी इंफॉर्मेशन याद रहेगी, है ना? Moving to the next question. So when we are talking about the social religious reform, obviously there were a lot of reforms which were taking place in the context of the women, है ना? Abolition of sati, 1829, under which Governor General of India at that point of time, please mention. Then, for example, the legalization of widow remarriage, ठीक है, 1856, under which Governor General, please mention. इतना तो आता होगा, I hope, ठीक है. 17-18 days before the examination. What we are talking about, the child marriage issue which was prevalent at that point of time. ठीक है, तो जब कुलीन पॉलीगेमी का जो कंसेप्ट है उसमें चाइल्ड मैरिज वाज अ इंटीग्रल इश्यू एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम एज वेल. So against the abolition of this child marriage, there was a particular association which was created by Keshav Chandra Sen, who was associated with the Brahmo Samaj at that point of time, called as Indian Reform Association. And because of his effort, there was a specific act which was passed called as Indian Marriage Act 1872. लेकिन एक प्रॉब्लम है, इसने गर्ल्स के लिए एक मिनिमम एज तो रख दिया कि 14 ईयर से पहले शादी नहीं कर सकते. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम यह है दैट इफ यू वांट your daughter to get married after the age of 14 years, you basically need to leave your customs altogether. ठीक है, that became a problem, है ना. Ultimately on this issue of age of consent, right, whether a woman shall get married at this particular age, right, there was a particular case called as Rukma Bai case 1885. ठीक है, a defense committee which was formed by for Rukma by D.M. Malabari and Pandita Ramabai as well. ठीक है, we are not going into that much of a detail of these things. ठीक है. Ultimately, for the abolition of child marriage, there was a kind of a pledge movement, ठीक है, which was launched by Indian Social Conference under M.G. Ranade. The members used to take a pledge that we will not like kind of do the child marriage of our daughters. ठीक है, आप लोग भी एक pledge ले लीजिए कि अगले 16-17 days will kind of study very seriously. ठीक है. Ultimately, age of consent act आता है. Many of the people get confused. They are like age of consent for marriage. नहीं, age of consent for the consummation of marriage. तो आप लोगों के पास अगर टाइम हो आफ्टर दिस सेशन तो जाके थोड़ा सा पढ़िएगा फुलमुनी दास केस के बारे में. उस फुलमुनी दास केस से there was this age of consent act 1892 which was added, which said that for the consummation of marriage or for the establishment of a marriage there will be minimum age, and that will be 12 years. So ultimately, the first legislation to fix nationwide minimum age for marriage was nothing but the Sharda Act 1929, which fixed the age at 14 years, which was increased to 18 years by this Child Marriage Restraint Act 1978. वही age आज भी follow होती है. ठीक है. अभी recently there was a Jaya Jetli commission in the news, and Jaya Jetli's commission said that we are going to increase the age of marriage for the women to 21 years. ठीक है, यहां तक clear है. Some political organizations were asked. Lot of political organizations has been given here. ठीक है, तो बेसिकली क्या है, ये भी याद कर लो, ये भी याद कर लो. एक स्टेटमेंट गलत था. भारतीय क्रांति दल राम मनोहर लोहिया जी ने नहीं स्टैब्लिश किया था. इट वाज एस्टैब्लिश्ड बाय चौधरी चरण सिंह. ठीक है, राम मनोहर लोहिया को हम एक स्पेसिफिक जिसके लिए पढ़ते हैं एस्टैब्लिशमेंट के लिए, दैट वाज कांग्रेस सोशलिस्ट पार्टी इन द ईयर ऑफ 1934. ठीक है, तो वो डिफरेंट है ना. ऑल द अदर इंपॉर्टेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है ना, प्री आईएनसी as well as certain other political organizations, all of them have been given here. ठीक है, you guys will be like sir क्या इतना पढ़ने से हो जाएगा? नहीं होगा. तो हम क्या करेंगे? All the women political organizations has been given here. All the important newspapers by the moderate leaders has been given here as well. तो इतना कर लो, है ना. इसमें से अगर कुछ क्वेश्चन आया तो गलत मत करना. ठीक है, टेक अ स्क्रीनशॉट ऑफ दिस. ठीक है, यहां तक क्लियर है ना. मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, we'll talk a little bit, थोड़ा सा जल्दी कर लेंगे, अबाउट द क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट. ठीक है, 3 इंपॉर्टेंट कॉल्स हैं यहां पर. ठीक है, क्विट इंडिया को लेकर है, डू और डाई को लेकर है, दिल्ली चलो को लेकर है. ठीक है, तो तीनों को थोड़ा सा जल्दी जल्दी समझ लेते हैं. ठीक, हमारी स्टोरी स्टार्ट होती है 23 अगस्त 1939 से. 2 people मीट. ठीक है, हु आर दीज 2 people? वन इज हिटलर, वन इज स्टालिन. ठीक, both of them decide that okay, what we are going to do, we are going to divide the Poland among us. ठीक है, Hitler says that I am going to take the Western Poland. You be happy with Eastern Poland. That leads to what? Invasion of Poland on 1st of September 1939, beginning of World War II. 3rd September 1939, Britain says basically that okay, ठीक है, we are going to launch a war on you as well. We were basically colonized at that point of time. We were British India. तो हमारे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं बचा. ठीक है. Thus emerged 3 stands in the Congress. Gandhi said that we should support the Britain. ठीक है. Subhash Chandra Bose said that this is the time, our enemy is at our weakest, let's launch a mass civil disobedience movement. Third more neutral stand was from Jawaharlal Nehru and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, who basically said that no, we are not going to launch a mass civil disobedience at this stage because considering the Britain is involved in the war, rather we are going to put certain specific demands. What are those specific demands? First, a constituent assembly will be created to decide for what? Political structure for free India. And then there shall be an immediate responsible government which shall be established at the center, basically meaning that the Viceroy Executive Council will be directly responsible to the legislature at that point of time. ठीक, उस टाइम पे Viceroy कौन था? लिनलिथ गो. Lilith Go makes a statement. He says that देखो दोस्त, जो भी तुमने बोला वो मेरे कान तक नहीं पहुंचा, मैं क्या कर सकता हूं? A consultative committee for war efforts I will create. We will modify a little bit Government of India Act 1935, and ultimately he starts playing the Muslim League, right, against the Indian National Congress at that point of time. यहाँ तक clear है? 23rd of October 1939, Congress passes Varda resolution where they basically says that from now onwards, if you are not going to establish an immediate responsible government at the center, we will resign from the ministry. ठीक है? Lilith Go was like, बिल्कुल जाओ. ठीक है? And thus, Congress resigned on which date? 22nd of December 1939, which Muslim League celebrated as the Day of Deliverance. Comes March 1940, Ramgarh session takes place, presided by whom? Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad, where Congress says that from now onwards, our only single demand will be complete independence and nothing else. Right? Ultimately pressurized by the war effort, which is taking place at that point of time, because by the time of August 1940, Hitler has kind of already defeated Paris, right? So there is a photo of Hitler, which you guys see, where he's standing beside the Eiffel Tower. है ना? He has already captured the regions of Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, all of that. ठीक है? तो अब बिकॉज वो जो प्रेशर बन रहा है उसे क्या हुआ, वो लोग लेकर आए ऑगस्ट ऑफर. क्या ऑफर किया हमको? डोमिनियन स्टेटस. ठीक है? कुछ अच्छी चीजें की, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल दे सेड दैट फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम दे एक्चुअली सेड दैट ओके नाउ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली विल बी क्रिएटेड. 8 out of 12 members will actually be included. 8 out of 12 members of Viceroy Executive Councils will be Indians only. ठीक है? लेकिन अगेन डोमिनियन स्टेटस. व्हाट जवाहरलाल नेहरू replied that dominant status is nothing but a kind of a dead doornail for us. We will not kind of address to your demand. So Congress launched what? Individual सत्याग्रह. ठीक है? पहले इंडिविजुअल सत्याग्रही कौन थे? विनोबा भावे. दूसरे कौन थे? जवाहरलाल नेहरू. ठीक है? तो इंडिविजुअल सत्याग्रह लॉन्च किया गया. ठीक है? वहां पर क्या हो रहा है? प्रेशर क्रिएट हो रहा है फर्दर ऑन द ब्रिटेन, है ना? Like let's say for example Pearl Harbor attack has taken place. So now America has joined the war as well. Now the policies of the USS President Roosevelt is also going to decide the policies of the Britain. ठीक है? Ultimately they will send in our country what? The Cripps proposal. Cripps proposal, again all the factors has been given here. What they offered us? Nothing but the dominion status. ठीक है? Gandhi ji called it nothing but a kind of a post-dated check. Now see, try to understand this. You start preparing in 2025. 20 years has gone. 2045 you are still preparing for UPSC only. ठीक है? थोड़ा थोड़ा frustration. So is Gandhi. 1917 Champaran Satyagraha. 1942 he has reached. Has got nothing till yet. ठीक है? Thus he will say what? Leave India in the God's hand or anarchy. बस करो भाई, जाओ. ठीक? Comes the do or die speech or the quit India speech, where at Gwalior Tank Resolution 8th of August 1942. We shall either free India or die in a tent, but not live to see perpetuation of our slavery. ये बात याद रखिएगा. डू और डाई स्पीच जो है वो गांधी की ओरिजिनल है. ठीक? साइमन गो बैक एंड क्विट इंडिया का जो टाइटल है या जो नारा है वो किसने दिया था? यूसुफ मेहरोली ने. यहां तक क्लियर है? सो दिस इज योर क्विट इंडिया मोमेंट. ठीक है? क्रिप्स प्रपोजल के बाद जस्ट आया. द कॉल ऑफ दिल्ली चलो वाज एक्चुअली गिवन बाय होम? बाय सुभाष चंद्र बोस. ठीक है? तो सुभाष चंद्र बोस की पूरी हिस्ट्री यहां पे दी हुई है. व्हाट ऑल ही डिड इन जर्मनी हैज बीन गिवन हियर. ठीक है? अल्टीमेटली फॉर्मिंग द हुकूमत आजाद हिंद और प्रोविजनल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ फ्री इंडिया. ठीक है? When the provisional government of free India, which was founded at Singapore, its headquarter will be shifted to where? To Rangoon. From there he will give this call of Delhi chalo and the famous give me blood speech. ठीक है? तुम मुझे खून दो, मैं तुम्हें आजादी दूंगा, है ना? तुम मुझे टाइम दो, मैं तुम्हें हिस्ट्री पढ़ाएगा. ठीक? पहली बार जो ये प्रोविजनल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ फ्री इंडिया थी, उसने कहां पे फ्लैग फॉल किया था? तो याद रखिएगा, अंडमान एंड निकोबार में किया था. ठीक है? मेन लैंड पे कहां किया था? मोइरांग, मणिपुर में. ठीक है? तो एक शॉर्ट हिस्ट्री हमने दी है यहां पर. ठीक है? इंडियन नेशनल आर्मी की अंडर द सुभाष चंद्र बोस. यू गाइस कैन रीड इट फ्रॉम हियर एज वेल. यहां तक क्लियर है? ठीक है? अल्टीमेटली सर्टेन नेम्स अपीयर्ड, है ना? कौन थे ये लोग? ठीक है? क्या रोल था इनका? So you guys might have read about the revolt of 1857. We don't have that much of a time to explain you the complete revolt, but obviously on the 11th of May 1857, when Bahadur Shah Zafar is in the Red Fort, Lal Kila, he actually gets to know that 300 soldiers from the Meerut regiment has kind of revolted against the Britishers, mutinied, and these mutinied sipahis has come to Delhi. ठीक है? बहादुर शाह जफर पूछता है कि क्यों दोस्त, दिल्ली क्यों आए? वो बोलते हैं कि सर आप लीडर है ना। बहादुर शाह जफर बोलता है कि अच्छा मुझे भी अभी पता चला, राइट। दैट्स व्हाई मिर्जा गालिब रोट दैट दिस वाज बेसिकली अ काइंड ऑफ एन आर्मी लेड बाय नो लीडर, ठीक है। अल्टीमेटली बहुत सारे रीजंस हैं, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल आई होप कि आप लोगों ने अपनी एनसीईआरटी से कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें जो है वो पढ़ी होंगी, ठीक है। जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल देयर इज अ स्पेसिफिक टेक्स्ट कॉल्ड एज माझा प्रवास, एंड दिस माझा प्रवास रिटन बाय विष्णु दत्त गोडसे, ठीक है, टेल्स अस अबाउट द काइंड ऑफ द सोशियो रिलीजियस एप्रीहेंशंस व्हिच वाज प्रिवेलिंग एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम इन द इंडियन सिपाहीज, है ना। जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल आपका रिलीजियस डिसेबिलिटीज एक्ट 1850 हो गया या लेक्स लोसी एक्ट हो गया, ठीक है। आपका लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल रिमूवल ऑफ दैट थिंग भट्टा हो गया, है ना, द एक्स्ट्रा अलाउंसेस हो गया, ठीक है। सो ऑल ऑफ दोस थिंग्स वर ऑलरेडी टेकिंग प्लेस, काइंड ऑफ अ सोशियो कल्चरल सब्जुगेशन व्हिच वाज बीइंग फेल्ट बाय द सिपाहीज एज वेल, है ना। जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल सर्विस इनलिस्टमेंट एक्ट 1856 comes under Dalhousie, and that basically says that now you have to compulsorily serve even let's say for example at the far flung places like for example Burma, ठीक है। तो अगर आपका जो कस्टम है कि हमको काला पानी नहीं क्रॉस करना है, अगर वो ब्रेक हो रहा है तो कोई बात नहीं, you will have to compulsorily serve, ठीक है। Then obviously the very infamous the introduction of the grease infield rifles which were introduced, ठीक है। So that basically provided a kind of a matchstick to the powder keg which was already existing, है ना, तो वो भी एक इश्यू था, ठीक है। Ultimately the doctrine of lapse under Dalhousie, all of that has been given here, ठीक है। So by the year of 1856 the Britishers had already occupied almost 63% of the area and 78% of the population, ठीक है। Ultimately the annexation of the Awadh which took place, ठीक है। So that basically also acted as a kind of the final straw, ठीक है। एक चीज हमें याद रखनी है, महाबरी देवी जो थी, ठीक है। So for example आपकी जो झलकरी बाई थी, तो झलकरी बाई helped झांसी की रानी, ठीक है। She acted like a kind of a second झांसी की रानी when झांसी की रानी was actually fleeing with her child, है ना। Your Mahabari Devi was there. Mahabari Devi was actually kind of a person who kind of led a battalion of 22 women, right, in the region of Muzaffarpur, okay, during the revolt of 1857. Your Uda Devi was there, right? She basically was in the women contingent of your Begum Hazrat Mahal, okay. Begum Hazrat Mahal जो उस टाइम पे लीड कर रही थी फ्रॉम द रीजन ऑफ लखनऊ। तो आप लोग को याद होगा जो लास्ट रूलर ऑफ अवध थे, है ना, वाजिद अली शाह, उनकी वाइफ थी बेगम हजरत महल, और उनके इन्फेंट सन थे जिनका नाम था बिरजिस कादिर, ठीक है। Beside that, all the important reasons, the people who revolted, the British officers who subjugated, their names has been given here as well, ठीक है। तो एक बार इसका स्क्रीनशॉट ले लीजिए, है ना, all the revolts, important places and their leaders, ठीक है। Moving forward, है ना, a little bit about your civil disobedience movement, ठीक है। छोटी सी हिस्ट्री है, 2 मिनट में समझ लेंगे, है ना। आइडिया क्या है, 8th of November 1927, ठीक है, there was an appointment of an Indian statutory commission called as Simon Commission, ठीक है, for what, to review the Montague-Chelmsford reforms of 1990, ठीक है। छोटी सी प्रॉब्लम थी, इंडियन स्टैट्यूटरी कमीशन या साइमन कमीशन में ऑल द मेंबर्स वर वाइट, देयर वर नो इंडियंस इंक्लूडेड, ठीक है। सो बेसिकली आइडिया इज फॉर एग्जांपल भानु प्रकाश, है ना, whatever the demand you are raising, ठीक है, we are not addressing to that as well, you are not included in this discussion at all, ठीक है। we are basically taking the any kind of decision completely on the arbitrary basis without any taking any demand or the concern of the students at all, इंडियन स्टैट्यूटरी कमीशन, ठीक है। प्रॉब्लम यह है कि जब सारा व्हाइट कमीशन है तो ऑब्वियसली बात है, मद्रास सेशन हुआ 1927 का, लेड बाय होम मोहम्मद अली अंसारी, इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस सेड दैट वी आर गोइंग टू कंप्लीटली बायकॉट इट। So when the commission arrived in our country finally on the 3rd of February 1928, there were these parties who boycotted and there were these parties who supported, इतना याद रखना है। अब ये चीज याद रखिएगा कि फॉर एग्जांपल मुस्लिम लीग जो है उसने सपोर्ट भी किया और बायकॉट भी किया। द पर्टिकुलर Muslim League faction which boycotted Simon Commission, that was led by Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and then there was a Muslim League faction led by Muhammad Shafi who actually supported the Simon Commission, ठीक है। It was Bahishkrit Hitkani Sabha or B.R. Ambedkar who kind of presented themselves before the Indian Statutory Commission and demanded for all of this, including the separate electorate for the depressed class, ठीक है। उस टाइम पे सेक्रेटरी ऑफ स्टेट थे लॉर्ड बर्कनहेड। लॉर्ड बर्कनहेड बेसिकली सेड दैट सी इट्स नॉट दैट वी डोंट वांट टू इंक्लूड द इंडियंस, बट द इंडियंस आर सो मच डिवाइडेड ऑन द आइडिया ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ठीक है, डिवाइडेड ऑन द लाइंस ऑफ कास्ट, रिलीजन, ऑल ऑफ दैट। तो हम कैसे कर सकते हैं, आपको कैसे इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। Thus, at that point of time, the challenge was accepted by whom? Motilal Nehru, who presented a report called as Nehru Report 1928. In which session? Calcutta session. ठीक है? Where he said what? He demanded for dominant status, rejected separate electorate, linguistic provinces, fundamental rights as well as responsible government at center and provinces both. ठीक है? आइडिया क्या है? कलकत्ता सेशन क्या डिमांड रखी नेहरू रिपोर्ट ने? डोमिनेंट स्टेटस. जो यंग ब्रिगेड है उस टाइम का, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल सुभाष चंद्र बोस, जवाहरलाल नेहरू, एस सत्यमूर्ति, श्रीनिवास अयंगर, दे बेसिकली सेज नहीं, वी वांट कंप्लीट इंडिपेंडेंस. ठीक है? Thus they created what? Independence for India League, है ना? उस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे जब ये सीन हो रहा है, फॉर एग्जांपल देयर इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ कंजर्वेटिव सेक्शन व्हिच इज सेइंग नहीं डोमिनेंट स्टेटस. देयर इज अ यंग ब्रिगेड, सोशलिस्ट ब्रिगेड, दैट इज सेइंग नहीं कंप्लीट इंडिपेंडेंस, पूर्ण स्वराज चाहिए. गांधी दस टर्म्ड कलकत्ता सेशन एज व्हाट? बेटराम मील सर्कस. ठीक है? गांधी सेज दैट देखो एक काम करते हैं, we want from the viceroy dominant status by the end of year 1929. If we don't get that, we are going to launch a complete mass civil disobedience movement. Comes what? The Deepavali declaration or Irwin declaration by the Lord Irwin, viceroy at that point of time. He says that see, Montague के अगस्त ऑफर से क्या मिला था? dominant status, वही मिलेगा. ठीक है? Thus there was an all party meeting 1929 at Delhi, where they decided that we are going to launch a mass civil disobedience movement, and that was basically formally promulgated in the Lahore session 1929, the demand of Poon Swaraj by Jawaharlal Nehru. ठीक है? Gandhi gives ultimatum to Irwin, says these are my important 11 demands. ठीक है? Some of them importance has been given here. For example, the abolishment of salt tax, है ना? If you will not follow this, I am going to launch a mass civil disobedience. ठीक है? Irwin turned completely deaf, led to what? Civil disobedience movement, the Dandi March, to which Subhash Chandra Bose basically called it a march of Napoleon at that point of time. ठीक है? Gandhi walked for 379 kilometers, 12th March to 6th April. ठीक है? Youngest satyagrahi to participate in Dandi March was your Vitthal Thakkar, है ना? Gandhi was arrested on 5th of May 1930. Thus, he could not take the charge of the procession of Dharasena Salt Satyagraha. So that was taken by Sarojini Naidu, which was basically covered by an American journalist, Wade Miller, thus kind of providing a mass popularity to the civil disobedience movement. यहाँ तक क्लियर है? जितनी भी चीजें सिविल डिसोबीडियंस मूवमेंट में हुई across the country, all of that has been given in this map. Just take a screenshot of this. ठीक है? So reason wise everything has been listed for you, है ना? इसका स्क्रीनशॉट ले लीजिए, नहीं तो पीपीटी में आई थिंक मिल जाएगा. यहां तक क्लियर है? ठीक है? मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, थोड़ा सा हम बात कर लेते हैं जलियांवाला बाग मैसेकर की. ठीक है? ईयर आ गया कौन सा? 1919. द ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ब्रिंग्स एन एक्ट. The act basically, which was kind of a nothing but a kind of an extension of the Defense of India Act 1915, which they had brought to kind of curb down the revolutionary activities during the World War I. ठीक है? इस एक्ट को बेसिकली क्या बोला जाता था? एनार्किकल और रिवॉल्यूशनरी क्राइम्स एक्ट 1919, जिसको हम सिडनी रॉलेट, जिन्होंने एक्ट बनाया था, जिन्होंने बिल लेकर आए थे, उनके नाम पे रॉलेट एक्ट भी कहते हैं. ठीक है? आइडिया क्या था? अगर आप पॉलिटिकल लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल किसी एक्टिविटी में है, यू कैन बी अरेस्टेड विदाउट एनी वारंट. There will be trial without any jury, and whatever that jury will decide, do you guys have any right of appeal? Absolutely not. You can be imprisoned even without any trial for 2 years, thus basically suspending all of your right to habeas corpus, as well as basically, let's say for example, if there are certain evidences which were not permissible under the Evidence Act of 1872, even those evidences will now be considered valid to put charges against you. ठीक है? गांधी ने क्या बोला? गांधी ने बोला दिस इज बेसिकली कर्बिंग व्हाट? द फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच एंड एक्सप्रेशन. दस लॉन्च्ड सत्याग्रह सभा. ठीक है? टर्म इट एज अ काइंड ऑफ अ ब्लैक एक्ट एंड बेसिकली कॉल्ड फॉर अ नेशन वाइड हड़ताल ऑन 6th of April. ठीक है? Remember that all the Indian members in the Imperial Legislative Council at that point of time, they voted against this act, and the members actually resigned in the protest, including your Jinnah, Malvi and Mazhar-ul-Haq. ठीक है? Ultimately होता क्या है? That because there was a nationwide protest which was called by Gandhi, ठीक है? The protest has now led to the region of Punjab as well, and the political leaders, for example, your Saifuddin Kichlu and Satyapal, they were actually arrested on 10th of April. Thus, the people from Punjab, they basically started protesting against all the policies of the British government, right? They basically started, let's say, for example, doing the gherav of the kacharis, है ना, banks, ठीक है, schools, colleges, all of that, ठीक है? Thanmai is basically asking that सत्याग्रह सभा और होम रूल लीग जो है वो सेम है? बिल्कुल भी नहीं. ठीक है, सत्याग्रह सभा जो है वो किसी के लिए क्रिएट की गई है, रॉलेट एक्ट के लिए, है ना। होम रूल लीग जो है वो ऑलरेडी वैनिश हो चुकी है, ठीक है, बाय दिस टाइम, है ना, ठीक है। बेसिकली आई थिंक योर क्वेश्चन इज दैट व्हेन गांधी विल रीनेम इट, राइट, द होम रूल लीग टू द सत्याग्रह सभा, ठीक है, दैट वाज अ डिफरेंट वन ऑल टुगेदर, ठीक है। दिस वन ही इज क्रिएटिंग इन द ईयर ऑफ 1990, द रीनेमिंग टुक प्लेस इन द ईयर ऑफ 1920, ठीक है, ओके। 11th of April मार्सेला शेरवुड केस, क्या होता है, बेसिकली एक क्रिश्चियन मिशनरी होती है एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, एंड शी इज गोइंग, or let's say for example to the church, and at that point of time there is a public procession against the arrest of these political leaders, and thus as per the British accounts she was basically molested, ठीक है। Thus the charge of the region of Punjab was actually given from the district magistrate to the governor at general at that point of time, the military governor general Michael O'Dwyer, who basically imposed section 144 of CRPC, right, a kind of a curfew in the region of Punjab, ठीक है। 12th of April को क्या होता है, that there is a Hindu college at Khatkan in Punjab, ठीक है, वहां पे कुछ लोकल लीडर्स हैं, ठीक है, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल आपके हंसराज थे, ठीक है, और फॉर एग्जांपल देयर वाज अ लीडर कॉल्ड एज चुंदीलाल, है ना। तो these basically the local leaders there at that point of time, they will basically give a call that will meet tomorrow where in Jallianwala Bagh to protest against the arrest of our leaders, ठीक है। Thus in the Jallianwala Bagh, ठीक है, on the morning of 13th of April, when Reginald Dyer arrives, there are certain political protesters, but majority of the crowds were basically the innocent people. यहां तक क्लियर है, ठीक है। तो आइडिया क्या हुआ कि when Reginald Dyer comes here, whatever the act he does, ठीक है, skipping a little bit forward, when the Hunter Committee was formed to kind of, just kind of evaluate the atrocities which was committed by the Reginald Dyer, Reginald Dyer basically said that, see, I had an option to fight in the air and disperse the crowd, but I knew the kind of the politically charged atmosphere which was prevailing in the region of Punjab. If I would have shot in the air, these people would have just laughed at me. So just to silence their laughter, I started shooting at them. Takes place your Jallianwala Bagh massacre, ठीक है। British account says that 379 people died, but keep this in mind that 1650 bullets were eventually fired, ठीक। Thus ultimately Gandhi will say what, call it a Himalayan blunder on his part, that he gave this tool of satyagraha to the unprepared crowd, ठीक है, बोला भाई मेरे से गलती हो गई, and gave up his Kesar-e-Hind title which he got because he was serving for the Britishers in the Boer War which took place in South Africa in 1899. उन्होंने इसको रिटर्न कर दिया. It was only Rabindranath Tagore, remember, who gave up his knighthood which he had got for the Gitanjali which he had written, which eventually got him the Nobel Prize in the year of 1940. ठीक है. एक और नाम आप लोग को याद रखना है, CS शंकरन नायर. क्यों? बिकॉज न्यूज में है. क्यों न्यूज में है? बिकॉज देयर वाज अ रिसेंट मूवी व्हिच वाज रिलीज ऑन दिस जलियांवाला बैग मैसेकर कॉल्ड एज केसरी 2. ठीक है. C शंकरन नायर जो है, इफ यूपीएससी एवर आस्क यू that who among the following can be considered to be the youngest president of Indian National Congress, that was CS Shankaran Nair. In which session? 1897 Amravati session. ठीक है, यहां तक याद रहेगा. ठीक है, very noble man. Basically he served as the judge of the Madras High Court from the year of 1908 to 1915. ठीक है. Then he was the part of the Viceroy Executive Council as well when this Jallianwala Bagh massacre took place. So he resigned in the protest from the Viceroy Executive Council, did not return his knighthood or something. ठीक है. आइडिया ये है कि we are running short of time basically. ठीक है. So we cannot go into utmost details of these moments. ठीक है. आपसे chronology पूछी गई थी. What I have done for you कि all the revolts जितनी भी हुई, ठीक है, फॉर एग्जांपल आपका पबना एग्रेरियन अपराइजिंग जो हुआ, that has been mentioned here. ठीक है, तो जस्ट फॉलो द एरोस एंड रीड इट. ठीक है, जितनी इंफॉर्मेशन है, जितने इंपॉर्टेंट लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया, ठीक है, अल्टीमेटली जो कंक्लूजन निकला, ऑल ऑफ दैट हैज बीन रिटन. ठीक है, दिस इज फॉर योर पबना अपराइजिंग, है ना. सेकेंड वन इज फॉर योर खेड़ा सत्याग्रह. ठीक है, सो आफ्टर योर चंपारण सत्याग्रह, ठीक है, अहमदाबाद मिल स्ट्राइक, द थर्ड प्लेस वेयर गांधी अराइव्ड एंड दैट वाज योर खेड़ा. ठीक है, किस चीज को लेकर इश्यू था, है ना, छपनिया फेमाइन जो चल रही थी, ऑल ऑफ दैट. ठीक है, पहला नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट जो गांधी ने किया खेड़ा में. ठीक है, किन लोगों के साथ गए, ठीक है, बोला टैक्सेस पे नहीं करेंगे, अल्टीमेटली क्या रिजल्ट आया. ठीक है, Similarly, ECA movement, which basically kind of amalgamated into the non-cooperation movement which was taking place. Okay, my idea to all of you will be that just read once about the Kisan Sabha movement which had started from the year of 1918 onwards. जैसे यूपी किसान सभा जो है वो बन चुकी थी, है ना, आपके इंदुलाल याग्निक हो गए, right? All of them were creating these sabhas. ठीक है, amalgamation of that took place during the non-cooperation movement, where basically the peasant movement came into the forefront. One of such movement was ECA movement led by whom? Madari Posse. Okay, and this Madari Posse will basically eventually kind of turn the activities toward the side of the violence. That's where the Congress will kind of withdraw their support from the ECA movement. ठीक है, जो issues थे वो यहाँ पर दिए हुए हैं, ठीक है, जिस रीजन में था वो दिया हुआ है, all the information has been given here. ठीक है, take a screenshot of it, एक बार रिवाइज कर लीजिए, है ना. Moving to your Bardoli Satyagraha, ठीक है, which is basically considered to be a kind of a moment which lifted Gandhi out of depression after the withdrawal of the non-cooperation movement which took place after the Chauri Chaura incident, right? 5th of February 1922, है ना. Again, all the information, who all participated, what was the issue, the raising of the taxes by the Bombay government by 22%, ठीक है, उसके लिए जो इंक्वायरी कमेटी बनाई गई, launch of Bardoli Satyagraha under Sardar Vallabh Bhai Patel, what were the measures which were taken, ठीक है, this was basically the revolt under which the title of Sardar was given to the Vallabh Bhai Patel, ठीक है. कौन सा कमीशन बनाया गया था टू सॉल्व द इश्यू? मैक्सवेल ब्रूम्सफील्ड कमीशन, ठीक है, जिसने अल्टीमेटली क्या डिसीजन लिया? ऑल ऑफ दिस, ठीक है. सो आई होप 4 इंपॉर्टेंट पीजेंट रिवोल्ट्स, ऑल ऑफ दैट हैज बीन कवर्ड हियर फॉर यू, ठीक है, एक बार अच्छे से रिवाइज कर लीजिएगा, है ना. अल्टीमेटली कमिंग टू द क्वेश्चन ऑफ द इंग्लैंड्स डेट टू इंडिया, ठीक है. सिंपल सा कंसेप्ट है कि यू गाइज माइट हैव रेड अबाउट द पॉलिसी ऑफ लेसेस फेयर, ठीक है. लेसेस फेयर की पॉलिसी क्या कहती थी कि देयर शैल बी एग्जिस्टेंस ऑफ फ्री ट्रेड विदाउट एनी बॉर्डर, ठीक है. ऑब्वियसली डोनाल्ड ट्रंप इज कंप्लीटली अगेंस्ट दिस पॉलिसी ऑफ लेसेस फेयर, प्रोपाउंडेड बाय whom? By an American only, ठीक है. एडम स्मिथ wrote a book called as the Wealth of Nations, in which year? 1776. तो अमेरिका से ही फ्री ट्रेड का कंसेप्ट ओरिजिनेट किया. अभी सबसे अगेंस्ट उसके कौन है? अमेरिका का प्रेसिडेंट, ठीक. दैट्स हाउ द वर्ल्ड चेंजेस. आइडिया क्या है? ब्रिटेन ने बोला कि हम फॉलो करेंगे लेसेस फेयर पॉलिसी, वी विल ब्रिंग ऑल आवर प्रोडक्ट्स टू इंडिया फ्रॉम अ फ्री रूट कॉल्ड एज इंपेरियल रूट, ठीक है. हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स पे कोई भी इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी नहीं लगेगा. लेकिन क्या ये जो लेसेस फेयर की पॉलिसी है, फ्री ट्रेड की पॉलिसी है, दैट विल बी अप्लाइड इक्वली टू द इंडियन प्रोडक्ट्स एज वेल? एब्सोल्युटली नॉट. याद करिए कैलिको एक्ट 1720, ठीक है. तो आइडिया क्या है? दादा भाई नरोजी बोलते हैं, वो एक एसे लिखते हैं, ठीक है, इंग्लैंड्स डेट टू इंडिया, वेयर ही सेज that from 1700 to 1757 you guys were bringing bullions, golds and silvers worth 20 million euro to buy our products, and as you guys see, by the year of 1940 we were consuming 85% of the British cotton as well as 17% of the steel and iron, ठीक है. You guys have basically kind of taking the revenue from us, है ना. महलवारी, रैयतवारी, परमानेंट सेटलमेंट सिस्टम, तो उसके अंदर आप क्या कर रहे हो? हमसे रेवेन्यू लेके जा रहे हो, ठीक है. उस रेवेन्यू से जो सरप्लस प्रॉफिट है उससे आप क्या कर रहे हो? इन्वेस्टमेंट्स कर रहे हो. जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल यू आर बाइंग आवर रॉ मटेरियल फ्रॉम दैट सरप्लस इटसेल्फ, ठीक है. फ्रॉम दैट सरप्लस यू आर डूइंग वेरियस काइंड ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, फॉर एग्जांपल प्लांटेशन इंडस्ट्रीज, जूट, टी, कॉफी, है ना, इंडिगो, ऑल ऑफ दैट. और फॉर एग्जांपल देयर आर इन्वेस्टमेंट्स व्हिच आर टेकिंग प्लेस बाय द यूरोपियंस इन आवर कंट्री, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल रेलवे, ठीक है. उस इन्वेस्टमेंट पे देयर इज अ गारंटीड रिटर्न टू यू एज वेल, है ना. देन फॉर एग्जांपल योर ऑफिसर्स आर कमिंग हियर, सेक्रेटरी ऑफ स्टेट इज कमिंग हियर, वाइसरॉय इज कमिंग हियर, वी आर पेइंग फॉर देयर सैलरी, देयर पेंशन, ठीक है. और फॉर एग्जांपल लेट्स से यू गाइस आर फाइटिंग अ वॉर, सेकंड एंग्लो अफगान वॉर, टू सिक्योर योर फ्रंटियर्स. उसमें इंडियंस का क्या इंटरेस्ट है? कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं, ठीक. जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल आप लोगों ने पंजदे स्केयर पढ़ा होगा या बैटल ऑफ कुश्का पढ़ा होगा, है ना, सेकंड एंग्लो अफगान वॉर के एस्पेक्ट में, ठीक है. तो आइडिया क्या है? You guys are fighting all those wars. To fund those wars, you are taking the loan from England's bank. We are paying for the interest. What sense does it make? All of that counts under what? Home charges. That was basically 24% of the total revenue. ठीक है. Thus, Dada Bhai Nauroji writes basically the England's debt to India, or your poverty and British rule in India, where he says that from the year of 1700 to 1757, you guys have drained 1500 million euro from us. And that has basically led to what? Our capital income just being, per capita income being only 20 rupees, right? Even today, if you rank our country in the terms of per capita income, our ranking is terrible, right? 137 or 138 it is, ठीक है. इसके अलावा besides दादा भाई नौरोजी's work, all the important text on the concept of drain theory, all of that has been written here, right? जैसे कि इंग्लैंड्स डेट टू इंडिया वाला ऐसे किसने लिखा? दादा भाई नौरोजी, ग्रैंड ओल्ड मैन ऑफ इंडिया। एसे ऑन इंडियन इकोनॉमिक्स किसने लिखा? एमजी रनाडे ने। अनहैप्पी इंडिया बिकॉज ऑफ द ब्रिटिश रूल किसने लिखा? लाला लाजपत राय ने। ठीक है, तो जब इतना क्रिटिसिज्म हो गया तो ब्रिटिशर्स पर लाइक कि ठीक है अब कुछ करना पड़ेगा, राइट? इफ नॉट इन द रियलिटी, एटलीस्ट ऑन द पेपर, दे एस्टैब्लिश्ड अ कमीशन कॉल्ड एज वेल बाय कमीशन। ठीक है, टू डू व्हाट? टू काइंड ऑफ एग्जामिन द इकोनॉमिक रिलेशन बिटवीन इंडियंस एंड द ब्रिटेन फ्रॉम द ईयर ऑफ 1857 टू द ईयर ऑफ 1895। ठीक है, एक मेंबर था जो इंडियन था इस पर्टिकुलर वेल बाय कमीशन में। द नेम ऑफ दैट पर्सन वाज दादा भाई नौरोजी। ठीक है, सो वी हैव रीच्ड टू द लास्ट क्वेश्चन, है ना? इफ एनी वन ऑफ यू हु आर स्टिल अलाइव, ठीक है, ये लास्ट क्वेश्चन है, पढ़ के चले जाओ। ठीक है, एक मुगल रूलर है जिसके बारे में आप लोग पढ़ते हैं, जिसका नाम है हुमायूं। ठीक है, हुमायूं का असली नाम था नसरुद्दीन मोहम्मद। बाबर ने नाम रखा हुमायूं, व्हाई? बिकॉज ही थॉट दैट ही इज गोइंग टू बी द फॉर्चुनेट, luckiest. So the most unluckiest ruler among the Mughal Sultanate, who was that? Humayun. ठीक है, basically the idea is that whatever the territory which was won by Babur in our country, ठीक है, battle of Panipat, battle of Khanwa, battle of Chanderi, ठीक है, so through all of these battles, the reasons which he acquired from 1526 to 1530, Humayun ended up losing all of them in the span of 10 years. ठीक, one of the major reason for that is the rise of a parallel rise of a great ruler at that point of time. The person was Sher Shah Suri, who was basically the son of Hassan Khan, who was basically acting at that point of time the Jagirdar of Sasaram in the region of Bihar. ठीक है, Babar Nama or Tujo ke Babri, which has been written by Babar as a kind of an autobiography, he basically kind of describes an incident where he actually finds that this particular person Sher Shah Suri has kind of a mark of kingship on his head. And thus he advises the Humayun that please arrest this person, otherwise he is going to be a threat for you. ठीक है, हुमायूं ने बात नहीं सुनी, है ना? तो कम से कम आप लोग अपने पेरेंट्स की थोड़ी थोड़ी बातें सुना करो, करेक्ट? आइडिया यह है that this particular person Sher Shah Suri, he starts expanding his territories in the region of Bihar. First captures the Sasaram region, ठीक है, then starts expanding around it and becomes Hazrat-e-Ala in the region of Bihar. ठीक है, then basically he goes and attacks Lakhnauti or Gaur at that point of time. ठीक है, Humayun follows, है ना, comes here at Lakhnauti, renames it to be Janatabad, is resting here. When he gets to know that basically he has attacked now Varanasi and Jaunpur as well, right? Ultimately both of them fights in which battle? Battle of Chausa 1539, ठीक है, which takes place at a bank of a particular river called as Karam Nasa river. Karam Nasa, which is basically a tributary of Ganga river. वहां पे बैटल होती है, कौन हारता है? हुमायूं हारता है. Just after the battle of Chausa 1539 itself, Sher Shah Suri takes the title of Sher Shah. After this battle of Chausa, again defeats Humayun in battle of Kannauj 1540, leading to the 14-year exile of Humayun from our country. Ultimately, Humayun wins the region of Lahore and Peshawar from this battle of Machiwara 1555 and thus gets back to our country. यहाँ तक clear? ठीक है. Ultimately, there are certain administrative reforms for which we remember Sher Shah Suri. He is considered to be the kind of a rightful precursor of Akbar's policies. ठीक है, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल ही इंट्रोड्यूस 3 करेंसीज जो आज आप लोगों से पूछा भी गया था, दाम, रुपया एंड अशरफी, कॉपर, सिल्वर एंड गोल्ड. ठीक है, क्रिएटेड योर जीटी रोड फ्रॉम द रीजन ऑफ पेशावर टू द मॉडर्न डे रीजन ऑफ बंगाल ऑल टुगेदर. ठीक है, ही वाज द पर्सन हु स्टार्टेड यूजिंग द मेथड ऑफ गज ए सिकंदरी. ठीक है, गज ए सिकंदरी का जो मेथड था टू कैलकुलेट द लैंड, ही स्टार्टेड यूजिंग दैट and it started basically kind of estimating the exact producing area which you guys have as a farmer. ठीक है, so let's say for example you guys have 5 bigha. So for that 5 bigha, I will do the estimation that okay, this is the cultivable land under you, and for that I will give you a right signed paper that is called as patta, where I have recognized that this much land is productive under you as a farmer. Then I will come and I will say that okay, you have 5 hectares of land. On this 5 hectares of land, let's say for example you can produce 100 kgs. So from that 100 kgs, you give me 20 kg. Kabul hai, right? So if you say yes, I am agreeing to pay you 20 kg, I will give you kabuliyat, another signed document which you have signed with the government or Sher Shah Suri at that point of time to give me 20 kg. ठीक है, कोई intermediaries नहीं होंगे, जमींदार्स were removed. Now the taxes will be collected directly by the state appointed officials called as फोटेदार्स and कारकुन्स. ठीक है. Also created और पुराना किला बहुत बार न्यूज में रहता है. ठीक है. All the other administrative positions. ठीक है. The kind of the division of the state to the district to the level of urban local bodies and their leaders जो लीड करेंगे. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल स्टेट आज का हो गया यूपी, उसे क्या बोलते थे? इकदा. इकदा को कौन करता था? जैसे आज का चीफ मिनिस्टर क्या हो गया? शिकदार हो गया. ठीक है. डिस्ट्रिक्ट क्या हो गया? सरकार हो गया. डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट कौन हो गया? हाकिम, फौजदार, मुमनिन एटसेट्रा. ठीक है. ऑल द इंपॉर्टेंट ऑफिस जैसे कि वकील हो गया डिप्टी प्राइम मिनिस्टर. ठीक है. वजीर हो गया आपका फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर. अरीज ममलिक हो गया आपका लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल डिफेंस मिनिस्टर. दीवान रिसालत और मुतासिब आपका क्या हो गया? एक्सटर्नल अफेयर मिनिस्टर. ठीक है. दीवान इंशा और द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ करस्पॉन्डेंस, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पर्सनल एंड ट्रेनिंग बेसिकली. दीवान बरीद और सीक्रेट डिपार्टमेंट. ठीक है. दीवान समन आज के होम मिनिस्टर हो गए, है ना. तो फ्रॉम दिस यू कैन लर्न द कंप्लीट शेरशाह सूरीज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. ठीक है. One thing you guys should remember, given your NCERTs as well, Sher Shah Suri was basically the first sultan to actually kind of give the legal recognition to the panchayati raj system in our country. कि जो भी पंचायती राज के लॉज होंगे उसको अप्लाई किया जाएगा. ठीक है. यहां तक क्लियर है. With this we have reached to the end of our discussion today. ठीक है. आइडिया ये है, no more philosophical motivational speeches. ठीक है. I don't believe in any kind of external motivation at all, है ना. अगर दीवार के सामने खड़े हो जाओगे और उसको बोलोगे मूव करने को, वो नहीं मूव करेगी. ठीक है. आज जब हम लोग पढ़ रहे थे तो बीच में एक कंसेप्ट आया था जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं शून्यवाद का कंसेप्ट. ठीक है. किसने दिया? नागार्जुना ने दिया. किस टेक्स्ट में दिया? मूल्य मध्यमिका करिका में. ठीक है. मध्यमिका स्कूल ऑफ फिलॉसफी. शून्यवाद क्या बोलता है कि देयर कम्स अ पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम व्हेन यू एक्चुअली रियलाइज दैट देयर आर वेरी लेस थिंग्स व्हिच यू कैन कंट्रोल इन योर लाइफ. ज्यादा चीजें हम कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते. ठीक है. इवन देन वी बी वरीड. जैसे आप लोगों को क्या कोई भी क्वेश्चन पता है कि ये वाला फॉर श्योर आएगा? नहीं पता है. किस सेक्शन से ज्यादा क्वेश्चन आएंगे वो भी नहीं पता है. राइट. हो सकता है सारे के सारे क्वेश्चन इस बार एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री से आ जाए, आप मॉडर्न पढ़कर गए हो. तो आर दीज थिंग्स कंट्रोलेबल? एब्सोल्युटली नॉट. जब नहीं कंट्रोलेबल है तो यू स्टार्ट रियलाइजिंग दैट देयर आर ओनली सर्टेन थिंग्स, राइट, योर सर्टेन ड्यूटीज व्हिच यू कैन फुलफिल एंड द रेस्ट यू कैन लीव टू द गॉड. इतना ही कर सकते हो. ठीक है. दैट इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट द शून्यवाद फिलॉसफी सेज. यू हैव टू बिकम एन अनत. व्हाट इज एन अनत? अनत इज बेसिकली द रियलाइजेशन ऑफ नॉन सेल्फ. इफ आई कैन नॉट कंट्रोल एनीथिंग देन आई कैन ओनली फॉलो माई ड्यूटी. आपकी ड्यूटी क्या है नेक्स्ट 16-17 डेज में? लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल यू कैन फोकस अपॉन द मल्टीपल रिवीजन एट लीस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स व्हिच यू नो दैट हाँ इसे आने की प्रोबेबिलिटी ज्यादा होती है. बुद्धिज्म, जैनिज्म, फंडामेंटल लाइट, फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज. ठीक है. क्लाइमेटोलॉजी, डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ वेजिटेशन. क्वेश्चन बार बार आ रहे हैं, यहां से आएंगे, मैं सॉल्व कर दूंगा. ठीक है. तो ऑलवेज कंट्रोल दोज थिंग्स व्हिच आर कंट्रोलेबल. ठीक है. जो अननेसेसरी है, जो बहुत वास्ट है, उसके पीछे नहीं भागना है. ठीक है. सेम पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे यू स्टार्ट कंप्लीटली बिकमिंग डिवॉइड ऑफ एनी काइंड ऑफ एक्सपेक्टेशन. ठीक है. अगेन द मोर यू विल एक्सपेक्ट द मोर हर्टफुल इट कैन बिकम. ठीक है. तो ज्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशंस नहीं रखना है. और इस एक्सपेक्टेशंस के थॉट में ये होगा ये नहीं होगा, डोंट वेस्ट द प्रीशियस टाइम विच यू हैव. ठीक है. सो इन्वेस्ट इन द टाइम विच यू गाइज हैव गॉट, वेरी प्रीशियस वन. दैट kind of the state of mind which you get into where you are completely non-connected to any kind of emotions, to the fruit of your labor. स्थित प्रज्ञ, भगवत गीता. आपके हाथ में सिर्फ एक चीज है, युद्ध करना तुम्हारा कर्तव्य है, तो शस्त्र उठाओ. ठीक है. कंट्रोल द कंट्रोलेबल्स. ठीक है. जितना कर सकते हो उतना करो. एक अच्छा रिवीजन, कुछ अच्छे PYQs एंड जस्ट गो इनटू द एग्जामिनेशन, गिव योर बेस्ट. ठीक है. We end our discussion at here with all the best wishes to all of you. ठीक है. And अगर किसी को भी कोई प्रॉब्लम हो तो you guys can approach us. ठीक है. चलो, all the best. Thank you.